The story begins with a man who possessed extraordinary talent with a knife. Whenever light touched the blade in his hands, it gleamed sharply, and there was nothing he could not cut. No object could resist his precision. His mastery had reached such an unbelievable level that he could even slice cleanly through a falling droplet of water. Years of relentless training had left thick calluses covering his palms, proof of the life he had devoted entirely to the blade. After dropping out of high school, he spent the next 20 years working in the knife business. Through endless effort and discipline, he eventually became known as the greatest knife master in the entire country. In the present day, the restaurant where he worked was busier than ever. Orders poured in one after another. Table 3 requested another course, while tables 5 and 7 ordered the restaurant's special tuna platters. Customers eagerly praised the dishes, whispering about the incredible chef whose knife skills were famous throughout the city. More VIP orders followed, and the kitchen remained in constant motion. Then, something unusual happened. Several chefs suddenly paused as they noticed the master chef staring intensely at a fish on the cutting board. His expression was unusually serious. One of the workers carefully informed him that his phone was ringing. The chef frowned in confusion because his phone was supposed to be on vibrate. When he checked the screen, he was startled to see notifications from a mobile game he had deleted years ago. Before he could think much about it, another chef rushed over to tell him that customers were waiting. However, the chef calmly instructed him to tell them that the requested course was unavailable. At that moment, a customer stepped forward and accused him of lying. A blonde-haired mafia boss entered the restaurant alongside 2 intimidating bodyguards. With a smug grin, the gangster explained that he had returned because he expected the chef to finally give him an answer. According to him, he had already allowed more than enough time for consideration. The gangster laughed arrogantly and snapped his fingers. One of the bodyguards placed a suitcase full of cash on the counter. The mafia boss claimed it was an advance payment of 3 billion won, promising even more if the job was completed properly. However, the chef responded without a single word. In an instant, sharp slicing sounds echoed through the room. His blade flashed faster than the eye could follow, producing a series of clean and precise cuts. The fish before him fell apart perfectly. Then the chef coldly addressed the gangster. He explained that the kitchen valued cleanliness above everything else, and someone as filthy as him did not belong there. The sliced fish dropped threateningly onto the floor in front of the bodyguards, leaving them stunned. Even so, the mafia boss simply laughed and praised the chef's incredible swordsmanship. He insisted that someone with abilities like his should not be wasting his life cutting fish in a restaurant. The gangster urged him once again to change professions. Instead, the chef quietly grabbed his knife. The bodyguards instantly panicked, thinking he might throw it at them. Realizing things could become dangerous, they quickly retreated. Even while leaving, the mafia boss laughed confidently and promised that he would return soon to make the chef's life miserable. After they finally left, the nervous chef slowly returned to work. As night fell and the restaurant closed, one of the chefs admitted that he could not understand why his colleague rejected such an unbelievable offer. 3 billion won as an advance payment alone sounded life-changing. The talented chef calmly smoked a cigarette and explained that he had spent his entire life slicing fish. He knew nothing about dealing with gangsters. His co-worker argued that the mafia probably only wanted to use his reputation to intimidate people. Surely they were not asking him to kill anyone. The chef even suggested that his colleague could make easy money, buy a house, or open his own restaurant afterward. But the master chef quietly refused again. No matter how much money they offered, he had no intention of accepting. While talking, his phone continued receiving nonstop notifications. His coworker jokingly asked whether he was secretly dating someone, only to discover it was an old mobile game called Miracle Blessing. The chef was shocked that the game still existed, because nobody had played it in years. Before the conversation could continue, the restaurant owner suddenly yelled for everyone to finish cleaning up. The other chef quickly left, leaving the master chef alone outside with his cigarette. As he sat there, he reflected on his life. Ever since his family went bankrupt during his childhood, all he had done was work endlessly. He had never really lived like a normal person. For the first time in years, he wondered what an ordinary life might have looked like. Meanwhile, his phone kept ringing nonstop. Annoyed, he wondered if he had accidentally reinstalled the game while drunk and considered deleting it again immediately. It had been years since he last touched the game, especially since the story's Demon King invasion event. By accident, he tapped one of the notifications. The game instantly opened, and familiar background music began playing. A beautiful blue-haired girl appeared on the screen with a confident smirk. Even after all those years, the characters were still incredibly attractive. The phone suddenly began glitching violently. Bright light burst from the screen and swallowed him completely. Confused and unable to react, the chef vanished. Moments later, his coworker returned because the boss wanted to speak with him. However, when he arrived outside, the chef was gone. Only the glowing phone remained on the ground. The coworker looked around in confusion, wondering where he had disappeared to. Assuming he had simply gone to the restroom, the man eventually walked away. Unnoticed by anyone, the phone screen displayed a single message: transfer complete. 100%. The story then reveals the game itself. Miracle Blessing was nothing more than a typical pay-to-win mobile game, with auto-hunting systems. The only reason the chef ever played it was because the female characters matched his personal taste. Beautiful girls with blue hair, golden eyes, and smug expressions dominated the game's artwork. Ironically, after being transported into the game world, he did not become the main character, an important NPC, or even someone special. Instead, he reincarnated into the body of an irrelevant background character named Kang Ma. Fortunately, the game world was almost identical to Korea. The names, cities, language, and geography were only slightly different, making it easy for him to adapt. For an entire year, he lived peacefully as an ordinary teenager, slowly forgetting whether this world was real or simply part of the game. For the first time in both his lives, he experienced normal happiness. That peaceful life continued until the day he returned home and received devastating news. As soon as he entered the house, his excited parents proudly revealed an acceptance letter. He had been admitted into Hawakan Academy. The moment he saw the letter, his heart sank. His parents celebrated enthusiastically, repeatedly calling him the pride of the family. They excitedly talked about the upcoming entrance ceremony and urged him to finish packing immediately. Meanwhile, Kang Ma could only stare blankly at the letter in horror. His dream of living an ordinary life had just been completely destroyed. As he sat there in silence, he realized there was no escaping it anymore. No matter how many times he begged to avoid it, everyone around him was far too excited to let him refuse. Tomorrow, his new life at the academy made Kang Ma feel exhausted already. As he sat in his room, his eyes drifted toward a picture hanging on the wall. The sight of it only deepened his frustration because the person in the photograph was the original owner of the body he now inhabited. What he could not understand was how an insignificant background character had managed to enter such a prestigious school in the first place. Eventually, he learned the truth. Before Kang Ma had been possessed, the original owner of the body had manifested a blessing and immediately passed the entrance examination for Hawakan Academy. The revelation left him speechless. He could not help wondering whether the original Kang Ma had secretly been some kind of hidden genius all along. In this world, blessings were supernatural powers granted to humans. They functioned almost exactly like skills in a video game and manifested in countless different forms. However, not everyone possessed divine protection. In most cases, blessings were hereditary, meaning a person's chances of awakening one heavily depended on their bloodline and family background. Because of that, society itself had become divided into strict social ranks such as nobles, commoners, and privileged families. Although Hawakan Academy publicly claimed to be a hero training institution, the truth was far uglier. The academy had long become an exclusive school reserved for elite hero families. Only recently had they introduced a special admission system for ordinary families without heroic bloodlines, and Kang Ma happened to be one of those rare students accepted through that route. Of course, this raised another important question: why were heroes needed at all? The answer was terrifyingly simple. Far above the world, a crimson light glowed ominously in the sky, while horrifying monsters cast massive shadows across the earth. These creatures were inhuman beasts possessing power far beyond ordinary human abilities. Humanity needed heroes because they were constantly at war against monsters. To Kang Ma, the entire situation felt less like attending school and more like preparing for military enlistment. As he groaned in frustration, he decided to examine his blessing more carefully. A strange status window appeared before him. The first blessing was called Painless. It could be activated for 30 seconds and had a cooldown time of 12 hours. Unfortunately, the description was so vague that he had absolutely no idea what it was supposed to do. Just reading it made him depressed. He could not understand how someone with such a useless-looking ability managed to pass the academy entrance exam. Then he checked the second blessing, the Sword God. Unlike the first ability, this one had infinite activation time and 0 cooldown. However, it only activated under extremely specific conditions. The weapon needed to be less than 30 centimeters in length and less than 5 centimeters in width. Kang Ma stared at the description in disbelief. The conditions perfectly matched the size of a sashimi knife. Even stranger, the ability description itself was ridiculously simple. It basically stated that if he struck something, it would cut. Compared to the flashy and elaborate blessing descriptions common in the game, this ability sounded absurdly straightforward. Still, the activation requirements stood out the most. The exact measurements practically screamed kitchen knife. Confused, Kang Ma wondered if the game developers had secretly created a cooking-based swordsmanship class or something equally ridiculous. After finishing his packing, he suddenly remembered something important: equipment. When he used to play Miracle Blessing, equipment prices were insanely expensive. Even low-ranked E-class gear cost millions, while average C-rank equipment could easily be worth hundreds of millions. Higher-ranked weapons were practically priceless treasures. The academy's tuition alone was already overwhelming, and he had no desire to waste even more money on expensive gear for a school he never wanted to attend in the first place. Unfortunately, the entrance guidelines clearly warned students that failing to prepare proper equipment would immediately damage their evaluation. After thinking carefully, Kang Ma eventually decided to buy something cheap. As he walked through the streets with his hands in his pockets, he remembered his former teacher from his previous life. The old man always insisted that true masters never blamed their equipment. Eventually, the day of the entrance ceremony arrived. Kang Ma stood among the new students while instructors inspected everyone's weapons. Unlike the others carrying flashy swords and expensive gear, he arrived with a collection of discounted sashimi knives. The moment the instructor saw them, he exploded in anger. The giant man with a mohawk furiously demanded to know whether Kang Ma thought the academy was some kind of joke. He shouted that using kitchen knives during a class placement test made absolutely no sense. However, Kang Ma calmly replied that these knives were his equipment. The instructor looked completely dumbfounded. Before the man could continue yelling, Kang Ma smoothly explained that he was merely a special admission student from an ordinary family. The academy's tuition alone was already a massive burden for his parents, so how could he possibly afford expensive weapons on top of that? Then he delivered the finishing blow. He stated that blaming one's equipment was something only amateurs did. The instructor froze. Those words struck him deeply. In his eyes, this black-haired student suddenly transformed into a poor but devoted genius who possessed an unshakable warrior spirit. The instructor became so emotionally overwhelmed that tears nearly formed in his eyes. At that moment, Kang Ma accidentally achieved exactly what he wanted. The instructor proudly announced that the special admission student would be allowed to use his sashimi knives. Kang Ma immediately thanked him while pretending to remain humble. Meanwhile, several upper-class students looked at him with disgust. One purple-haired girl openly cursed him, while others questioned how someone like him had even been accepted into the academy. Some even complained that he smelled poor. The instructor instantly roared at the students and ordered everyone to stay quiet. To Kang Ma's complete horror, the man had now fully become his defender. The instructor passionately declared that he could either become an angel or a devil depending on the student's behavior. Terrified by the man's growing enthusiasm, Kang Ma quickly escaped the area before the situation became even more uncomfortable. After finally finding a bench to rest on, he let out a deep sigh. Just as expected, academy life already felt exhausting. At least the equipment evaluation was over. Now only the class placement test remained. As he sat there, he took in the enormous academy grounds around him. The school was so massive it practically resembled an entire city. In his previous life, he had been forced to drop out of high school because of financial hardship, so studying at such a prestigious place still felt surreal. Soon, an announcement echoed throughout the academy grounds, ordering all new students to gather at the training hall by 3 in the afternoon for the placement test. Kang Ma sighed once again. There was no turning back now. As he held one of his sashimi knives in his hand, memories of his previous life resurfaced. His old teacher used to say that a swordsman should never let go of his blade even while sleeping. Smiling faintly at the nostalgic memory, Kang Ma carefully unsheathed the knife and tested the balance. He lightly tapped the blade and nodded in approval. The quality was surprisingly decent. Curious, he decided to test its sharpness by cutting a nearby leaf. The moment he drew the knife fully from its sheath, energy suddenly surged through the blade. His weapon had perfectly fulfilled the activation conditions. At that instant, the Sword God Blessing activated. The moment the Sword God Blessing activated, a blinding flash erupted around Kang Ma. An enormous explosion of energy burst from the sashimi knife in his hand while a status window rapidly appeared before his eyes. The system immediately warned him that his physical body was far too weak to withstand the power of the special skill. Kang Ma was completely horrified. Before he could even process the first warning, another message appeared stating that the weapon itself was also far below the required level. The system then announced that suppression protocols would begin in order to synchronize the equipment with the user. The problem was that all he had done was draw the knife slightly. That alone had been enough to activate the ability. The system declared that level 1 activation had been completed and informed him that the blessings of the gods would now accompany him. Kang Ma's eyes widened in panic. A terrifying surge of energy exploded through the blade and flooded directly into his body. The overwhelming power coursed through every nerve he had, causing unbearable pain. He immediately realized that if this continued, he might actually die. And dying was absolutely not an option. Golden light engulfed everything around him. Suddenly, shattered fragments of reality floated through the air as the world itself appeared to crack apart. Kang Ma found himself standing within a bizarre dimension filled with endless red lines and distorted empty spaces. Completely confused, he cursed loudly while trying to understand what had just happened. The sashimi knife slipped from his hands. He stared blankly at the broken cracks floating all around him, unable to comprehend the strange world surrounding him. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the vision disappeared. Kang Ma blinked in shock and realized he was back at the academy completely unharmed. The moment he let go of the knife, everything had returned to normal. Breathing heavily, he rubbed his head in pain. Apparently that had been the true effect of the Sword God Blessing. Still, he could not understand why activating it made reality itself appear torn apart. The pain had been so intense that it felt as though his brain had nearly shattered. He wondered if it was some kind of backlash effect. Compared to this nightmare, the painless blessing only caused mild muscle soreness after use. If every activation of the Sword God blessing felt like this, then the ability might genuinely be unusable. Disappointed, Kang Ma glared at the fallen knife lying on the ground. At that moment, another announcement echoed throughout the academy, ordering all new students to gather immediately at the training hall. Kang Ma sighed deeply. Unfortunately, he still had to pick up the knife because he could not simply abandon it there. Trying to convince himself that the first activation might have only hurt because it was new, he nervously reached toward the weapon. His hand trembled the entire time. The instant he grabbed it again, sparks exploded from the blade. Kang Ma screamed in horror as electricity surged through his body like a violent shock. Nearby students immediately turned toward him in confusion after hearing his loud cursing echo through the academy grounds. Later, all the new students gathered inside the massive training hall. The gigantic auditorium left everyone speechless. Students walked around admiring the impressive structure, while wealthy parents proudly boasted to one another about the fortunes they spent enrolling their children. Meanwhile, several important figures began arriving. One green-haired noble immediately recognized a legendary hero entering the hall. The newcomer was none other than the seven-star hero known as the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nyland. The Sword Emperor was a tall, dignified old man with white hair and overwhelming presence. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Aaron Nyland, the apprentice of the legendary hero Baylor Hoken himself. The nobles respectfully praised him as the strongest human alive. However, while the others focused on formalities, the Sword Emperor suddenly sensed someone approaching behind him. A woman with green hair, glasses, and a smug smile appeared beside him. She casually greeted him by nickname as though speaking to an old friend. This woman was the seven-star hero sage Media Poison. Laughing softly, she commented that nearly half a century had passed since they first met. The Sword Emperor coldly responded without even turning toward her. Their conversation quickly turned into playful insults. Media Poison teased him for acting exactly the same despite growing older. While the Sword Emperor mocked her for desperately trying to remain youthful, she jokingly offered to use her blessing to make him look 10 years younger. But he rejected the offer immediately, claiming that people should value character more than appearances. Naturally, she called him a stubborn old fossil. Despite their constant insults, it was obvious the two legendary heroes shared a long history together. As they spoke, the Sword Emperor quietly observed the arrogant nobles filling the auditorium. Media Poison noticed his expression and teased him again, suggesting that he only attended because his granddaughter was present. The old man refused to answer. Meanwhile, the students themselves continued mingling throughout the hall. Everyone formed groups and chatted excitedly with one another while Kang Ma awkwardly stood completely alone in the middle of the crowd. His black hair alone made him stand out, and his status as a special admission student only worsened things further. He still remembered the mocking looks from the noble students earlier. To them, he was nothing more than a poor outsider. His attention was suddenly drawn toward a girl who seemed to capture everyone's focus instantly. Beautiful blue hair flowed behind her as she walked confidently through the hall. The sound of her footsteps echoed softly, while countless students stared at her in admiration. Her golden eyes carried a sharp and noble aura. The moment Kang Ma saw her, he instantly recognized who she was. Abel von Nyland. She was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor and the main heroine of Miracle Blessing. More importantly, she was the exact reason he spent so much money on the game in his previous life. Kang Ma could not help staring at her in awe. Back when she existed only as a game character, she already looked beautiful. Seeing her in reality was overwhelming. The students around her immediately began trying to start conversations, desperate for her attention. If Kang Ma had not known the game's story already, he probably would have joined them. However, unlike the others, he understood the truth. Abel was deeply connected to the protagonist of Miracle Blessing. In the end, extraordinary people naturally gravitated toward others just like themselves. Someone like Kang Ma, a poor special admission student, had no place among them. Honestly, he preferred it that way. His goal was simple. He wanted to survive peacefully, graduate normally, find a stable job, and live a safe and comfortable life far away from danger. Heroes could save the world. He wanted no part in it. Unfortunately, reality had other plans. Soon, the Academy finally announced the details of the placement test for the 783rd class of Joken Academy. This year's examination would take place inside a special dimension called Subspace. Subspace was an alternate reality created long ago by the legendary hero Baylor Hoken alongside the Academy itself. Injuries and pain inside the dimension felt completely real, but the damage did not transfer back to reality. Because of that, even murder could technically occur within subspace without affecting the outside world. The new students would be divided into groups of 10, and rankings would depend entirely on how long each participant survived. There would be no restrictions on weapons or equipment. The Sword Emperor immediately pointed out how unfair such rules were because wealthy noble students possessed vastly superior gear. However, Media Poison explained that the academy depended heavily on noble funding, and introducing special admissions alone had already caused massive controversy among the upper class. Meanwhile, Kang Ma barely listened. He was still distracted by Abel's beauty while desperately reminding himself not to get involved with the game's main characters. That kind of life only led to chaos. Unfortunately for him, the placement test was about to begin, and fate had already started dragging him directly toward the center of the story. Kang Ma quickly realized that the Academy's placement test functioned almost exactly like a survival game. His objective was simple: finish the test quietly without attracting attention. That was all he wanted. The moment the spiritual transfer device activated, the examination officially began. A voice echoed throughout the hall, wishing the blessings of the heroes upon all participating students. As transportation into subspace started, Kang Ma immediately became serious. More than anything else, he warned himself not to draw his knife unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, other groups had already completed their tests. Some students returned from subspace pale and trembling, while others vomited from the brutal experiences they had endured. Rankings for each group were announced one after another as the audience observed the results. At the same time, Media Poison casually mentioned that this year's students included the Sword Emperor's granddaughter as well as descendants of several famous hero families. In her eyes, the results were practically predetermined from the start. The Sword Emperor immediately scolded her for saying something so unfair. However, Media Poison only laughed and pointed out Abel von Nyland's astonishing performance. She had already achieved a completion time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds while only using a C-rank weapon. That result alone placed her among the top 10 fastest records in the Academy's entire history. Although impressed, the Sword Emperor calmly claimed such talent was only natural for a descendant of the Nyland family. With the examination nearly over, he decided it was time for him to leave. Media Poison teasingly asked whether he truly planned to depart before the final batch finished. The old man confirmed it and said he would see her another time. Smiling mischievously, she replied that perhaps they would meet again in the afterlife instead. Suddenly, both of them froze. An overwhelming presence erupted from somewhere nearby. The atmosphere instantly changed. Students throughout the auditorium looked around in confusion, while the Sword Emperor and Media Poison stared toward the sky with serious expressions. Even the old hero admitted that whatever they had just sensed was abnormal. Then it happened again. A sharp pressure sliced through the air with terrifying force. The next moment, a brilliant light appeared overhead like a massive cut tearing open the sky itself. Cracks spread across the blue heavens, revealing darkness beyond littered with countless stars. Everyone watched in horror as something descended from within the rupture. Bodies suddenly crashed down from above and slammed violently into the ground. Students screamed in panic as multiple cadets appeared to fall directly out of subspace itself. Moments later, another object shot down from the glowing crack and embedded itself into the floor with explosive force. It was a sashimi knife. The blade glowed with terrifying energy while buried deep in the ground. Media Poison immediately ordered the medical teams to check the students' vital signs, while the Sword Emperor silently observed the strange scene unfolding before him. At the center of it all, reflected within the glowing blade, was Kang Ma's face. Inside subspace itself, chaos had already erupted. By terrible luck, Kang Ma had materialized directly in the middle of a brutal death match. The students involved were none other than the infamous Iron Family twins, Mao Jin and Mao Man. The brothers were monsters. One twin was massive and brutal, crushing opponents with overwhelming strength while mocking them for being weak. The other was even worse, sadistically tormenting defeated students and encouraging them to fight back purely for his own amusement. Despite their talent, both brothers were completely insane. For over 30 minutes, they had been mercilessly torturing and killing other participants for entertainment. Unfortunately, Kang Ma landed right beside them. At first, he wondered whether they simply had not noticed him because of how weak he looked. Nearby, the fair-haired twin casually complained that one of their victims had already died too quickly before tossing the body aside like trash. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. The count did not add up. He asked his darker-haired brother how many students he had already captured. Meanwhile, the larger twin casually pressed his boot harder against another student's neck while laughing. When the fair-haired twin realized his brother had already claimed 4 victims by himself, he became irritated. The darker-haired brother only shrugged and pointed toward a terrified red-haired girl nearby, offering her as compensation. The moment the twins focused on her, the girl visibly trembled in fear. The fair-haired twin grinned wickedly as he slowly approached her. His expression twisted with excitement while he openly wondered whether her screams would sound pleasing to him. Even the darker-haired twin admitted his brother looked like a complete pervert. Terrified beyond words, the girl could barely move. That was when Kang Ma finally snapped. Without even thinking, he yelled at the twins and cursed them as fatherless psychopaths. The twins immediately turned toward him in surprise. Kang Ma angrily shouted that even inside subspace there was no excuse for acting like monsters. Only insane people would torture others the way they were doing. Unfortunately, the moment he intervened, he realized he had made a horrible mistake. The twins recognized him immediately as the weak special admission student from a low-class background. Both brothers grinned cruelly. The fair-haired twin happily announced that he would personally rip Kang Ma's head off, while the darker-haired brother declared that he wanted to tear out his tongue for insulting them. Kang Ma panicked internally. He immediately realized he had thrown himself into an unwinnable situation. For a brief moment, he considered activating the painless blessing. However, 30 seconds of pain resistance would hardly matter against monsters who had been torturing students nonstop for half an hour. Then he remembered the sword god blessing. Unfortunately, all his memories involving that ability were horrible. The moment he used the knife, the terrifying pain would begin again. Still, Kang Ma had no choice. His dream had always been simple. He wanted a peaceful life, a stable future, and complete safety. Yet less than a day after deciding that, he was already standing in front of murderous maniacs. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his bag and pulled out the glowing sashimi knife. The twins stared at the tiny weapon in confusion. Even the frightened red-haired girl looked shocked. The problem was that nobody took the knife seriously. The fair-haired twin burst into laughter and charged directly at Kang Ma. Mocking him openly, he declared that he would make his death as painless as possible before smashing his skull apart. Seeing the giant opponent rushing toward him, Kang Ma understood one terrifying fact. He only had 30 seconds. Immediately, he activated the painless blessing. The ability began neutralizing the overwhelming agony caused by the sword god blessing. Then, gripping the sashimi knife tightly, Kang Ma fully activated the sword god power once more. Energy surged violently through the blade. The fair-haired twin continued laughing, unable to believe someone was trying to fight him using nothing but a kitchen knife. But Kang Ma knew something the others did not. If he failed to cut his opponent down here, then he was absolutely going to die. Kang Ma braced himself tightly as he faced the charging twin. For the first time in his life, he was not cutting fish. He was about to cut a human being. As the fair-haired giant rushed toward him, Kang Ma suddenly remembered a conversation from his past life. He used to wonder why gangsters in movies always carried sashimi knives. Back then, he had jokingly asked his old master whether sashimi knives could really slice through people as easily as they sliced fish. His former mentor immediately smacked him for asking something so ridiculous. The old man had angrily explained that movies were nonsense. Even if a god descended from heaven, cutting people apart cleanly with a sashimi knife should have been impossible. If someone tried to use a sashimi knife on a person, things would not work the same way they did with fish. Then the sword god blessing surged once again. Bright energy exploded around Kang Ma as magical power flooded into the blade. At that exact moment, the fair-haired twin reached him and roared for him to die. Kang Ma focused everything into a single slash. The sword god blessing activated completely. The fair-haired twin's eyes widened in disbelief. His arm suddenly separated from his body. For a moment, nobody reacted. The severed limb spun through the air before crashing onto the ground with a sickening thud. The battlefield fell silent. Even Kang Ma himself looked stunned. Memories of his old mentor flashed through his mind once again. The former gangster who trained him had once explained the true difference between kitchen knives and sashimi knives. According to him, wide knives often became stuck inside the body because the skin contracted around them. Thin sashimi knives, however, were different. They could stab and withdraw quickly with terrifying precision. Still, even that man had insisted slicing people apart cleanly was impossible. Yet here Kang Ma was, doing exactly that. The fair-haired twin finally screamed. Agonizing cries burst from his throat as he collapsed onto the ground, clutching the stump of his severed arm. Tears poured from his eyes while he writhed in unbearable pain and desperately begged his brother for help. Meanwhile, Kang Ma slowly stepped forward. Terrified, the fair-haired twin scrambled backward across the ground and screamed for him not to come any closer. He blindly reached toward his brother while sobbing uncontrollably. The darker-haired twin stood frozen in complete disbelief. Before anyone could react, another slash cut through the air. The fair-haired twin's head separated from his body instantly. Blood exploded outward as the severed head crashed onto the ground directly in front of his horrified brother. The body collapsed moments later with a heavy thud. Silence consumed the battlefield. The darker-haired twin stared blankly at his sibling's lifeless eyes lying on the floor. Then he screamed. The roar that left his mouth was filled with horror, disbelief, and rage. Meanwhile, Kang Ma stood there breathing heavily while the rescued red-haired girl stared at him in complete shock. Still, the darker-haired twin forced himself to calm down. This was subspace. Nothing that happened here should affect reality. His brother was not truly dead. At least, that was what he desperately tried convincing himself. Even so, the twin could not understand what kind of monster stood before him. The attack Kang Ma used felt awkward and clumsy, almost like someone wielding a knife against humans for the very first time. Yet despite that inexperience, his brother had died instantly. Eventually, the darker-haired twin convinced himself it was simply luck. His brother became careless, that was all. This time, he would fight seriously. The giant activated multiple blessings simultaneously. Energy exploded around his body as he equipped his dead brother's mechanical gauntlet onto his own arm. He activated blessings related to amplification, defense, reinforcement, and mobility all at once. His jumping power increased dramatically while spiritual force surged through his fists. Laughing arrogantly, he declared that even the gods themselves could not imagine the level of power he now possessed. According to him, not even an S-rank weapon could pierce his reinforced body. Unlike his reckless brother, he intended to crush Kang Ma carefully. Meanwhile, Kang Ma quietly counted numbers beneath his breath. The twin charged toward him while mocking him for mumbling nonsense in the middle of battle. His body trembled with explosive power as he prepared to smash Kang Ma's skull apart. Still, Kang Ma continued counting 7, 6, 5. The twin suddenly felt confused. Before he realized what happened, his body collapsed onto the ground. Several sashimi knives had pierced directly through him. Groaning weakly, he looked upward and saw Kang Ma standing above him, silently with glowing eyes, while continuing the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Then Kang Ma's body suddenly trembled violently. The darker-haired twin slowly lost consciousness as darkness swallowed his vision. At the exact same moment, the status window appeared before Kang Ma once more. The effect of the painless blessing had ended instantly. Unimaginable agony consumed his body. The suppression from the sword god blessing flooded back all at once. Kang Ma screamed as the overwhelming pain overtook him completely, and his consciousness faded into darkness. When he finally opened his eyes again, everything looked blurry. Soft sheets surrounded him, and for a moment he wondered whether he had woken up inside a hospital room. As he slowly sat upright with a groan, the door suddenly opened. A man immediately shouted that the patient was awake. Moments later, 2 people entered the room. Kang Ma's eyes widened instantly. Standing before him were 2 individuals he recognized immediately. The first was the legendary Sword Emperor himself, Siegfried von Nyland, widely acknowledged as the strongest human alive. Beside him stood the beautiful and energetic Academy director, Media Poison. 50 years ago, these 2 7-star heroes had destroyed one of the Demon Lord's greatest commanders together. Now they were standing directly beside his bed. Kang Ma nearly panicked. Media Poison smiled warmly and asked whether he was feeling all right. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor silently stared down at him with sharp eyes that made Kang Ma feel as though he was being dissected. Eventually, they asked for his name. Kang Ma introduced himself carefully. The Sword Emperor wasted no time getting to the point. Repeating Kang Ma's name slowly, the old man asked him exactly what he had done inside subspace. The strange phenomenon during the battle, the distortion in the sky, and the terrifying sensation they felt all clearly originated from him. Kang Ma remained silent for a moment. Then he glanced toward the Sword Emperor, the monster known as humanity's strongest swordsman. Immediately, Kang Ma understood something important. Being noticed by people like this would only bring trouble. Carefully choosing his words, he explained that he simply believed the other students had gone too far with their actions. However, he also admitted that his own response may have been excessive. Because of that, he declared that he would accept whatever punishment or treatment the Academy decided without complaint. The Sword Emperor continued staring at him intensely. Kang Ma stared back without flinching. Then Media Poison sighed helplessly and told the old man that he was being far too harsh toward a child. Smiling mischievously, she revealed something surprising. Despite acting strict, the Sword Emperor had personally cleared Kang Ma's blocked meridians while he was unconscious. Media Poison chuckled softly and claimed that old age only made people more stubborn. With a teasing smile, she complained that the Sword Emperor would not even look at her despite her beauty. The old man grumbled that he had already warned her not to say embarrassing things like that, but she only squealed dramatically and clung to Kang Ma even more while laughing about how shy the old swordsman was acting. Meanwhile, Kang Ma sat there in complete confusion. He genuinely could not understand why the legendary Sword Emperor had personally helped him. At the same time, Media Poison continued fawning over him shamelessly. She commented that his body felt strangely light, yet oddly heavy at the same time, like a feather soaked in water. Kang Ma immediately became uncomfortable while the Academy director happily explained what had happened after he lost consciousness. According to her, the Academy staff had reviewed the footage from the subspace battle in detail. In her eyes, Kang Ma looked exactly like the heroic prince she had always dreamed about. A mysterious young man risking his own life to protect a helpless female student from violent nobles was apparently the perfect fantasy for her. She dramatically declared that he was practically a hero already. The Sword Emperor finally cleared his throat loudly in annoyance. Media Poison pouted, but eventually let go of Kang Ma while the old man reminded her to maintain at least some dignity as the Academy director. Then she finally revealed the important information. The Academy would not punish Kang Ma for his actions during the placement test. Honestly, the Mao twins only entered the Academy because of political pressure from their powerful family. After seeing what happened inside subspace, the Mao family themselves chose to quietly withdraw the twins from the Academy entirely. Hearing this immediately relieved Kang Ma. At least he would not have to deal with those psychopaths during school life anymore. However, Media Poison was not finished. With a bright smile, she congratulated him on becoming the Academy's top-ranked student. The moment Kang Ma heard those words, his entire face froze in horror. His dream of living peacefully had just shattered once again. Later, sunlight illuminated the massive academy grounds while Media Poison sat relaxing in her office. With a sigh, she admitted that despite serving as academy director for more than 20 years, this was the first time she had ever seen someone reject the position of top student outright. Both she and the Sword Emperor had been completely shocked. They repeatedly asked Kang Ma whether he truly understood what it meant to belong to the star class. Even the Sword Emperor initially thought he misheard him. Meanwhile, the Academy elders were furious that a special admission student like Kang Ma had been selected as the top-ranked cadet in the first place. Still, the results came directly from subspace itself, which judged students according to the will of the founding hero. Overturning such results was impossible. Even after carefully thinking about it, Kang Ma stubbornly refused the position again. The Sword Emperor remained deeply puzzled by the boy. If Kang Ma possessed extraordinary physical strength, the old man could understand it. If he came from a famous swordsmanship lineage, that would also make sense. Even years of battlefield experience could explain his abilities somewhat. But none of those things applied to him. Kang Ma was merely a teenager with an untrained body, yet during the battle he displayed impossible levels of precision and skill. The Sword Emperor could still remember the terrifying sensation from those slashes. For a brief moment, it felt as though Kang Ma himself had become the embodiment of swordsmanship. That feeling unsettled him deeply. Even stranger, after personally examining the boy's body while clearing his blocked meridians, the Sword Emperor realized something abnormal existed inside him. Kang Ma's body was far too weak for the power hidden within it, almost as though something impossible had been forcibly stored there. The old man could not stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, Media Poison continued rambling beside him. She casually commented that Kang Ma was also quite handsome, and the way he killed enemies to save a girl looked unbelievably cool. She even admitted she was not sure whether she herself could have done something that impressive even in her younger years. Then she suddenly asked the Sword Emperor what he was thinking about. The old man stayed silent for a moment before commenting that modern students probably had a certain nickname for women like her. Curious, Media Poison told him to continue. The Sword Emperor calmly called her a cougar. Immediately, her face turned red with fury. Then the old man muttered another insult under his breath that sounded dangerously close to calling her a female dog. Instantly, the tea inside her cup began trembling from the magical pressure radiating off her anger. Elsewhere, Kang Ma climbed the stairs toward his assigned classroom. When he saw the sign for the wolf class, he let out a tired sigh. After lengthy negotiations, this was the compromise he managed to achieve. Originally, Kang Ma desperately wanted to enter the tiger class, a much lower-ranking group where he could live quietly without attention. Unfortunately, Media Poison firmly refused. According to her, allowing the Academy's top student to enter the Tiger class would create complete chaos among the elders. Instead, she secretly placed him into the Wolf class while promising to hide his true ranking from the other students as much as possible. Although Wolf class was still higher than Kang Ma wanted, it was at least manageable. His peaceful life still seemed possible. Or at least, that was what he hoped. The moment he entered the classroom, the door slammed loudly behind him. Every student immediately turned to stare. Their eyes quickly focused on the green badge attached to his uniform, marking him as a special admission student from a low-status family. Several students immediately began whispering and mocking him quietly. Thankfully, nobody openly bothered him further. Kang Ma happily assumed this meant the academy director successfully kept his identity hidden. If the students ignored him completely, then he could still enjoy the quiet school life he always wanted. For the first time all day, he felt optimistic. Then someone approached him. Kang Ma looked up and saw the red-haired girl he rescued during the subspace battle nervously fidgeting nearby. Blushing heavily, she thanked him again for saving her life. Kang Ma awkwardly smiled and told her she did not need to thank him because anyone would have done the same thing in that situation. Of course, deep down he knew that was not entirely true. He only intervened partly to save himself. Receiving sincere gratitude for selfish actions made him feel strangely guilty. Realizing they never properly introduced themselves as Chloe, Kang Ma smiled politely and admitted he did not expect them to end up in the same class together. Chloe shyly agreed. Still, Kang Ma found himself confused. He played Miracle Blessing before, yet he could not remember Chloe at all. Even after thinking carefully, her name never appeared anywhere in his memory of the game. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. Chloe was probably just another insignificant extra character like him. Honestly, that realization made him strangely relieved. Seeing an opportunity, Kang Ma quickly asked her to keep everything that happened during the placement test a secret. Although surprised by the request, Chloe immediately agreed. She then hesitantly mentioned wanting to ask him for a favor. Unfortunately, before she could explain further, their instructor entered the classroom and ordered everyone to take their seats immediately. Kang Ma smiled awkwardly and told her they could continue talking later. Chloe nodded shyly before returning to her seat. Moments later, the instructor slammed a book onto the desk and officially welcomed the students to the academy. To Kang Ma's surprise, it was the same instructor from the entrance gate inspection earlier. The man introduced himself as Lee Wan-bin, the instructor responsible for Wolf Class. After congratulating the students for inheriting the legacy of the legendary hero Balor Juin, he immediately got straight to business. Since it was their first day, they would begin with basic physical training. Grinning sharply, Instructor Lee ordered everyone to change into workout clothes and gather at the training grounds within 30 minutes. One of the students raised a hand and asked Instructor Lee what kind of physical training they would be doing. The instructor casually replied that the routine was simple: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, then 10 laps around the training grounds. After announcing the program so casually, he asked if there were any further questions. When nobody responded, he ordered the students to change into workout clothes and head outside immediately. The class obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Kang Ma stared blankly in disbelief. The routine sounded less like hero training and more like a program designed specifically to make people go bald from stress. It was far harsher than he expected. Realizing he needed to escape somehow, Kang Ma quickly approached the instructor. Instructor Lee calmly asked what he needed. Surprised that the teacher already knew his name, Kang Ma awkwardly explained that he was suddenly not feeling very well. Naturally, this was just an excuse to avoid the exhausting training session. The instructor quietly thought for a moment before smiling brightly. According to him, a talented student like Kang Ma probably would not even break a sweat from such a basic routine. In fact, Instructor Lee believed he should have started in the prestigious star class from the very beginning. Then he revealed the horrifying truth. Media Poison personally instructed him to pay special attention to Kang Ma because he was the academy's top-ranked student. Kang Ma nearly died internally. He had specifically asked the academy director to keep everything secret, yet she immediately informed the instructor anyway. Furious inside, he mentally cursed the woman for betraying him. Still, Kang Ma refused to surrender so easily. Changing tactics instantly, he claimed that he suddenly needed to use the restroom instead. Instructor Lee stared at him silently before smiling once again. Rather than being annoyed, the man somehow interpreted Kang Ma's desperate excuses as signs of honesty and determination. He praised him for being straightforward and outstanding before calmly informing him that he expected to see him at the training grounds soon. There was no escape. Eventually, Kang Ma found himself running around the massive training field alongside the other students. Dust rose into the air beneath everyone's feet, while Instructor Lee shouted counts and commands non-stop. Some students already looked ready to collapse, but the instructor only screamed at them to move faster. Meanwhile, Kang Ma was dying. Panting heavily, he lagged far behind everyone else, while barely managing to keep his legs moving. At this pace, he genuinely believed he might die from exhaustion before graduation even arrived. Behind him, Chloe was also struggling while trying to catch her breath. Noticing his miserable condition, she asked whether the training was too difficult for him. Caught off guard, Kang Ma awkwardly laughed and insisted he was completely fine. Chloe then asked how many laps he completed so far. Kang Ma proudly admitted that he already finished 5 laps. Unfortunately, Chloe innocently revealed that she was currently starting her 7th. The revelation shattered his confidence instantly. Even worse, she cheerfully encouraged him not to give up. According to her, he could accomplish anything as long as he kept pushing forward. Then she sprinted ahead again. Kang Ma watched her disappear into the distance while silently cursing the placement test that forced him into Wolf Class. A week later, Kang Ma's dorm room looked like a disaster. Empty water bottles and cans were scattered across the floor while he lay collapsed on his bed in complete exhaustion. After surviving the academy for 7 days, he had encountered an unexpected problem far more terrifying than training: food prices. Earlier that day, he visited the academy cafeteria hoping to finally enjoy a proper meal. Starving out of his mind, he confidently ordered spicy pork rice. Then he saw the price: 50,000 won. Kang Ma immediately froze. Looking closer, he realized almost every dish on the menu cost 50,000 or more. There was not a single affordable option anywhere in sight. At that moment, reality hit him hard. He had entered a rich people's academy without rich people's money. The sheer cost of one meal nearly brought tears to his eyes. Completely defeated, he quietly pretended he would return later before retreating from the cafeteria with only his dignity barely intact. Since arriving at the academy, he survived almost entirely on cheap bottled water from the campus convenience store. Now he desperately missed the free staff meals from his previous life. Back in his dorm room, he curled beneath his blanket while trying to distract himself from hunger. Eventually, he decided to examine his blessings again. The status window informed him that his physical level had recently increased to level 12. As he read through the details carefully, he discovered something interesting. The stronger his physical condition became, the more the restrictions on the sword god blessing relaxed. Currently, the blessing only activated with weapons roughly the size of sashimi knives. However, the system implied that stronger physical growth might eventually allow him to use larger blades safely. Curious, Kang Ma examined himself in the mirror. To his surprise, his body had become noticeably more muscular and toned after only a short period of training. Perhaps the Sword Emperor's treatment combined with the academy exercises accelerated his physical development. At this point, his body practically felt like it was evolving. Still, despite the improvements, the Sword God blessing remained terrifying. Yet strangely enough, Kang Ma noticed something else. Whenever he was not carrying a blade, his hand started itching. It almost felt unnatural for him not to hold a knife anymore. Wondering whether this was another side effect of the blessing, he rubbed his head in confusion. Then he suddenly heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found Chloe standing nervously outside. The moment she saw his newly toned body, her face immediately turned bright red. Embarrassed, she quickly apologized and asked whether she interrupted his rest. Kang Ma smiled awkwardly and explained that he was merely lying around doing nothing. Then he asked why she came. Chloe explained that she noticed he never visited the cafeteria all week and worried he might be sick. Naturally, Kang Ma lied immediately and claimed he simply preferred not to eat food prepared by other people. In reality, he was starving. Still, Chloe believed him. Then with a shy smile, she suggested they buy ingredients from the campus shop and eat dinner together. The moment Kang Ma heard the words "eat dinner," he transformed instantly. Within seconds, he was fully dressed and ready to leave, shocking Chloe completely. Trying to sound calm despite his desperation, he casually asked whether she meant they would actually be eating together. When she nodded, he immediately volunteered to cook. Chloe hurried after him in confusion, while he enthusiastically marched toward the campus store like a man who had finally rediscovered hope itself. Later that evening, the two enjoyed a surprisingly warm meal together. Chloe took one bite and gasped in amazement, declaring the food unbelievably delicious. Kang Ma smiled proudly and explained that he prepared everything quickly without much effort. Chloe admitted she only really knew how to cook fish, so she never expected something this good. At that moment, Kang Ma noticed her reaction carefully. Apparently, she especially loved the fish dishes. When she explained that she came from a coastal region, Kang Ma immediately became excited because preparing fish was his greatest specialty. Since his hands had already been itching to hold a blade again, he suddenly decided that making proper sashimi would help refresh his mood. Unfortunately, one major problem remained. Every time he touched one of his sashimi knives, the sword god blessing activated. Trying to think around the problem, Kang Ma asked whether Chloe happened to own a longer kitchen knife. Surprised by the question, she repeated it back to him. Kang Ma awkwardly explained that all of his own weapons were basically miniature kitchen knives already, so using something larger might feel more natural. Chloe nodded thoughtfully. Then, to Kang Ma's complete shock, she suddenly pulled out an actual sword and innocently asked whether that would work instead. Kang Ma stared blankly at the katana Chloe presented to him. The fish-slicing genius was completely speechless. After a long moment, he decided it was far safer to risk using his sashimi knife instead. If he moved quickly enough, he could finish preparing the fish before the pain from the sword god blessing fully overwhelmed him. That was the plan. Immediately, he activated the painless blessing. Chloe watched nervously as Kang Ma pulled out the small sashimi knife. The moment the sword god blessing activated, energy surged around the blade, and his entire demeanor changed. In his previous life, he had once been called the greatest knife master in the country. Now Chloe finally understood why. Kang Ma moved at terrifying speed. His knife flashed through the air so quickly it became almost invisible. In only 21 seconds, he completely processed the sea bream. He scaled the fish, separated the bones, removed the organs, and sliced the meat into perfect fillets with unbelievable precision. His life literally depended on finishing before the pain returned, so every movement reached absolute perfection. When he finally finished, Kang Ma proudly admired the completed dish. Even he considered it a masterpiece. Chloe stared at the sashimi in complete awe and excitedly praised how beautiful and delicious it looked. Hearing the compliment made Kang Ma smile proudly. He was relieved to know he still had not lost his touch. Curious, Chloe asked how he became so skilled at cooking. Kang Ma casually explained that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Then he suddenly paused. He realized this world probably did not even have the concept of part-time jobs the way modern society did in his previous life. As expected, Chloe looked confused before apologizing for not understanding. Kang Ma immediately told her there was no need to apologize. Deep down, however, he quietly blamed the misunderstanding on the massive difference in social class between them. He was full. For the first time since entering the academy, Kang Ma finally enjoyed a proper meal. Chloe happily offered to wash the dishes afterward, and Kang Ma smugly crossed his arms while watching her work. Completely satisfied, he gazed out the window at the moonlit night sky while humming softly to himself. Then suddenly, crash. Chloe instantly apologized loudly. Kang Ma jumped in surprise from the noise. A few moments later, another loud crash echoed through the room, followed by another panicked apology. Kang Ma laughed nervously as he slowly realized something important. Chloe apparently had no experience washing dishes. Back in his previous life, he already knew how to do housework at her age, so watching her struggle felt strangely amusing. Then something nearby caught his attention. A book resting on Chloe's desk suddenly flipped open from the breeze. Curious, Kang Ma stepped closer. It was a diary. The first page he noticed described how Chloe received help from someone during the class placement test, and how she planned to repay that kindness someday. Kang Ma smiled awkwardly at the cute handwriting and decorative stickers covering the pages. Although he initially intended to put the diary back immediately, his curiosity got the better of him. As the pages continued flipping, he found more entries talking about the mysterious boy who saved her. Chloe wrote about how her heart pounded whenever she saw him, and how nervous she became around him. Kang Ma felt oddly touched reading the innocent thoughts of a normal teenage girl. Then he reached another page, and another, and another. Every single one contained passionate declarations of affection directed toward him. Kang Ma froze completely. The poor virgin stood there staring at the diary in absolute shock, while page after page revealed Chloe's growing feelings for him. Then suddenly, a scream exploded behind him. Kang Ma slowly turned around. Chloe stood there completely red-faced after catching him reading her diary. She immediately demanded to know whether he had actually read it. At that moment, the story shifts to reveal Chloe's hidden past. In this world, heroes earned prestige by defeating monsters and gaining global fame. However, many powerful factions abused weaker people while hiding behind authority and status. When ordinary laws failed to punish such individuals, one family secretly acted from the shadows, the Auditor family of Sicilia. Their role was to eliminate corruption through assassination and covert operations. They maintained order through bloodshed while ensuring the world's heroes remained untarnished. Children born into the Auditor family underwent brutal emotional conditioning from a young age. Their feelings were suppressed while they endured merciless training designed to turn them into perfect assassins. Chloe was one of those children. As a little girl, she watched countless others endure harsh training beneath the cold eyes of their masters. One day, she herself was brought before a beaten man tied helplessly to a post. The moment she saw him, she realized exactly what her masters expected her to do. Trembling violently, 15-year-old Chloe approached the prisoner with a sword in hand. That was the day her hands were first stained with blood. From then onward, she trained relentlessly as an assassin. Her emotions slowly faded beneath endless violence and strict discipline until only fragments of her original personality remained. Eventually, she reached the age to enter Jokin Academy. Although members of the Auditor family possessed talents worthy of the Dragon class or even higher, the family deliberately forced them into lower-ranked classes to keep their true abilities hidden. Chloe accepted her role quietly. She believed she would spend her entire life living in the shadows as nothing more than a tool. Then she met Kang Ma. During the placement test, Chloe fully accepted her own death when the Mao twins cornered her. Even if death inside subspace was temporary, experiencing it still felt horrifyingly real. She prepared herself calmly. That was what she had been trained to do. Then suddenly, a boy appeared from hiding and screamed at the twins to leave her alone. Kang Ma stood before monsters despite trembling in fear himself. To Chloe, it felt like sunlight piercing through dark storm clouds. For the very first time in her life, she witnessed someone drawing a blade not for murder or duty, but to protect another person willingly. At that moment, she remembered the fairy tales she secretly read beneath her blanket. As a child, stories about brave princes rescuing imprisoned princesses from danger. In her eyes, Kang Ma became that prince. Her chest tightened strangely while warmth spread across her face. That unfamiliar emotion was love. Back in the present, Kang Ma now stood trapped in the most awkward situation imaginable. Chloe glared at him while dangerous pressure quietly filled the room. Meanwhile, Kang Ma panicked internally. Everything was going perfectly just moments ago. They ate delicious food together, enjoyed a peaceful evening, and now he somehow ended up reading a teenage girl's love diary like an idiot. Trying desperately to escape the situation, he awkwardly laughed and commented that the moon looked beautiful tonight. Then he nervously praised the dinner and claimed it was the best meal he had eaten in a long time. Finally, he attempted to retreat by casually announcing that he should probably leave now. Unfortunately, Chloe stopped him immediately. Kang Ma instantly pretended not to understand what she meant. However, Chloe slowly removed her dishwashing gloves and repeated the question. Trying to redirect the conversation, Kang Ma glanced at the table and asked whether she meant the study materials lying nearby. Chloe coldly corrected him. She meant the diary. Kang Ma nearly collapsed internally. He honestly wondered whether she possessed eyes on the back of her head because he had no idea how she caught him reading it. Even worse, Chloe completely abandoned her polite formal speech. Now she sounded genuinely dangerous. Sweating nervously, Kang Ma insisted he had not seen anything. Chloe calmly asked again whether that was really true. Unable to endure the pressure anymore, Kang Ma finally admitted defeat. Yes, he saw it. Then silence filled the room. Kang Ma quickly realized that honesty was absolutely not the best policy. The moment he admitted reading Chloe's diary, the atmosphere inside the room changed completely. Then his eyes widened in horror as Chloe slowly began unsheathing her katana. Instant panic consumed him. He had no idea why she suddenly pulled out a weapon, but he definitely did not appreciate whatever surprise attack was coming next. Desperately, Kang Ma began searching for an escape route. Unfortunately, his options were terrible. The dorm room sat on the 4th floor, so jumping through the window would almost certainly destroy his body. The only real exit was the door, but Chloe conveniently stood directly in front of it. He was trapped. Then Chloe quietly asked what he had been mumbling about, while slowly dragging the tip of her blade across the floor. A chill ran down Kang Ma's spine. She approached him step by step, with terrifying pressure radiating from her body. Watching her walk closer, Kang Ma nervously tried convincing himself that maybe she simply was not feeling well. Unfortunately, he already recognized the signs: the empty pupils, the crimson-tinted eyes, the complete personality shift. Kang Ma instantly realized the horrifying truth. Chloe was a yandere. Suddenly, everything made sense. Her earlier bubbly and puppy-like personality had completely transformed into something cold and dangerous the moment he opened the diary. Even worse, she apparently had some kind of split personality issue mixed into the situation. Kang Ma nearly lost his mind internally. Handling a yandere character alone was already terrifying enough. Adding dual personalities into the mix turned the situation into a complete nightmare. If he handled this poorly, she might literally stalk him for the rest of his life. To survive, he needed to act immediately. Unfortunately, the killing intent filling the room felt even worse than the pressure from the Mao twins. Academy life was becoming far more difficult than he ever imagined. Quickly calculating his options, Kang Ma remembered that because of how fast he prepared the fish earlier, the painless blessing still had 9 seconds remaining. His sashimi knife rested back in his own room, but the kitchen knife he used earlier remained nearby on the counter. The problem was that Chloe would intercept him long before he reached it. Judging from her current aura, he would probably lose several limbs trying. Then Chloe suddenly prepared to strike. Kang Ma immediately stumbled backward and crashed into a desk while dodging instinctively. At that exact moment, he spotted Salvation lying nearby, a utility knife. It was tiny, pathetic, and absolutely not what he wanted to use. Still, it was better than nothing. Chloe charged toward him with terrifying speed, forcing Kang Ma to abandon all thoughts of resolving things peacefully. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the box cutter. Instantly, the status window activated. The system announced that resourcefulness was being exerted. His mental resilience increased, while temporary intimidation effects enhanced both his words and actions. Simultaneously, the Sword God Blessing activated once again. Energy surged into the small utility knife. As Kang Ma braced himself, the familiar message appeared before him once more. "May the blessing of the Sword God be with you." Chloe's eyes widened as Kang Ma suddenly faced her head-on, while wielding nothing more than a tiny box cutter. Then he calmly spoke. He commented that her hair was rather long. Confused, Chloe hesitated for a split second. Kang Ma immediately declared that he would trim it for her. The next moment, he lunged forward. His movements were impossibly precise and smooth. The utility knife danced through the air in beautiful arcs as Kang Ma unleashed a perfectly controlled slash. Then darkness swallowed Chloe's vision. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in bed. Groaning softly, Chloe slowly sat upright while holding her aching head. Confused, she looked around the room and immediately called out for Kang Ma in a shy voice. The last thing she remembered was washing dishes while secretly admiring him by the window. Then her eyes suddenly widened. Her katana. Panicking, she quickly searched the room until she spotted the blade resting safely beside her bed. Instantly relieved, Chloe sighed deeply. Losing consciousness while holding a sword was apparently not uncommon for her. Then another voice echoed inside her mind. Her grandfather praised her for doing well. Chloe froze. Confused, she desperately tried piecing together what happened while strange fragmented memories surfaced within her head. Still, another part of herself quietly reassured her not to worry. Eventually, her gaze shifted toward the utility knife lying nearby on the floor. Picking it up curiously, Chloe suddenly noticed something strange. Her hair felt shorter. Slowly, realization dawned on her. Kang Ma used the utility knife to cut her hair instead of harming her. Even after subduing her, he cleaned everything carefully and disposed of the cut hair neatly before leaving. Chloe's face immediately turned bright red. She buried herself into the bed while kicking her legs in embarrassment and repeatedly calling herself an idiot. Then she remembered everything about the diary incident and nearly died from shame all over again. Naturally, her thoughts immediately returned to Kang Ma. Blushing uncontrollably, she wondered whether she said anything strange after losing control earlier. Still, despite everything, she could only think one thing. Kang Ma was unbelievably kind. Without hesitation, she grabbed her journal and began happily writing down everything that happened, so she would never forget it. Meanwhile, the boy she was obsessing over leaned weakly against a tree outside, while vomiting violently into the bushes. The moment the painless blessing expired, the backlash from the sword god blessing hit him like a truck. Kang Ma barely survived even the first few seconds of the remaining pain. Now his entire body felt destroyed. After emptying his stomach completely, he collapsed onto a nearby bench in utter exhaustion. Tragically, he ended up vomiting the dinner he worked so hard to obtain, which meant he was starving again. Staring up at the night sky, Kang Ma thought carefully about Chloe. Her swordsmanship was extremely dangerous. Unlike ordinary combat styles, her techniques focused entirely on killing efficiently with single decisive strikes aimed directly at vital points. It was assassination swordsmanship. If she truly caught him off guard earlier, his head probably would have rolled across her dorm room floor. Feeling his life genuinely threatened, Kang Ma instinctively targeted her neck during the confrontation. Fortunately, the utility knife was too short to seriously injure her, resulting in nothing more than cut hair. Thankfully, he managed to clean up everything afterward. At least, nothing catastrophic happened. Still, the situation forced Kang Ma to confront an unpleasant reality. Living an ordinary life inside this academy was far harder than he expected. Truthfully, when he first arrived in this world, it was not as though he completely lacked ambition. As someone who reached the pinnacle of knife mastery using only sashimi blades, he naturally carried dreams and pride of his own. However, Miracle Blessing was ultimately the story of someone else. The true protagonist possessed one of the world's legendary blessings, a divine sword capable of choosing its own master and granting incredible power. Together with the blessing of the legendary hero Valor Juin, it existed as one of the greatest abilities in the entire game. Compared to that, Kang Ma could only wield tiny sashimi knives. Their paths were fundamentally different. Slapping his cheeks lightly, Kang Ma forced himself to regain focus. Ever since arriving in this game world, he constantly reminded himself that none of this was truly real. Yet somehow he already found himself getting emotionally involved with the people around him. That was dangerous. Even so, as he stared up at the stars, one thought quietly crossed his mind. Surely in a world this large there had to be at least one ordinary person somewhere besides him. Our guy had completely stopped trying to figure out who the real protagonist players of the game were. At this point, all that mattered was that he understood enough about the world to survive in it. A full week had already passed since he enrolled at the academy, and according to the original storyline, this was around the time the true protagonist awakened their divine blessing and barely made it through the academy registration process. The story was finally starting to move forward for real. Although our gloomy protagonist knew the general plot, he had never finished the game. He regretted quitting halfway through because even partial knowledge of the official storyline was still a massive advantage. No matter what happened, he planned to stick as closely to the original plot as possible. If he got careless and started interfering too much, he could easily lose the few advantages he had left and destroy any hope of living a peaceful life. If he remembered correctly, everything started falling apart during the second semester of the third year. That was when the demonic tribes discovered the birth of the hero. Their core commanders united and launched a massive attack targeting both the academy and the protagonist. From there, the scale of the conflict exploded until the entire world was dragged into a devastating war between humans and demons, with the hero standing at the center of it all. Back when he played the game, our guy had been furious at how suddenly the genre shifted. He originally started playing because he wanted to enjoy the lighthearted academy life he never got to experience himself. Instead, the story spiraled into tragedy and death so quickly that he genuinely wondered if every character was doomed to die horribly. The entire situation became so miserable that he eventually deleted the game in frustration. But now the terrifying part was that this was no longer just a game. That horrifying war was destined to happen in the very world he was trapped inside. The thought alone made his stomach sink. A full-scale war sounded like absolute hell, and he could not stop himself from imagining dying somewhere on a battlefield before he even understood what was happening. Still, the MC refused to simply accept that fate. There were still around 3 years before the war officially began. That meant he still had time. Instead of fantasizing about escape, he needed a realistic plan for survival. He had no intention of dying quietly. Since most generic game storylines ended with the protagonist saving the world anyway, he believed the hero would probably succeed in the end. All our guy needed to do was survive long enough to see it happen. That meant getting stronger. He could not continue living with the kind of fragile fate where he might die like a random insect the moment war broke out. So the gloomy protagonist made up his mind to train himself as discreetly as possible. Standing out too much would only attract dangerous attention, and the last thing he wanted was to get dragged into heroic battles against world-ending threats. That also meant limiting the use of the sword god's blessing. Up until now, he had relied heavily on that power and the sashimi knife whenever necessary, but the strain it placed on his body was becoming increasingly dangerous. The blessing was overwhelmingly powerful, but every use felt like it was grinding his body down little by little. With a proper sword, he could probably cut down almost anything in a single strike. He opened his status window and reviewed the blessing's abilities once again. Several unlocked conditions were still unavailable, but even so, the overall performance looked absurdly powerful. Then something else caught his attention. There was far more content in the status window than before. The gloomy protagonist realized there were now systems related to body growth, mental growth, and even equipment enhancement. Some of the numbers resembled a level system, but one particular section confused him the most. Assimilation rate, 1.5%. He had absolutely no idea what that meant. Curious, he randomly clicked the section only for a pop-up window to appear immediately. Conditions have not been met. Access denied. Our guy stared blankly at the screen for a moment before sighing. Whatever that feature was, he clearly was not supposed to know yet. Still, the mysterious blessing continued raising more questions the longer he looked at it. Unfortunately, none of those questions mattered right now. His priorities were physical training and finding a new weapon. He could not continue depending on a painless 30-second blessing forever. He needed proper swordsmanship training with a weapon that did not trigger the sword god's conditions. Conveniently, the Academy's practical extermination training next month would replace the midterm exams, and the reward for that event was a B-grade weapon called Miyasama. If he could obtain that sword, it would honestly be more than enough to carry him through graduation. Most importantly, its specifications did not meet the activation requirements for the sword god's blessing, meaning it would not place that horrifying burden on his body. Just thinking about it made him sigh in relief. Still, there was clearly far more work ahead of him than expected. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "You're sitting in my spot." Our guy turned his head and froze. Standing beside him was a girl with long blue hair that flowed like a waterfall beneath the moonlight. Her golden eyes stared directly at him, while beads of sweat rolled down her face from recent training. It was her, the beautiful granddaughter of the Sword Emperor herself. The gloomy protagonist could only stare in complete disbelief. Of all people to encounter at night, it had to be his favorite character in the entire game. For a few awkward seconds, neither of them spoke. Then she calmly repeated herself and asked him to move over a little. Our guy nearly jumped in shock. He had been so mesmerized by meeting her that he forgot to respond entirely. Embarrassed, he quickly shifted aside while wondering why she referred to a public bench as her spot. For a moment, he even questioned whether this was some kind of noble hierarchy nonsense. Internally groaning, he immediately decided that avoiding involvement with the heroine was the safest possible option. Unfortunately, his eyes betrayed him. As the girl adjusted her sweaty training clothes and sat down comfortably beside him, the MC found himself completely unable to look away. His face burned red while he silently admitted that the heroine's beauty was genuinely overwhelming in person. She smiled softly while gazing at the night sky. "This is the best place to watch the stars." Our guy blinked in surprise before finally understanding what she meant by calling it her spot. He glanced toward her and realized she was completely focused on the stars above them. It felt strangely peaceful. At the same time, he found himself thinking about the legendary Sword Emperor. Even the famous protagonist of the original story supposedly started as a rough and inexperienced fighter, yet this girl beside him carried the weight of that legendary bloodline effortlessly. Then, without warning, she looked toward him and asked if his weapon was a sword. Surprised, he asked how she knew. The blue-haired girl explained that her grandfather once told her that swordsmen all carried different expressions in their eyes. Our guy immediately looked away, unable to withstand her intense gaze. Then she suddenly held her sword out toward him. "Do you want to try it?" The gloomy protagonist awkwardly mumbled that he was not particularly interested. The girl instantly puffed her cheeks in visible disappointment. An awkward silence followed. Our guy could not understand why she was acting this strangely. This behavior was completely different from the version of her he remembered from the game. For a second, he genuinely wondered if she had hit her head somewhere during training. Then her expression darkened slightly. "Do you even know who I am?" For a terrifying moment, he wondered if she somehow suspected him of hiding something. Of course she did not. There was probably not a single student in the academy who did not know who she was. Eventually, he admitted that he did know her identity. The girl nodded. "Interesting. You know who I am, but I have no idea who you are." Our guy stared blankly, unsure what point she was trying to make. She laughed softly and called the situation cliché. "You know my name, but I don't know yours." He asked whether he was obligated to introduce himself to every stranger he met. The girl shrugged casually and replied that one could never be too careful. For all she knew, he might secretly be a spy sent by the Demon King to infiltrate the academy. Then she glanced around the empty training grounds and commented that there was no real reason for someone to be wandering around alone this late at night. The MC almost laughed in disbelief, since she was also alone. Nothing she said seemed to follow any logical flow whatsoever. Trying to shift the conversation, he asked why she was there. The blue-haired girl proudly explained that she was training. After all, she was carrying her sword and covered in sweat. Our guy replied that he was technically exercising too. Naturally, she immediately asked what kind of exercise he had been doing. After a brief pause, he muttered that he had mainly been breathing. The girl's finger twitched in confusion. For the first time, Argai noticed the wounds covering her hands. Meanwhile, her already chaotic blue hair somehow seemed even messier now that she looked flustered. Not knowing what else to say, he awkwardly commented that she was incredibly diligent. The girl's expression softened slightly. She explained that people did not understand what it meant to carry the bloodline of the Nylon family. The shadow of her grandfather followed her everywhere. She had to remain perfect at all times because even the slightest weakness would immediately become gossip for others. Then she quietly admitted something unexpected. She was not the top student this year. Apparently, this was the first time she had ever lost to someone. The moment the conversation entered that topic, our guy felt his soul trying to leave his body. The blue-haired girl smiled faintly and admitted that part of her actually felt relieved. At the same time, she was extremely curious about the mysterious person who defeated her. She wanted to know who they were. The gloomy protagonist became more terrified with every passing second. Then she smiled brightly and declared that her greatest wish was to crush the top student personally next time. Our guy nearly fainted on the spot. He coughed violently to hide his panic before nervously asking whether she really needed to take things that far. The girl answered immediately. It is a matter of pride. Apparently, she had begged her grandfather for information, only to discover something even more insulting. The top student was not even from her class. And to make matters worse, that same person apparently had the audacity to skip the elf studies lecture entirely. At first, the blue-haired girl admitted that she absolutely refused to remain in second place forever. However, after venting for a moment, she suddenly calmed down and realized something embarrassing. She was sharing all of this with a complete stranger. Naturally, our guy immediately asked why she was even telling him any of this in the first place. The girl tilted her head thoughtfully as she considered the question. After a brief pause, she puffed her cheeks slightly and answered that it was because he looked weak. Needless to say, the gloomy protagonist was deeply offended. Meanwhile, Waterfall Hair continued speaking with complete confidence. According to her, her family's philosophy was to remain firm with the strong and merciful toward the weak. Since all of her classmates were talented and competitive, she constantly had to challenge them seriously, which meant she never really formed close friendships. The MC could barely believe what he was hearing. At that moment, he finally understood why the main heroine in the original story always seemed so distant from everyone else. The girl stretched lazily and smiled in satisfaction before announcing that she was heading back to sleep. Our guy awkwardly said goodbye, only for her to suddenly stop walking away. Then she loudly pointed out that he still had not told her his name. The gloomy protagonist immediately mumbled that he had no intention of doing that. Unfortunately, she clearly disliked that answer. The next day, the academy returned to its usual peaceful routine. Students sat at their desks preparing for class, while the MC quietly reflected on how calm academy life actually was compared to what he originally expected. Chloe had already blended naturally into the class and made friends with everyone around her. Meanwhile, our guy continued doing his best to avoid interacting with her entirely. Whenever their eyes almost met, the intimidating stares from the girls surrounding her quickly discouraged him from getting any closer. Most of them looked down on him for being a special admission student anyway. Honestly, he could not care less. Danny ignored those looks as well. Besides, he was not the only special admission student in the Wolf class. There were several others scattered around, but most of them avoided interacting with one another due to their inflated pride and awkward competitiveness. Thinking about it carefully, the gloomy protagonist realized it was actually fortunate that he was not part of the upper-ranked classes. Right now, the Star Class and Dragon Class students were beginning to form political factions already. Even inside the academy, noble families and future leaders constantly fought invisible power struggles. The MC remembered watching those students behave like scheming demons even back when he played the game. Honestly, he thought they looked like clowns. Just imagining himself trapped in that environment made him dizzy. At the very least, though, he was eating well. The academy director herself had personally handed him a special black membership card reserved for the top student. She cheerfully apologized for the delay and explained that he should have received it much sooner. The moment our guy realized what the card actually did, his soul nearly ascended. The card allowed unrestricted access to meals and facilities throughout the academy. At that instant, he genuinely felt that bowing toward the academy director 3 times a day would still not be enough to express his gratitude. He practically worshipped the black card with tears in his eyes while silently thanking fate itself for this incredible blessing. As far as he was concerned, life was finally going perfectly. He was fulfilling his duties as a student, staying out of the main storyline, eating properly, and living comfortably. If things continued like this for the next 3 years, then he could absolutely achieve the peaceful future he dreamed about. Unfortunately, fate clearly had other plans. During class, the instructor began teaching the history of the academy. 700 years ago, after the first human-demon war, the great hero Joachim Baylor realized humanity needed to cultivate future generations capable of resisting future threats. Together with his 7 disciples, he established the academy that now stood before them. The instructor reminded everyone that this information would appear on the exam in 2 weeks, but our guy barely listened. He already knew the general story. The founding hero, Joachim Baylor, fought for 20 long years against the commanders of the demonic legions, including the terrifying right hand of the Demon King himself, Lycan. The battles were unimaginably brutal. Jaquain eventually achieved victory, but not without terrible sacrifice. At the height of the conflict, a brilliant light descended from the heavens and crashed into the earth itself, engulfing the battlefield in chaos. During that final clash, the hero lost one of his arms and became unable to continue fighting. The war ended with mountains of corpses and no true victor. Fortunately, both humanity and demonkind eventually agreed to a non-aggression treaty. From there, Jaquain founded the Academy in hopes of preparing future generations for any threats that might arise. And so, 700 years of peace began. Around the classroom, students casually whispered about whether another war could ever happen in their era. One student laughed and confidently declared that there was no way humanity would face another war in the 21st century. According to him, worrying about outfits for tomorrow's party was far more important. The gloomy protagonist remained completely silent. After all, he was the only person in the room who knew that peace would soon shatter. The cracks had already begun forming. As much as he wanted to warn the Academy director and everyone else about the future, he had no idea what consequences changing the storyline would create. Because of that uncertainty, he chose to stay quiet. Still, thinking about the Academy director made him uneasy. Although she constantly joked about quitting her position and escaping her responsibilities, she was actually the first major character in the story to sense that something was wrong with the world. She was also the first of the 7 heroes to step forward and protect the students when disaster finally arrived. And according to the game lore he once searched online, she was also the first major hero sacrificed to the Demon King. Back when he first learned that information, he had been genuinely horrified. Now that he was physically inside this world, the thought disturbed him even more. Part of him wondered whether ignorance might have been easier. Eventually, the lecture ended, and the instructor dismissed the class while reminding everyone to prepare for the upcoming exams. Students happily gathered their belongings and started leaving the room while chatting noisily among themselves. Then suddenly, a commotion erupted near the hallway. The gloomy protagonist immediately realized what day it was. May 5th. Right on schedule. His eyes widened as he joined the crowd gathering near the classroom entrance. According to the original storyline, this was the exact day the true protagonist enrolled in the academy. And then he appeared. A tall young man with brilliant blonde hair and a confident stride walked into the academy like sunlight itself had taken human form. Leon van Reinhardt, the main protagonist of Miracle Blessing M. The moment he entered the academy, the first crack in 700 years of peace, officially appeared. The MC silently stared at him. Leon was absurdly handsome to the point where it honestly felt unfair. Back in the game, nearly every female character eventually fell for him. Rachel Myron, the Spear Saint's niece, Seiki Reo, the Bowmaster's daughter, and even Abel herself eventually became part of the protagonist's circle. The entire protagonist party was stacked with monsters. Our gloomy protagonist sighed internally. No matter how annoying it was, Leon van Reinhardt really was the center of the world. And 3 years from now, once the war began, he would become one of the first people forced onto the battlefield. Calling it a draft would honestly be too generous. The MC grimaced while remembering his own military service from his previous life. In this world, enlistment during war was mandatory. Nobody escaped it. At the same time, even the legendary Jaquain Baylor only managed to seal 1 Legion commander during the first Human-Demon War. If that was the case, then just how terrifying was the Demon King himself? Simply imagining a scenario where the protagonist lost made his skin crawl. Meanwhile, Leon cheerfully greeted everyone approaching him with the energy of an excited golden retriever. Then suddenly, the blonde protagonist turned and looked directly at the MC. Our guy froze completely. Leon smiled warmly at him. The gloomy protagonist stood there speechless for several seconds while his brain struggled to process what had just happened. Still, remembering that this was ultimately the protagonist of the story somehow reassured him a little. If anyone could handle the future catastrophe, it would probably be that guy. Honestly, Leon's existence alone somehow felt inspiring. Later that evening, the gloomy protagonist continued practicing alone at the academy training grounds. His body ached from constant sword training, but he forced himself onward. If he wanted to survive the future, then he needed actual swordsmanship skills rather than blindly relying on blessings. After another exhausting session, he sighed in frustration. As expected, pushing beyond certain physical limits still failed to activate the sword god's blessing. He would need to become stronger naturally first. Then suddenly, someone called out to him. The moment he turned around, his soul nearly left his body. It was Little Red. The dangerous girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously before asking whether she had done something wrong. Apparently, she noticed he had been avoiding her recently. Immediately, horrifying memories of his head nearly separating from his neck flashed through his mind. The gloomy protagonist internally screamed in terror while desperately trying to maintain a calm expression. Of course, he could not exactly explain the real reason he feared her. Unfortunately, they were classmates for the entire year, meaning he could not afford to become enemies with someone that terrifying. So, forcing out an awkward smile, he insisted that nothing was wrong. Little Red clearly did not believe him. Still, the MC continued insisting that everything was fine. More than anything else, he desperately wanted to keep things peaceful. After all, making unnecessary enemies was bad enough. Making enemies with dangerous yanders was even worse. Little Red looked visibly relieved after hearing Geomma insist that nothing was wrong between them. Still, the gloomy protagonist could not stop thinking about her. More specifically, he could not understand who she really was. Even back when she lost consciousness during their earlier encounter, he had carefully observed her sword. The blade itself felt strange. It carried an overwhelming sense of sorrow, almost as if it were silently begging someone to save it. Yet at the same time, the killing intent pouring from that very weapon was horrifying enough to make his skin crawl. As someone sensitive to swords, our guy instinctively understood one thing: that blade existed purely for killing. And if that was true, then Little Red herself was probably even more dangerous than the twin assassins he previously fought. Then the shy redhead quietly called out to him and nervously asked whether it would be all right if she treated him to dinner that night. Naturally, the MC became extremely cautious. The last time he accepted food from her, things nearly ended with his head rolling across the floor. Still, Little Red shyly insisted that she genuinely wanted to cook for him again, even if she was not very skilled at cooking. She wanted to try her best. Unfortunately, our guy still vividly remembered the moment she slowly unsheathed her sword with murderous intent, aimed directly at his neck. There was no way he could casually agree to dinner after that. However, the persistent assassin was not willing to give up so easily. Instead, she hit him with the devastating power of puppy dog eyes. The gloomy protagonist immediately felt his resolve weaken. Her expression made refusing her feel genuinely cruel. Even though accepting her invitation might realistically end with him waking up chopped into pieces inside a refrigerator somewhere, saying no still felt impossible. Fortunately, the sudden optimist came up with a survival strategy. Instead of agreeing to dinner directly, he asked Little Red for a favor instead. The girl blinked in surprise. Then our guy casually told her that she was the only person he could ask. Instantly, the redhead's cheeks turned bright red. Being called special clearly affected her far more than expected. Excitedly, she asked what he wanted her to do. The smart protagonist laughed awkwardly before asking if she could teach him swordsmanship. Honestly, he needed an instructor anyway, and she just happened to be absurdly skilled with a sword. Since Chloe herself was insanely strong, this excuse worked perfectly. More importantly, our paranoid MC had secretly started studying guides on how to survive encounters with yandere girls ever since nearly getting decapitated. According to the tutorials he watched before bed, carefully redirecting their attention was extremely important for survival. Thus, their strange training relationship officially began. The next day, Little Red happily greeted him at the training grounds while practically glowing with excitement. She cheerfully asked when he arrived because she had apparently been waiting for him at another entrance. Our guy awkwardly explained that he had only just arrived. The redhead smiled brightly and claimed she arrived recently too. Unfortunately, the observant protagonist immediately asked what time she actually got there. After a brief pause, she sheepishly admitted that she arrived around 6 in the morning. They were supposed to meet almost 2 hours later. Despite that, she only laughed bashfully. Then the MC noticed something different about her appearance. The shy assassin blushed nervously and asked whether she looked strange. Unlike her usual academy uniform, she wore a much lighter training outfit with her sword strapped to her waist. Honestly, she looked incredibly cute. Unfortunately, our socially hopeless protagonist simply muttered that she looked fine. Still, the outfit revealed something he never noticed before. The seemingly delicate redhead had incredibly toned abdominal muscles. At that moment, our guy finally understood why she was so terrifyingly strong. Even while internally panicking, he reluctantly admitted to himself that she was genuinely attractive. Since this was a rare opportunity to train safely, he handed her a wooden sword instead of a real blade. Little Red stared at it in confusion. Apparently, it never even occurred to her that people used practice weapons during sparring sessions. Meanwhile, our guy had absolutely no intention of risking his life by fighting a yandere with actual swords. He quickly explained that since this was only training, wooden weapons were the safest option. Besides, they could avoid serious injuries that way. The girl giggled innocently as though the concept had genuinely never crossed her mind before. Then she smiled brightly and called him kind. The gloomy protagonist forced himself to smile back while trying very hard not to focus on the disturbingly malicious aura hidden beneath her cheerful expression. Soon, Little Red began testing the weight of the wooden sword. Then she casually swung it around with one hand. The air itself trembled. Our guy nearly lost his mind. The casual display of strength from someone who looked so small and harmless completely shattered his understanding of reality. At that moment, he became even more convinced that caution was absolutely necessary before she accidentally turned him into a crushed watermelon. Quietly, he checked his status window one more time. His body's growth was progressing steadily, and the weapon length conditions still seemed incomplete. Everything appeared stable. Still, Something about the blessing bothered him. Blessings evolving with experience was not uncommon, but lately his own blessing seemed to be changing in strange ways. Additional effects kept appearing, and certain conditions seemed different from what he remembered. It almost felt like the blessing itself was adapting. Before he could think deeper about it, Little Red suddenly called out to him. To her, he had apparently just been standing there blankly staring into space for several minutes. The shy assassin nervously asked whether something was wrong. Embarrassed, the MC realized once again that he was the only person capable of seeing his status window. To everyone else, he probably looked insane. Awkwardly apologizing, he begged her to go easy on him during their first lesson. The girl timidly agreed. Finally, both of them raised their wooden swords. For a brief moment, tension filled the training grounds. In his previous life, our guy learned everything through practical experience. To him, true mastery could never be achieved halfway. Anyone serious about improving needed to dedicate their entire being to it. That mindset was exactly why he adapted so quickly to academy life. Meanwhile, Little Red shifted into a stance. A fiery red aura began gathering around her body. The moment our guy saw it, sweat instantly formed on his palms. Then she moved. Like a crimson blur, the girl exploded forward with terrifying speed. The gloomy protagonist barely managed to raise his wooden sword in panic. Her attack came so suddenly that he almost failed to react entirely. He gritted his teeth and desperately tried to block, but she was too fast. The wooden sword narrowly missed his head and instead grazed his cheek, leaving behind a painful bruise. Our guy immediately cursed in shock. At that moment, he realized he may have bitten off far more than he could chew. Even though he specifically asked her to go easy on him, the redhead still attacked with terrifying intensity. Her expression remained oddly empty as she adjusted her grip and charged him again. This time, he barely managed to knock her sword aside. His arms trembled violently from the impact. Still, he comforted himself with the fact that he successfully blocked her attack at all. Unfortunately, Little Red was nowhere near finished. The next moment, she launched herself at him again. Our guy did not even realize when she jumped into the air. His eyes widened in horror as he realized something even worse. She was getting faster. Only now did he understand that she had actually been holding back earlier. Desperately, he raised his wooden sword again. The two practice blades slammed together repeatedly as sparks of force echoed throughout the training grounds. Then a crack appeared in his weapon. It simply was not durable enough. The nonstop barrage of attacks pushed him backwards step after step. Little Red attacked like a relentless demon from hell itself. At that point, the MC honestly felt the demon clan could wait. Fighting her alone already felt like surviving a world-ending catastrophe. Every strike she delivered carried terrifying weight. Deep down, he knew that a direct hit might genuinely kill him instantly. So much for taking it easy. The panicked protagonist finally reached his limit. Unable to counterattack or even breathe properly under the constant assault, he desperately blocked one final strike. His wooden sword shattered apart violently. The broken pieces flew through the air while our guy stared blankly at the remains of his weapon. Oddly enough, Little Red looked equally shocked. The redhead immediately panicked and apologized repeatedly, horrified that she accidentally broke his practice sword. She desperately explained that she truly was trying to be gentle with him. Then she suddenly stopped talking. Because she realized the same horrifying thing he did, the broken blade now perfectly matched the exact weapon length required to activate the sword god's blessing. At that instant, the system reacted. Weapon conditions fulfilled. Warning. Weapon damaged. Error detected. The blessing began adjusting itself to suit the user's current personality. A flood of overwhelming power exploded through Geomma's body. The gloomy protagonist froze in place as his humanity level rapidly began decreasing. Little Red instinctively leaped backward in alarm. A terrifying aura started pouring out from his body, while the system continued processing forcibly. Initiating personality adjustment through coercive power, the panicked student desperately tried resisting the overwhelming transformation, but it was impossible. His hidden power had already begun awakening. The blessing of the sword god was activating. Then suddenly, the story took an absolutely bizarre turn. Kim blinked in confusion while standing inside a kitchen. For a moment, he wondered if everything that happened before had just been a strange dream. Looking around blankly, he recalled that he was originally preparing fish before all of this interrupted him. Then, as if nothing unusual had happened at all, Kim casually decided he needed to get back to work. Focusing on the strange mental world surrounding him, the fish cutter stared at the collection of blades before him and wondered if he should use the Chinese chef's knife for the first time in a while. The moment he reached toward it, a warning suddenly appeared. Weapon unavailable. Kim blinked in confusion. Apparently, he could not use that weapon. Slightly annoyed now, he reached toward a katana instead. However, the exact same warning appeared again, informing him that this weapon was also unusable. At that point, the groggy chef was becoming genuinely irritated. Why could he not use any of these weapons? The mysterious system calmly reassured him and told him not to worry about such things. According to the system, he simply needed to continue doing what he was already doing. Eventually, only one weapon remained. A sashimi knife. Kim hesitated for a moment before finally reaching toward it. This time, the blurry system confirmed that the weapon was compatible. All he needed to do was pick it up. Still, the fish cutter looked uncertain. Holding a sashimi knife should have been painful. At least, that was what he believed. However, the system quietly questioned him. Did it truly hurt? Slowly, Kim wrapped his fingers around the blade. Then his eyes widened. There was no pain at all. In fact, he felt strangely refreshed. The system gently whispered to him that everything was fine. He could continue using the knife exactly like this. All he needed to do was leave everything to the system. And little by little, our guy surrendered. His consciousness faded, while control over his body slipped away completely. The gloomy protagonist became nothing more than a puppet controlled by invisible strings. The system softly informed him that it was time to create a masterpiece. Back in reality, terrifying heat exploded from Geomma's body. The amount of energy pouring out of him was so intense that he practically resembled a living furnace. Little Red stared at him in complete shock before anxiously asking if he was all right. Unfortunately, he was very much not all right. The burning protagonist could not even answer her. Then, suddenly, he turned toward the assassin. Blue light burst from his eyes. The next moment, he vanished. Little Red could barely follow his movements because he moved so fast that his form blurred completely. Instantly, the human furnace appeared directly in front of her with the shattered remains of his wooden sword sharpened into something resembling a dagger. Then he attacked. The force behind the strike was monstrous. The redhead panicked and tried calling out to him, desperately telling him to stop and calm down. She begged him to wait, but before she could react properly, the crazed swordsman struck her head-on. Boom! Little Red was blasted backward through the air. Blood spilled from her mouth as pain and confusion overwhelmed her. The strength behind the attack was nothing like the gentle training session from moments ago. It felt as though he had become a completely different person. The assassin barely managed to stabilize herself before her opponent rushed her again. This time, killing intent radiated directly from him. Little Red immediately understood one thing. More than anything else, she needed to stay out of his reach. His glowing blue eyes no longer looked human. Meanwhile, the previous strike had badly injured her. Her chest burned painfully, and even moving became difficult. She could not understand what had happened to the kind and awkward crush she admired. Everything about him had suddenly changed. Still, she desperately tried to stop the fight. Unfortunately, the killing machine standing before her could no longer comprehend her words. With one hand stretched toward her like a reaper claiming its victim, the burning protagonist lunged forward once more. The assassin realized she would not be able to dodge this attack. Shock filled her eyes. Yet even then, she still cried out to him. Geomma! A bright line of light split through the air as the crazed swordsman unleashed another killing strike. His eyes remained empty and glazed over. But Little Red refused to give up. Clutching her injured chest, she screamed his name again and begged him to come back to himself. Then suddenly, somewhere deep within that strange mental world, Kim paused. Something felt wrong. The fish he was trying to prepare kept wiggling around violently while making strange noises. The chef frowned in annoyance because he had never seen such an energetic fish before. It was loud. Honestly, the fish cutter just wanted to fillet it quickly and continue working. But the more he listened, the stranger things became. The fish sounded like it was speaking. At first, he assumed it was an illusion. Then he realized the creature was repeatedly calling out a name. Geom. Again and again, the struggling fish desperately cried out to him. Confused, Kim glanced toward the reflection in the sashimi knife. There, staring back at him, was himself. And with every scream from Little Red, his fading consciousness slowly began returning. The chef's uniform gradually transformed back into a school uniform. Then horror flooded his mind. That was not a fish. It was. As evening settled over the academy, Little Red slowly walked home while replaying the battle in her head. Ever since the class placement test, she knew her crush possessed terrifying talent. However, now she realized it was not simply raw strength. There was something deeply unsettling hidden inside him. Even while unconscious, his attacks carried an instinctive brutality that felt almost monstrous. And despite wielding only a damaged practice sword half-heartedly, he still completely overwhelmed her. The more she thought about it, the scarier it became. Lost in thought, the assassin failed to notice someone emerging from the shadows nearby. A voice quietly remarked that she seemed to be enjoying herself. Instantly, Little Red became alert. Standing there was a figure dressed in dark ninja clothing, with red hair nearly identical to hers. Nox Auditor, a second-year student from the round class. And more importantly, her older brother. The assassin stared at him in disbelief while wondering why he was lurking around in the shadows like a creep with nothing better to do. Adjusting his mask, her brother asked whether this was truly how she planned to spend her time at the academy, apparently mingling with lowly people. For a brief moment, Little Red looked confused. Then her expression darkened. She immediately told him not to refer to her crush in such a disrespectful way. Unfortunately, that only caused Knox to focus even more on Geomma's existence. Calmly, he warned her that if she continued associating with him, the auditor family might eventually decide to eliminate him. The redhead fell silent for a moment. Then she calmly replied that even if the entire auditor family attacked together, they still would not be capable of handling her man. With that shocking declaration, she walked away and left her brother frozen in the shadows. Knox quietly repeated Geomma's name to himself as though he too had suddenly become curious about the mysterious boy. Meanwhile, our gloomy protagonist was desperately trying to process everything that happened. Something was terribly wrong with his blessing. At first, he believed the sword god's power was simply a divine blessing or gift, but after experiencing its full manifestation firsthand, he finally realized the horrifying truth. It felt more like a curse. He originally sought a new weapon specifically to avoid relying on the blessing, yet the moment the conditions aligned, the power consumed him completely, like sinking into demonic quicksand. Worst of all, there had been no pain. Instead, there was pleasure, an endless, intoxicating feeling that slowly eroded his sense of self while the blessing manipulated him like a puppet. During that state, the system whispered to him sweetly like a poisonous lover, cut more, cut deeper, destroy everything, and horrifyingly enough, he almost surrendered to it, completely. The gloomy protagonist realized that if Chloe had not screamed his name at that critical moment, he would have lost himself forever. Ironically, the same redhead he once feared as a dangerous yandere ended up becoming the person who saved his consciousness. Of course, he also remembered that she technically caused the entire disaster by breaking his training sword in the first place. Still, she looked absolutely terrified afterward, so he decided not to hold it against her. Besides, he was honestly more grateful than angry. As lightning flashed across the night sky, the exhausted protagonist slowly returned to his room. He finally understood the terrifying truth hidden inside his body. Something malicious existed within him, something that wanted to consume his mind completely. The sword god's blessing was no blessing at all. It was a curse designed solely to devour him, a twisted and horrifying power that demanded his humanity in exchange for talent. And somehow, this burden was now his to carry in a world that was never truly his own. 3 days passed after the shocking revelation about his cursed ability. Eventually, academy life returned to normal once again. Students gathered in class as usual while preparing for their lessons. Little Red sat beside her friends, who excitedly informed her that something unbelievable happened recently, and that she absolutely needed to check it out later. The assassin smiled politely and promised that she would. Then her expression slowly changed. Her eyes drifted toward a certain empty seat. Geomma was not there. For the first time in days, the place where her crush normally sat remained completely empty. Now that the redhead thought about it carefully, she suddenly realized something important. She did not even have the gloomy protagonist's contact information. The realization made her feel unbelievably foolish. She had spent so much time secretly watching him from afar, yet she never once asked for something as basic as a way to contact him. She had even visited his dorm room during the past few days. However, the only thing that answered her repeated knocks were painful groans coming from inside. The sound was eerie and unsettling enough to make even the little assassin nervous. At one point, she genuinely considered breaking down the door to check on him, but she worried that the lazy genius might hate her for destroying his room. So instead, she quietly walked away. Now that he was suddenly absent from her daily life, Red realized just how much she enjoyed simply watching him. She often found herself staring at him from across the classroom while he sat there with his chin resting against his hand, completely lost in thought. She honestly could not count how many times she secretly glanced at him throughout a single day. Ironically, she had always been careful not to approach him too often because she feared he might find her annoying. At first, she convinced herself that she only admired him because he risked his life to save her. But over time, the little assassin realized that excuse was no longer enough. The truth was much simpler. She genuinely missed him. The next day arrived at the academy as usual. The wolf class instructor stormed into the classroom and immediately demanded silence. He loudly asked whether the students attended a prestigious academy simply for decoration before informing everyone that due to the heavy rain outside, physical training would be replaced with a study hall session. However, even while shouting at everyone, the teacher noticed something unusual. Geomma was still absent. The gloomy protagonist had already missed 3 straight days of class. Still, the teacher surprisingly trusted him. Knowing the lazy genius, he assumed there had to be a reason behind the absence. So like a proper educator, he decided to wait patiently for his student to return. Then he immediately resumed screaming at everyone else to study harder. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked shut. The furious instructor instantly turned around and demanded to know which idiot dared arrive late to his class. Then he froze. A dark, shadowy figure slowly walked down the classroom stairs. Each heavy step echoed through the silent room. The students stared in disbelief. It was the MC, except he looked like he had aged 500 years overnight. Dark bags hung beneath his eyes. His face looked gaunt and exhausted, and a single strand of white hair now rested among his black hair. Little Red immediately jumped to her feet and called out his name like a worried heroine in a romance story. Meanwhile, our guy slowly opened his mouth and apologized for being late in a voice so deep and lifeless that it sounded like it came from a corpse. Even the teacher looked alarmed. Quickly, the instructor told him there was no need to apologize and awkwardly asked him to sit down. The gloomy protagonist silently walked to his seat like a wandering ghost. The students already knew he was a special admissions student, but now everyone wondered whether he had always looked this strangely attractive beneath the exhaustion. Some students quietly admitted that despite looking like death itself, he somehow seemed more handsome than before. Meanwhile, our guy ignored every bit of gossip entirely and quietly sat down. After class ended, the starving students rushed out of the room to get food. Little Red hesitantly approached him. She nervously called his name while noticing how much thinner his waist looked compared to before. Still, when he calmly responded and addressed her by name, she immediately asked what happened to him. The gloomy protagonist simply smiled and claimed it was nothing serious. However, the redhead pointed out that he vanished for several days, so naturally she became worried that something terrible might have happened. Then she carefully asked whether his strange condition had anything to do with the horrifying duel they experienced together. For a moment, the MC fell silent. Then he smiled gently and lied. He claimed he merely became sick for a few days and thanked her for worrying about him. The redhead immediately blushed. After all, the man standing before her looked less like someone recovering from a cold and more like someone who survived an extreme revenge body transformation arc. Still, she quietly admitted that she was relieved he was all right. As expected, though, it was difficult for her to fully believe him. The truth was far worse. For the past 3 days, Geomma had been trapped inside his room fighting against the curse within his body. He suffered through violent withdrawal-like symptoms that pushed him to complete mental exhaustion. The gloomy protagonist could barely leave his bed. Unable to eat properly, he spent days curled beneath his blankets, while his body convulsed in agony as he desperately prayed for the cursed symptoms to disappear. The pain he experienced surpassed anything he endured before, and according to the system, it was simply the price he had to pay for using that broken weapon. Unfortunately, the damage was not only internal. When our guy looked into the mirror, he initially convinced himself that his appearance had not changed much. That was a complete lie. His face looked far more sunken, his expression carried a hollow exhaustion, and portions of his hair had literally started turning white. The curse had clearly left its mark on him. At that moment, he genuinely cursed the sword god for forcing such a horrifying gift onto him. Still, he understood why Chloe felt guilty about what happened. From her perspective, the last time she saw him was during their insane training match, before he suddenly disappeared for days afterward. Honestly, her concern made sense. Because of that, our guy decided to let go of any resentment he still held. Then, to change the atmosphere, he casually brought up something surprising. He mentioned that she once invited him to dinner and he planned to accept her offer today. At first, the redhead simply stared blankly. Then her brain finally processed his words. Her eyes widened in complete shock. Was he serious? She was actually going to have dinner with her crush. The gloomy protagonist calmly explained that he wanted to try her cooking because he currently had zero desire to touch another knife, ever again. Immediately, the little assassin exploded with excitement. She happily promised to do her absolute best. Seeing her react so joyfully naturally made the MC smile a little too. Meanwhile, Chloe enthusiastically declared that she would cook anything he wanted. When she asked what he wanted to eat, the gloomy protagonist casually answered that he wanted fish since it had been a long time. For a split second, he almost accidentally admitted that the last time he ate at her place he threw everything up afterward. Thankfully, he caught himself before revealing something insane. Instead, he awkwardly explained that fish was simply too expensive for him to eat regularly. Then suddenly, the sharp-eyed protagonist sensed something dangerous. A murderous presence. Instinctively, he turned toward a suspicious bush nearby, while Little Red continued happily rambling beside him. For a moment, our guy wondered whether he imagined it. Then he sharply turned again. This time, both he and Chloe noticed a red-haired figure standing casually near the doorway. The newcomer practically radiated killing intent. Little Red instantly froze in horror. It was her older brother. The shadowy assassin leaned casually nearby while staring at the MC with unsettling eyes. Immediately, our guy noticed the similarity between their red hair. Without hesitation, the gloomy protagonist marched directly toward him, the two locked eyes like wild predators challenging one another. Finally, the MC bluntly told the creepy red ninja that if he had something to say, then he should stop staring like a stalker and just say it directly. Unfortunately, the assassin's gaze somehow became even creepier. Before things escalated further, Chloe hurriedly interrupted and loudly told the MC not to worry about the weird jerk standing there. Then she immediately turned and yelled at her brother, demanding to know why he came despite her specifically telling him not to. At that point, the gloomy protagonist finally connected the dots. The red hair. Everything suddenly made sense. Meanwhile, Chloe nervously demanded to know why her brother appeared there in the first place. Her voice shook noticeably while speaking to him. Her brother calmly glanced at Geomma before coldly remarking that he did not look particularly impressive. Apparently, his little sister truly believed someone that pathetic-looking was worth breaking the auditor family's rules for. Immediately, Chloe shouted back that she had nothing to do with the family anymore, and maybe she would not want to break the rules if the rules themselves did not completely suck. Her brother's eyes darkened. He coldly informed her that blood could never truly be washed away. Once born into the auditor family, a person remained an auditor until death. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist quietly watched the siblings argue. Honestly, Chloe sounded like a rebellious teenager while her brother spoke like a villain from an ancient historical drama. Both of them were unbelievably embarrassing. He genuinely wished they would tone things down. Unfortunately, the creepy older brother continued speaking seriously and ordered Chloe to get rid of the MC entirely before returning to the family properly. The little assassin bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Then she suddenly exploded. She yelled that her brother should stop referring to her adorable crush like garbage. Immediately, everyone nearby turned toward them in shock. Our guy internally screamed, "Why could these people never behave normally?" Everyone else was literally just trying to go eat lunch, and somehow this entire situation turned into a dramatic family confrontation. Still, while watching the siblings, the gloomy protagonist finally remembered exactly who the auditor family was. In the original game, they specialized in infiltration and assassination. They were an infamous clan of living shadows who appeared midway through the story. Compared to other heroic houses, the auditors were technically considered weaker overall. However, in terms of assassination, they were unmatched. Every member of the clan underwent horrifyingly brutal training from childhood onward. They molded their children into perfect killing tools before those children even properly grew up. Chloe herself came from that environment. And honestly, now that he understood that truth, the creepy older brother's emotionless killing aura suddenly felt far more normal than Chloe's cheerful personality. That man possessed the eyes of someone fully accustomed to killing. The MC understood that the auditor family probably justified their actions as maintaining order through eliminating threats, and honestly, he was not completely against killing when absolutely necessary. Still, when he looked at Chloe trembling beside him, his thoughts began changing. Her lips trembled so hard that she accidentally bit them until they bled. At that moment, the gloomy protagonist realized something painful. Chloe probably just wanted to live a normal life. But much like his own cursed blessing, the environment she was born into would never allow that. The auditor family decided her future from birth. She was expected to become a perfect emotionless assassin, whether she wanted it or not. And judging from the trembling fear in her eyes, she clearly wanted anything except that fate. Unfortunately, our guy was no hero, and he never intended to become one either. Even after understanding everything about Chloe's situation, the gloomy protagonist could not help laughing bitterly at himself. He already knew he was not some grand hero destined to save the world, but maybe he could at least save one person. With that thought in mind, our guy stepped forward and volunteered to speak directly with the creepy older brother himself. At this point, he had finally accepted a painful truth. The power inside him was absolutely a curse. However, cursed or not, it refused to let him accept defeat. So, staring directly at the assassin boy, the gloomy protagonist calmly asked for his name, even though he already knew it was Nox's auditor. In the end, the Oreo-haired disaster of a protagonist realized something important. He spent all this time trying to run away from the sword god's blessing, but no matter what he did, it continued dragging him forward. Back in his previous life, cartoons always loved preaching that there was no paradise waiting for people who ran away. Unfortunately, they were right. If escaping was impossible anyway, then he might as well move forward willingly. With a dangerous grin spreading across his face, the gloomy protagonist introduced himself properly. Kang Geomma, a name containing both a sword and a demon. Then he smirked demonically and told Nox to follow him because he intended to cut down Red's creepy older brother himself. After all, he was someone who fought with a knife. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the academy, the wolf class instructor relaxed in the faculty room while deep in thought. He quietly reflected on Geomma's recent condition and noted that something serious must have happened because the boy's expression looked completely devoid of emotion lately. Suddenly, the faculty room door slammed open. Another teacher loudly asked whether something happened because the wolf instructor looked like he was going bald from stress. Instantly offended, the wolf teacher shouted that nobody was allowed to talk about his baldness. The other instructor burst into laughter and apologized. Then the phone rang. The wolf teacher answered it while introducing himself as Lee Wibman, lead instructor of the wolf class. Meanwhile, his coworker quietly stared at him and internally wondered whether the man had actually been bald from the start and merely wore that weird thing on his head because he thought it looked stylish. Then the wolf teacher's expression changed completely. Someone requested a subspace duel. The teacher immediately demanded to know which cadets were involved. The answer nearly gave him a heart attack. Kang Geomma versus Nox Auditor. The wolf instructor froze in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the academy's duel grounds, a glowing doorway led toward the subspace arena. The usage timer still displayed 0 because the battle had not officially begun yet. However, the arena reservation had already been confirmed under Geomma's name. The duel would begin in 15 minutes. The gloomy protagonist honestly expected the booking process to be much more complicated, but surprisingly everything went through almost instantly. Even the academy director personally warned him that if he insisted on doing this, then the least he could do was return alive. Our guy reassured himself repeatedly that things should technically be fine. After all, subspace duels did not inflict physical injuries in reality. Mental trauma, however, was still absolutely possible. Still, none of that mattered as long as he won. From the waiting room, he could already hear the massive crowd gathering outside. He understood that students enjoyed watching fights, but he genuinely did not expect the academy to become this excited over his duel. The irony of the situation almost made him laugh. Not long ago, the lazy protagonist desperately tried avoiding attention at all costs. Now the entire academy was waiting to watch him fight. Even more shaken than him, however, was Chloe. The observant protagonist became genuinely startled when he noticed tears forming in her eyes. Apparently, the little assassin blamed herself for everything happening right now. Softly, she called out his name. The gloomy protagonist quickly reassured her that none of this was her fault. He even pointed out that she kindly lent him her equipment, so everything would work out fine. Still, the girl quietly sobbed. For a while, both of them simply sat together in silence. Eventually, Chloe nervously admitted that her brother was unbelievably strong and she was terrified something terrible would happen to him. Naturally, the gloomy protagonist smirked arrogantly and pointed out that he was strong too. Unfortunately, the assassin remained unconvinced. According to her, Nox was considered a once-in-a-generation genius even within the auditor family. When it came to assassination techniques and dark arts, nobody in the clan could compare to him. At just 14 years old, he already earned the title Pinnacle of the Dark Arts. The MC physically recoiled from cringe damage. Who even came up with these ridiculous titles? Still, despite mocking it internally, our guy understood the reality of the situation. No matter how hard he tried avoiding trouble, this confrontation was ultimately his own decision. Quietly, he tightened his grip around the sashimi knife while remembering his old mentor from his previous life. That man once grinned and declared that Geomma was destined to wield blades for the rest of his existence. The mentor probably never imagined that his student would continue fighting in another world using a literal sashimi knife. Then the announcement echoed throughout the waiting area. All participating cadets were instructed to proceed to the subspace grounds. Immediately, Chloe became even more nervous. Meanwhile, the Oreo-haired protagonist casually stood up and announced that he was leaving. The assassin shyly wished him good luck. As he walked away, he suddenly stopped and called back toward her. The world was overflowing with geniuses. That was exactly why he gripped his knife even tighter before confidently declaring that he intended to win anyway. Then he waved casually and walked toward the arena. Ahead of him, a bright light shined within the darkness. The closer he approached, the brighter the light became until it completely engulfed his vision. When the glare finally faded, the gloomy protagonist found himself standing beneath a massive blue sky inside a gigantic coliseum packed with spectators. The students erupted into cheers the moment they saw him. Apparently, many of them genuinely believed he would run away before the match started. Now they loudly shouted that they believed in Geomma and eagerly anticipated the battle. The atmosphere honestly felt insane. Our guy suddenly felt like a gladiator walking into the Roman Colosseum. He truly did not expect things to become this intense. Then he looked upward and immediately regretted it. The entire star class had arrived to watch. Even worse, seated prominently among them was Leon van Reinhardt, surrounded by the beautiful girls destined to become his future party members. Naturally, Abel was there too. The blue-haired heroine silently stared at Geomma with a sharp and determined expression. The gloomy protagonist genuinely wondered whether the star-class students had absolutely nothing better to do with their lives. This situation was becoming painfully awkward. Unfortunately, he did not have much time to sulk because a furious voice suddenly roared at him from across the arena. Nox demanded to know whether the MC was trying to mock him. The assassin glared at him with open disgust while asking how someone could dare enter battle carrying such a pathetic excuse for a weapon. The gloomy protagonist became slightly confused by the sheer intensity of the man's hatred. The killing intent pouring from Nox honestly felt monstrous. Still, our guy casually shrugged and replied that true masters never blamed their equipment. Naturally, that response only made the red-haired assassin even angrier. However, Nox quickly regained his composure before coldly declaring that he would carve that insolent tongue out of the MC first. Then he unsheathed his twin blades. Immediately, murderous energy exploded across the arena. The sharp-eyed protagonist instantly noticed something important. Nox relied heavily on his weapons. The assassin wielded the famous S-rank twin blades known as the Hungarian blades. On top of that, he possessed one of the strongest blessings in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. Just suppressing his killing intent already seemed difficult for him. Meanwhile, Geomma calmly raised Chloe's sashimi knife. The weapon known as the Roseblade possessed an unknown rank, but our guy already prepared himself mentally for this battle. The two opponents faced one another while powerful winds swept through the arena. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Then the subspace barrier began forming around them, while the announcer declared that the duel would now begin. The barrier activated, and before it even fully finished forming, both fighters disappeared simultaneously. The sword god's blessing activated instantly alongside the MC's painless blessing. The audience collectively gasped. Some students whispered in confusion because they genuinely could not see anything anymore. Others complained that both fighters were moving far too fast to follow. Many originally assumed this would be an easy victory for Nox. Now nobody knew what to think. For weaker spectators, the arena became nothing but darkness and noise. But the stronger students witnessed flashes of blue and pink light violently colliding across the battlefield as both fighters moved at terrifying speed while slashing at one another relentlessly. Nox attacked like a raging storm of hatred. Meanwhile, the Wolf-class student calmly focused on defense while weaving around every lethal strike. A blonde girl from the Star class leaned forward with interest while commenting that the fight suddenly became exciting. Nearby, Abel silently stared at Geomma in disbelief. The weak-looking boy she met under the stars was actually an incredible swordsman. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist continued surviving purely through precision and instinct, because his opponent absolutely intended to kill him despite this technically being a school duel. The assassin unleashed slash after slash after slash like a dark purple tornado of violence. The arena floor became covered in deep scars from his attacks. Still, Geomma somehow continued dodging everything, and honestly, that fact alone drove Nox completely insane with rage. Finally, the furious assassin decided to stop holding back. Activating the three-legged crow technique, Nox unleashed a monstrous slash overflowing with the murderous resentment of 7,000 grievances. Even Geomma found himself slightly disturbed by just how desperately Nox wanted to kill him. The assassin's attacks came crashing toward him non-stop, each slash overflowing with murderous intent. Nox genuinely believed the fight was already over. Unfortunately for him, the Oreo-haired protagonist still had tricks left. At the last possible moment, our guy slipped cleanly out of the attack range without suffering a single scratch. Nox looked absolutely horrified. The red-haired assassin could not believe that someone actually dodged the full force of his technique so casually. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist glanced back at him with the most annoyingly cocky expression imaginable. Up in the audience, some of the older students were stunned. One sophomore admitted that freshmen usually spent their time running away from attacks like those rather than calmly dodging them. Another student agreed that while sophomores generally dominated lower years, the freshmen's combat experience clearly was not normal either. However, Abel understood there was something much stranger happening. Only people capable of fully tracking the battle could truly see it. Every aggressive move came from Nox. Meanwhile, Geomma had not seriously attacked even once. He simply dodged everything. That realization made the assassin even angrier. Nox remembered his sister warning him that Geomma was not normal. He even unleashed the blessing of the crow, believing it would instantly annihilate the freshman. Instead, the MC dodged it effortlessly. The red-haired assassin clenched his teeth in rage. Clearly, his opponent specialized in speed and reaction timing. Because of that, Nox decided he needed to fight more carefully. Then the self-proclaimed pinnacle of the dark arts prepared a wide-range attack designed to cut through the entire battlefield in one strike. The longer he stared at Geomma's calm expression and those pathetic kitchen knives in his hands, the more furious he became. Then suddenly, the MC dropped one of his weapons. Nox froze in confusion. The assassin could not understand why someone would willingly discard a weapon in the middle of a duel. Suspiciously, he demanded to know what kind of trick the freshman was planning now. Instead of answering immediately, Geomma slowly raised Chloe's rose blade. Then his entire demeanor changed. The previously relaxed protagonist suddenly became terrifyingly serious. Lowering his head slightly, he pointed the sashimi knife directly toward Nox. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. For the first time during the duel, the look in Geomma's eyes carried genuine killing intent. Nox internally screamed. Was this bastard mocking him? The assassin tightened his grip around his twin blades while swearing that he would end the duel with a single decisive strike. Dark energy exploded around him as he roared at the freshman and demanded to know what someone wielding a pathetic fish knife could possibly accomplish against him. Then Geomma moved. The gloomy protagonist launched forward in a flawless straight line like a beam of light slicing across the battlefield. Nox went speechless. The movement was so clean and precise that it looked unreal. For all this time, the MC only wanted a peaceful life. He tried desperately to avoid standing out. He obeyed the rules and avoided trouble whenever possible. Yet somehow, fate continued dragging him deeper into violence. It genuinely felt as though something inside him constantly whispered for him to stop resisting. So finally, Geomma gave in. If he could never escape the sword god's blessing, no matter how hard he tried, then he would accept both its blessing and its curse. The light surrounding him intensified, and then he cut. A blinding slash flashed across the arena. The assassin stared in complete shock. The attack happened so quickly and so perfectly that he never even saw it. Geomma simply passed by him like a streak of light. The entire Colosseum fell silent. Even Leon looked intimidated. Meanwhile, the wolf student calmly slid past his opponent like an anime swordsman finishing a fatal strike. At that moment, Geomma finally accepted something painful. Whether the sword god's power was a blessing or a curse no longer mattered. He would use it regardless. And with that acceptance came the death of the peaceful future he once dreamed about. Unfortunately for Nox, the nightmare was not over yet. Spinning around instantly, Geomma launched himself forward again at impossible speed. The rose blade flashed repeatedly through the air. Slice, slice, slice. The red-haired assassin panicked in terror while desperately trying to defend himself, but more and more of his body continued getting carved apart by the MC's overwhelming swordsmanship. The violence became so graphic that the Academy immediately shut down the subspace barrier entirely. Smoke burst across the battlefield. Silence consumed the arena. No cheers rang out. The students were simply too horrified by what they witnessed. Nox collapsed to his knees in complete defeat, while trembling violently. Meanwhile, Geomma calmly sheathed his sashimi knife. A faint blue glow still lingered around the blade. Up in the stands, even the star-class students watched him with newfound fear and respect. The smoke slowly cleared. The entire Colosseum remained completely silent. Awkwardly, the gloomy protagonist scratched the back of his neck, while wondering whether he really should have expected this kind of reaction. Still, there was no turning back anymore, and somehow, he accomplished all of this using nothing more than a fish-cutting knife. Deep down, there was one thing Geomma always knew for certain. Cutting people felt horrible. Thankfully, the subspace arena prevented real death from occurring. Despite how gruesome the injuries appeared, nobody actually died inside the duel. Still, Nox looked deeply traumatized. The assassin collapsed in sweat, while struggling to process what happened to him. Honestly, Chloe was right. Her brother truly was incredibly strong. His battle instincts were sharpened through genuine experience and brutal training. However, his overwhelming killing intent made every movement easier for the MC to predict. Ironically, Nox's murderous nature became his greatest weakness. Finally, the announcement echoed throughout the Colosseum. Victory belonged to Kang Geomma of the Wolf class. The audience reacted with stunned disbelief rather than celebration. Many students outright refused to believe that a freshman just defeated a sophomore from the auditor family. Some even sounded personally offended by reality itself. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist silently cursed. The Academy's publicity department could probably learn a thing or two from how shamelessly fast rumors spread around this place. Still, there was nothing he could do anymore. This was the path he chose. All he could do now was endure whatever consequences followed. As expected, news of the duel exploded throughout the Academy almost instantly. Everyone learned that Nox belonged to the auditor family, which immediately explained why he was so terrifyingly strong. At the same time, nobody could believe that a supposedly average special admission student defeated him. Soon, students whispered Geomma's name everywhere like it was some forbidden spell. Meanwhile, Abel found herself constantly hearing about him too. No matter where she went, people talked about Kang Geomma, and honestly, she could not stop thinking about him either. The duel left a massive impression on her. Even now, she vividly remembered the horrifying moment Nox lost his arm. At that instant, her golden eyes widened in genuine shock. Using nothing but kitchen knives, Geomma displayed swordsmanship so precise and overwhelming that it completely shattered her understanding of combat. As the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Abel always took pride in her knowledge of swords. Now she realized how naive she truly was. The idea that someone could become that strong using ordinary kitchen blades felt almost impossible. Then suddenly, everything clicked together in her mind. She remembered her earlier conversation with him beneath the stars. She remembered calling him weak directly to his face. She remembered proudly declaring her family's motto about being firm with the strong and merciful toward the weak. She remembered complaining that the top student was not even from her class. And most importantly, she remembered promising to crush whoever defeated her. The blue-haired swordswoman froze in horror. Kang Geomma was almost certainly the top student. Based on what she witnessed during the duel, she became completely convinced. And to make matters worse, he was obviously much stronger than her. Now she desperately wondered what he thought while listening to her shameless bragging that night. Abel suddenly yelled in frustration, while wondering what exactly had been going through his head during that conversation. Nearby, Rachel blinked in confusion at her friend's sudden breakdown. The blonde girl lazily asked what was going on. Realizing she just embarrassed herself again, Abel quickly laughed nervously and claimed it was nothing. Unfortunately, Rachel clearly did not believe her. Smirking mischievously, the blonde girl pointed out that something was obviously bothering her. Trying to escape the conversation, Abel awkwardly claimed that she simply felt sluggish lately because she had not trained properly. Rachel immediately narrowed her eyes. Then she asked why the proud swordswoman was making such a pouty expression. Abel denied everything. The blonde girl continued guessing anyway. Maybe she was hungry. No. Maybe she forgot her equipment at home. Also no. Then Rachel casually suggested that maybe it was a bathroom emergency. Immediately Abel snapped and loudly insisted once again that nothing was wrong. Rachel grinned triumphantly. After eliminating every other possibility, the blonde girl finally reached her conclusion. Little Miss Blue Hair was having boy problems. The snobby noble was left completely speechless. Abel's face flushed bright red with embarrassment while the blonde girl beside her twitched with amusement. Then Rachel completely lost it. She burst into loud laughter and pointed directly at the noble lady, like she had just discovered the funniest secret in the world. Rachel had genuinely believed Abel was the last person alive who would ever care about romance. So seeing the usually cold and composed swordswoman acting flustered was pure entertainment for her. Abel quickly tried to defend herself, yelling that Rachel had gotten the wrong idea, but the blonde clown was not buying it for even a second. She wanted to know who the lucky man was. Abel immediately went silent, which only made Rachel even more suspicious. The blonde refused to let the matter go and kept pushing, wanting to know who had managed to steal the heart of the normally stoic noble girl. Since Abel refused to answer, Rachel decided to turn it into a guessing game. First, she guessed Leon, the perfect glowing protagonist with the handsome face. However, Abel looked so disgusted by the suggestion that Rachel instantly crossed him off the list. Rachel found it strange that Abel still seemed so uncomfortable whenever Leon was mentioned. Then the blonde suddenly guessed that it had to be the special student from yesterday. The reaction she got from Abel was all the confirmation she needed. Rachel's grin widened like a predator who had just found fresh prey. Hearts practically appeared in her eyes as she realized the truth. This information was worth more than gold to her. She was going to have endless fun with this. Without warning, Rachel grabbed Abel by the arm and declared that it was time to go. Abel was startled, but Rachel was already dragging her away at full speed. The noble girl desperately asked where they were going, only for Rachel to laugh loudly and declare that they were obviously heading to the wolf class like characters in a romance novel. Meanwhile, inside the wolf class, Rachel cheerfully waved at everyone like she owned the place. She happily greeted the students while dragging the deeply embarrassed Abel behind her. The entire classroom immediately erupted into shocked whispers. The popular high-ranking students had suddenly appeared in their class, and everyone could only stare in admiration. Abel looked incredibly nervous, but Rachel walked through the room like she was strutting across a red carpet. Then the blonde suddenly jumped onto a desk and loudly announced that they were looking for a black-haired guy. Of course, she meant Geomma. Rachel scanned the room like a hunter searching for prey. Since Geomma was the only student with black hair, finding him was not exactly difficult. Before long, one annoyed student approached her and pointed out that someone of her status should not be climbing onto desks and causing chaos inside their classroom. Rachel did not feel threatened in the slightest. Instead, she simply flashed him a beautiful smile, abusing her pretty privilege so hard that the poor student practically shut down on the spot. Abel watched in horror as Rachel shamelessly weaponized her looks. Then Rachel finally found her target. Geomma was sleeping peacefully in his seat while the familiar red-haired assassin buzzed around him as usual. Rachel immediately assumed that Chloe was his girlfriend, though she honestly thought that only made the situation even more entertaining. This was going to be fun. Chloe had been happily talking to Geomma when she suddenly froze. A dangerous killing intent had appeared out of nowhere. Rachel had somehow slipped right beside Geomma's desk, and before anyone could react, she leaned down and blew a playful kiss toward his sleeping face. Chloe instantly lost all color. Abel also looked completely stunned. The atmosphere immediately became terrifying. Geomma slowly raised his head with a confused expression, only to discover himself surrounded by beautiful but extremely dangerous girls. Rachel smiled sweetly and asked if she had woken him up before immediately asking for his name, even though she already knew exactly who he was. Before Geomma could even answer, Rachel casually admitted that she had not known who the famous black-haired genius was until the subspace incident the other day. Geomma, meanwhile, was still trying to process why Rachel of all people had suddenly appeared inside his classroom. Rachel leaned in closer and openly commented that he looked surprisingly handsome up close. At that moment, Geomma's instincts started screaming that the situation around him was extremely dangerous. Then Chloe finally spoke up. Her voice sounded calm, but the jealousy radiating from her was absolutely terrifying. She demanded to know exactly what Rachel thought she was doing by touching Geomma so casually. Her pupils had shrunk, the whites of her eyes had widened, and she looked moments away from snapping entirely. Rachel only seemed amused by the reaction. Meanwhile, Geomma realized that everything was spiraling out of control. Chloe's personality had completely flipped, and she already had a box cutter in her hand. If a knife fight broke out in the middle of class, things were going to become a massive problem. The lazy protagonist had never seen a situation like this happen in the original game before. He genuinely could not understand why Rachel had even come to the wolf class in the first place. Then Abel finally stepped in and told Rachel to stop causing trouble in another classroom. Rachel smirked and asked why Abel was pretending not to say hello to Geomma. She was enjoying the chaos way too much. After hopping off the desk, she casually reached over and ruffled Chloe's hair like she was teasing a child. Rachel then told her not to interrupt while adults were talking and added that sharp objects were dangerous to play with. That patronizing attitude pushed Chloe even further over the edge. Her hand twitched violently around the knife. Then, the moment Rachel turned her head away, Chloe attacked. She launched a genuine killing strike directly toward Rachel's back, shocking both Geomma and Abel. However, Rachel reacted instantly. She spun around with terrifying speed, and suddenly a massive splash of red burst through the classroom. Except the red was not blood. One random student had accidentally exploded his juice box while opening it at the worst possible timing imaginable. His classmate immediately yelled at him while the poor guy desperately defended himself, claiming that dramatic openings were the only way his senior would notice him. Meanwhile, in the background, Rachel had already caught Chloe's arm and disarmed her completely. The blonde casually mocked Chloe for being slow and admitted that she originally thought the tiny assassin was just some harmless little kid. Unfortunately for Rachel, Chloe also happened to have an extremely short temper. No matter how hard Chloe struggled, she could not break free from Rachel's grip. Abel quickly yelled at Rachel to stop bullying weaker students, but Rachel already looked bored with the entire thing. Without warning, she casually tossed Chloe backward across the classroom. Chloe flew through the air before smoothly flipping herself upright and landing perfectly on her feet. Rage burned in her eyes while the male students in the wolf class suddenly started cheering like they were watching some kind of arena match between beautiful girls. Geomma, however, was already exhausted. The blonde clown causing all this chaos was Rachel Demura, niece of the Spear Saint himself. Her clan valued overwhelming brute force above all else, believing that raw power could crush any technique or skill. Rachel grinned brightly and directly asked Geomma whether Chloe was his girlfriend. Geomma immediately denied it. The rejection hit Chloe like a truck. She trembled in the corner with a mixture of heartbreak and murderous intent radiating off her tiny body. Still, Geomma calmly clarified that Chloe was simply his friend. Rachel considered that answer for a moment while Geomma wondered how his peaceful nap had somehow turned into complete insanity. Then he finally noticed Abel standing there too. He had been so overwhelmed by the chaos that he had completely missed her earlier. Immediately, Geomma became even more cautious and demanded to know why two elite high-ranking students had specifically come looking for him. Rachel smirked and immediately threw Abel under the bus. She claimed that Abel was interested in Geomma and had desperately wanted to see his face. Abel instantly exploded with embarrassment and denied everything, demanding to know when she had ever said something so humiliating. Rachel shamelessly insisted that it was true and pointed out that Abel had followed her all the way there without resisting. The wolf class students immediately started whispering among themselves. Some wondered if a love triangle was unfolding right in front of them, while others pointed out that they had never once heard the noble swordswoman raise her voice before. Realizing the entire classroom was staring at her, Abel suddenly regained her noble composure. She lifted her chin proudly and declared that everyone had misunderstood the situation completely. According to her, they had absolutely not come to see Geomma specifically. Geomma honestly could not care less anymore. Completely exhausted, the sleepy protagonist sighed and told the girls that if they were done causing problems, they should leave already because he wanted to go back to sleep. Abel looked utterly crushed by the dismissal. Meanwhile, Rachel nearly burst into laughter all over again. Rachel found the gloomy protagonist far more interesting than she had expected, and Rachel Demura liked interesting people. Unfortunately for her, Geomma looked completely exhausted by her existence. He calmly replied that he was glad she thought so, because in his opinion he was far from interesting. The blonde simply grinned wider. She told him not to be so modest before suddenly offering him an invitation. Rachel casually suggested that he come visit their dorm after class so they could watch movies together and relax. It was obvious the chaotic blonde was deliberately trying to start trouble. Chloe immediately exploded. The tiny assassin yelled at Rachel to stay away from her man, causing the blonde clown to blink in confusion. As far as Rachel knew, Geomma did not belong to anyone. That only made the entire thing funnier to her, and she burst into another fit of loud laughter while openly mocking the poor redhead. Meanwhile, Geomma could only sit there and think about how much he missed his peaceful life and his mother's cooking. Rachel continued laughing while turning toward Abel and asking if she had heard Chloe's embarrassing confession too. However, the blonde quickly stopped laughing once she noticed Abel was also quietly fuming beside her. Apparently, everyone in the room had become emotionally unstable, except the sleepy protagonist. Eventually, Rachel decided the fun had to end for now. Still smiling, she admitted that meeting the only black-haired student in the academy had been surprisingly entertaining. She cheerfully told Geomma that she would definitely see him again later. Geomma immediately told her to please never come back. Rachel laughed again and called him cold-hearted before waving goodbye dramatically. Chloe continued glaring murderously at the blonde, while Geomma simply ignored the entire situation, and silently prayed the two girls would disappear far away from him. The exhausted protagonist lowered his head again, ready to return to sleep. However, as Rachel and Abel prepared to leave, Abel quietly glanced back toward him one last time. Even from afar, the noble swordswoman could not stop thinking about the black-haired boy. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, Abel simply turned around and walked away, returning to the elite class where she belonged while leaving the wolf class behind. As the two girls walked through the academy halls, Rachel smiled to herself. It was one thing for someone to act cold and distant, but when she looked into Geomma's hollow black eyes, she felt something deeper hidden beneath them. The single strand of white hair on his head looked sharp enough to cut skin, and his gaze carried a pressure that felt like a knife pressed against her throat. The sleepy protagonist had exceeded all of Rachel's expectations. She grinned to herself while remembering the chills she had felt earlier. The hidden genius inside the wolf class was far superior to the flashy but hollow students she had met since entering the academy. Rachel had originally gone there simply to tease people for entertainment, expecting Geomma to be another joke. Instead, she might have discovered something valuable. The Demura clan valued only the strongest warriors above all else. Rachel herself had no interest in weaklings. So in her eyes, Geomma was beginning to look like an extremely precious resource. The blonde licked her lips slightly at the thought. Naturally, someone like him catching Abel's attention suddenly made perfect sense. At that moment, Rachel suddenly turned and apologized. Abel looked surprised for a moment before telling the blonde that if she wanted to apologize for something, then she should first apologize to the wolf class students for causing such a massive disturbance. Rachel immediately refused. Confused, Abel asked what exactly she was apologizing for then. Rachel crossed her arms smugly and casually admitted that she was apologizing for provoking Geomma. She explained that she had underestimated him earlier and now realized he was definitely not the type to submit quietly. Abel stared at her in confusion, clearly struggling to understand what Rachel even meant. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the academy's medical ward, a completely different kind of madness was unfolding. Nox Audio wandered through the hospital halls while dragging his IV stand behind him like a deranged psychopath. Dark, murderous energy practically poured off his body as he muttered the same sentence over and over again. "I'll kill Geomma." The proud assassin genius had lived his entire life without ever experiencing defeat. But after his encounter with Geomma, his entire existence had narrowed down to one singular obsession: revenge. Nox genuinely considered sneaking into Geomma's room that very night and turning the black-haired genius into a corpse before morning. With the power of the Audio clan behind him, he believed he could crush anyone. At least that was what he kept trying to convince himself. Still, every time he remembered Geomma's cold eyes and terrifying pressure, sweat began forming on his forehead. Nox angrily shoved another student aside as he marched through the halls. He swore to himself that he would kill Geomma first and then reclaim his little sister afterward, like a proper older brother. In his eyes, Chloe possessed talent equal to or perhaps even greater than his own. Eventually, the murderous assassin stopped in front of his hospital room door. With the nightfall techniques of the Audio clan and the strength of his bloodline, Nox convinced himself that he could absolutely defeat Geomma if they fought again. So he opened the door and nearly died from fear. Because Geomma was already sitting inside his room calmly eating an apple, the black-haired protagonist looked terrifyingly relaxed, like a sharpened blade resting quietly in its sheath. Geomma casually greeted Nox as though he had been expecting him the entire time. Nox froze completely. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Chloe sat alone while angrily biting her fingernails. She muttered to herself about how Geomma apparently liked older women and how she needed to eliminate her romantic competition before Rachel successfully stole him away. Then Geomma suddenly called out to her. Chloe instantly transformed from a murderous yandere into a sweet and affectionate girl. She asked him what he needed in the gentlest voice imaginable. Honestly, the sudden personality switch unsettled even Geomma a little. The black-haired protagonist nervously asked how her brother was doing after their previous fight. Chloe looked surprised by the question before explaining that Nox was currently resting in the academy's medical ward. That confused Geomma. Normally, students did not suffer real injuries inside the subspace training grounds. Chloe admitted she had not visited much herself, but according to rumors, Nox had been hospitalized despite showing no physical wounds. Geomma immediately understood. The talented assassin had not been physically injured. His pride had been shattered instead. That realization made Geomma slightly worried that Nox might attempt something reckless. So after gently patting Chloe on the head and getting the information he needed, the protagonist quietly made his way to the medical ward. And now he stood face to face with the horrified red assassin. Back in the hospital room, Geomma casually raised the apple in his hand and asked Nox if he could eat it. The question was pointless because he was already eating it anyway. Nox remained frozen near the doorway, while Geomma calmly commented on how rich the Audio clan must be. The special student casually admired the massive private room while mentioning that assassin money was apparently no joke. Nox finally demanded to know how Geomma had even entered the room. Then the protagonist suddenly reached for a knife. The assassin's entire body stiffened in terror. For one horrifying moment, Nox genuinely believed Geomma had come to finish him off. The blade gleamed coldly beneath the moonlight as Geomma slowly raised it into the air. Then he simply started peeling the apple. Nox continued sweating nervously while secretly noticing how absurdly clean the cuts were. The apple peel came off in one perfect strip without breaking once. Eventually, Geomma placed the sliced apple down and calmly advised Nox to eat properly if he was struggling with regular meals. Then the black-haired protagonist stood up and started walking toward the exit. Nox stared in stunned confusion. The proud assassin immediately became furious. In his mind, Geomma's kindness felt more insulting than outright mockery. He angrily slid a hidden blade from his sleeve and convinced himself that he could definitely kill Geomma right now if he attacked from behind. Then Geomma suddenly stopped walking. Without even turning around, he calmly spoke. If Nox ever tried taking revenge again, there would be consequences. The assassin slowly peeked out from behind the doorway as Geomma finally turned his head slightly. His sharp black eyes glinted like blades in the darkness. Then the protagonist quietly warned Nox that if the Audior clan ever crossed him again, he would personally destroy the entire family. Nox immediately froze. The pressure in those words was absolutely terrifying. Geomma then slammed the door shut behind him as he left. A moment later, the apple sitting on the table suddenly split apart into perfectly even slices, each piece separated neatly like the petals of a blooming flower. Nox collapsed onto the floor in terror. The black-haired protagonist had made his warning perfectly clear without needing to say much at all. Meanwhile, beneath the evening sky, Geomma casually walked away from the medical ward feeling strangely satisfied. As far as he was concerned, the red assassin was now nothing more than a fragile candle that could be extinguished whenever he pleased. And judging from Nox's terrified reaction, the intimidation tactic had worked perfectly. As Geomma walked beneath the night sky, he silently admitted something to himself. The Audio clan was terrifying. They were one of the greatest assassin organizations in the world, and there was absolutely no way a one-man army like him could fight the entire clan head-on. Everything he had said to Nox earlier had basically been one massive bluff designed to stop the red-haired assassin from becoming an even bigger problem in the future. Still, Geomma estimated that in a worst-case scenario he could probably take down at least 10 people in 30 seconds. Unfortunately, 30 seconds was also his limit. The black-haired protagonist paused for a moment and stared quietly at the moon overhead. Then he resumed walking while reflecting on the strange situation his life had become lately. It honestly felt like he was standing in the middle of some bizarre storm. Between the heroines constantly appearing around him and all the chaos happening every other day, Geomma was beginning to wonder if he had also gone insane. Still, as long as Nox stayed quiet from now on, the protagonist figured he would no longer need to worry about him. Unfortunately, he still had another major problem to deal with. Rachel Demura, the blonde girl with heart-shaped eyes and an endless appetite for trouble, was the person Geomma wanted to avoid the most. In the original story, Rachel had approached the main protagonist first instead. That had worked perfectly for the introverted Geomma because it kept her attention away from him. Now, however, things had gone completely off script. Rachel already seemed obsessed with him, and her complicated relationship with Abel only made matters worse. Geomma sighed deeply and decided he would think about all of that later. Right now, there was something much more important approaching. The midterms. And unlike everything else in his life, this was something he intended to take very seriously. The reward for the exams was Mirasama, a weapon powerful enough to dramatically increase his combat ability. Geomma desperately needed a weapon that would allow him to fight for longer than 30 seconds, so the exhausted protagonist opened the academy calendar and reviewed the details of the upcoming exam. The midterm test required students to form groups of 5 regardless of class placement. Their task would be to subdue a demonic monster together. The academy heavily emphasized teamwork because, on a real battlefield, trusting allies was considered more important than individual talent. Honestly, Geomma found the setup incredibly annoying. Still, as long as he found competent teammates, things should work out. He himself was technically only level 1, but if stronger people carried him through the exam, then he would survive just fine. Unfortunately, the target monster for the test was a D-rank demonic creature known as the Merman, and it was horrifyingly ugly. The creature looked less like a mythical mermaid and more like a nightmare dragged out of the deepest ocean trenches. Even Geomma, who had spent most of his life around fish, felt sick just imagining it. He was genuinely worried he might throw up if he saw one up close. At least if they were mermaids, things would have been easier on the eyes. Mermaids were considered high-ranking demonic humans, unlike the hideous mermen. Still, no matter how beautiful mermaids supposedly were, Geomma doubted he would suddenly start getting nosebleeds over them like some cliché protagonist. As he thought about it further, he reflected on the larger structure of the demon race. The true core of demonic society was made up of demonic humans. Compared to them, ordinary demonic monsters were little more than guard dogs. Fortunately, students only needed to hunt mermen during the exam, meaning they would not have to deal with actual demonic humans. Geomma sat down quietly on a bench while pondering how much his life had changed in only 1 month at the academy. The school grounds looked peaceful on the surface. Then his thoughts drifted toward the concept of peace itself. 700 years had passed since humanity and the demons signed their armistice treaty. Of course, that did not mean the world had remained completely free of war. Smaller conflicts and bloody incidents still occurred regularly. One of the biggest incidents happened 50 years ago. A massive purple demon named Vasman, commander of the 6th Legion, had attempted to revive the commander of the 1st Legion and break the ancient truce between humans and demons. His actions caused absolute chaos and nearly dragged the world back into full-scale war. After a week of brutal bloodshed, humanity eventually emerged victorious. That battle gave birth to the 7 heroes. Though victory came at a terrible cost, 3 of the heroes died during the conflict, and afterward neither side wished to escalate matters further. The uneasy peace bought through bloodshed continued all the way into the present era. Back then, Geomma had always thought it was ridiculous that one particular hero had been called the strongest human alive, despite only defeating the commander of the 6th Legion. Compared to the man who sealed the 1st Legion commander alone, the gap felt absurd. That man was Baylor Juin. Even now, Geomma wondered whether someone like Baylor could truly still be considered human. Unfortunately, thinking about history did not solve his current problems. Only 3 years remained before the Second Human-Demon War would begin. And unlike the previous conflict, the future war would involve the Demon King himself. The protagonist shook his head and forced himself to stop thinking about the depressing future. Right now, his focus needed to stay on the midterms. Unfortunately, another issue immediately appeared. He needed teammates. Geomma opened his contact list and instantly realized something deeply embarrassing. Aside from his family members and the academy director, he practically had nobody saved. The guy was a complete social recluse. Then the black-haired genius suddenly paused. Now that he thought about it carefully, he had become one of the most famous students in the entire academy. Maybe he could actually use that reputation to his advantage. After all, living quietly for 3 years had already become impossible anyway. So Geomma finally changed his goal. Instead of living comfortably and quietly, he decided he would simply live comfortably whether things stayed quiet or not no longer mattered. 1 week later, that decision completely backfired. The black-haired idiot sat in class while listening to students whisper around him, and not a single person had invited him into their group. Not one. Geomma nearly lost his mind. Apparently, showing off terrifying ninja-like combat abilities had only succeeded in making everyone too scared to approach him. His social situation had somehow become even worse than before. Chloe was alone too. Ever since the incident involving her brother, the little assassin had also become isolated from the rest of the students. Realizing they were basically fellow outcasts now, Geomma decided to take one for the team and approached her. Chloe instantly brightened the moment he came over. Geomma awkwardly asked whether she had already found teammates for the midterms. To his immense relief, she had not. The protagonist honestly felt bad for her. Unlike him, Chloe used to have plenty of friends before everything became complicated. However, the tiny yandere simply smiled sweetly and said she was perfectly happy as long as she had Geomma around. Hearing that, the ambitious protagonist finally gathered his courage and asked if she wanted to team up with him while they searched for 3 additional members together. Chloe looked absolutely thrilled. And just like that, Geomma successfully recruited his first teammate. Honestly, he considered it a massive victory. Chloe's combat abilities were no joke either. Since the exam involved capturing as many mermen as possible within 1 hour, someone like her was incredibly valuable. Considering Geomma's 30-second limit in battle, Chloe practically looked like an army of 1,000 soldiers in his eyes. The protagonist smiled faintly while watching her excitement. He was genuinely happy that she looked so happy. Then suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the classroom. Geomma looked up and immediately regretted everything. Rachel Demura had arrived. The blonde menace marched directly toward him while announcing that she had returned to play again. Trying to stay calm, he asked why she had shown up. Rachel pouted and pointed out that she had literally just explained why. Meanwhile, Chloe instantly entered full demonic jealousy mode. She quietly muttered about the big ones arriving, though she was clearly talking about Rachel's chest rather than her combat strength. Realizing disaster was approaching, Geomma immediately tried damage control and bluntly told Rachel to go away because he was busy. The blonde pretended to look heartbroken. She even forced fake tears into her eyes while asking why he was always so cold toward her. Geomma only sighed and told her to stop calling him by his first name because it sounded way too personal. Rachel instantly dropped the sad act and loudly claimed she had suddenly gone deaf. The shameless girl dramatically collapsed onto his desk before cheerfully asking whether he already had a midterm group prepared. Geomma admitted that he did not. Rachel immediately lit up with excitement. Then the blonde leaned forward with sparkling heart-shaped eyes and sweetly invited both him and Chloe to join her group. She even had the audacity to lift his chin with her hand like he was some shy girlfriend she was flirting with. Geomma instantly smacked her hand away. Completely baffled, he demanded to know why someone as popular as Rachel would bother asking him of all people when countless students would happily rush to join her team. Rachel simply laughed. Those students were boring. Geomma, however, seemed entertaining. The exhausted protagonist had absolutely no response to that logic. Still, he pointed out that he had already started a group with Chloe. Hearing him openly acknowledge her made the little assassin freeze in surprise for a moment. Rachel, meanwhile, looked completely unbothered. She happily explained that her group still had open spots anyway. The shameless blonde truly came prepared for everything. Meanwhile, Geomma quietly remembered the Academy rulebook. Do not hate the player, hate the game instead. Geomma took a moment to seriously consider his options. Out of the corner of his eye, the black-haired protagonist glanced toward Chloe to see what she thought about joining Rachel's group. The little assassin looked hesitant at first, but eventually she gave a small nod. It was not like they had many other choices anyway, and despite her chaotic personality, Rachel was undeniably strong. Seeing Chloe agree, Geomma finally surrendered himself to fate. Rachel instantly lit up with excitement. The blonde hyena happily declared that he was absolutely forbidden from backing out now that he had agreed. Then, the slow genius finally remembered to ask the important question. Who exactly were the other members of the group? Rachel blinked at him in disbelief, before casually asking whether he seriously did not know who Leon was. Apparently, the guy was famous enough that she assumed everyone in the academy knew him already. Unfortunately, Geomma knew exactly who Leon was. The moment he heard the protagonist's name, the exhausted background character nearly evaporated on the spot. Internally, he screamed in horror while mentally collapsing into dust. Out of everyone in the academy, Leon Van Reinhardt was the one person Geomma desperately wanted to avoid. Later that day, the black-haired protagonist sat trembling in class like a leaf caught in a storm. Not from fear, from rage. He quietly wondered what kind of unforgivable crime he must have committed in his past life to suffer like this now. For 30 years, he had worked peacefully as a chef slicing fish with knives. Never once had he imagined ending up tangled together with the main cast of a doomed fantasy game. Getting involved with the heroines was already bad enough. At least they were beautiful eye candy, so the introverted protagonist could tolerate them to some extent. But getting dragged into the orbit of the actual protagonist character was a completely different nightmare. Leon was far too bright for someone like Geomma. The guy practically radiated heroic energy like the sun itself, while Geomma felt more like a shadow lurking quietly in the background. Worse still, Geomma had never even finished the original game, meaning he had no clue how the story would eventually unfold. That uncertainty terrified him. The moment he learned Leon was part of the team, Geomma immediately tried changing groups. Unfortunately, Rachel had already anticipated that reaction. The blonde proudly informed him that she had submitted the application with his name on it before even asking for permission. The moment he verbally agreed earlier, she had immediately finalized the paperwork. There was no escape. Geomma shook with murderous frustration as he imagined tracking Rachel down and slicing her apart in revenge. For the first time in his life, the peaceful former chef genuinely felt provoked enough to stab a woman. The little assassin looked worried as she asked whether something was wrong. Apparently, ever since Rachel left earlier, Geomma had looked completely miserable. Chloe honestly resembled a girlfriend convinced another woman had stolen her boyfriend's innocence. The exhausted protagonist froze for a moment while trying to think of a proper response. Eventually, he simply explained that he felt overwhelmed knowing they would be taking the exam alongside elite star class students. Chloe immediately relaxed. Then she sweetly reassured him that nobody in the star class was stronger than him anyway. Geomma awkwardly thanked her. As he thought about it more carefully, he realized he had been the one to invite Chloe into a team first. There was no way he could abandon her now without feeling guilty. And honestly, after calming down, he admitted to himself that this lineup was not even bad. Rachel was powerful. Leon was powerful. Chloe was powerful. Objectively speaking, he could not ask for a better group. So the opportunistic protagonist decided to stop being pessimistic for once. Refreshing his mindset, he asked Chloe when and where the group meeting would take place. Chloe recalled Rachel mentioning a cafe inside the protagonist building at 6 o'clock. Geomma quietly noticed that Chloe still refused to call Rachel by her actual name and only referred to her as Blondie. Apparently, the Yandere grudge remained strong. Since it was nearly time already, Geomma suggested they head over immediately, and Chloe happily agreed. The two casually walked through the academy halls before eventually arriving at the cafe. A loud slam echoed through the room as Chloe set down her drink with a satisfied sigh before happily sipping her avocado smoothie. Geomma stared at the green liquid in absolute disbelief after seeing the price tag, 50,000 won. The prices inside the academy continued attacking his soul no matter how long he stayed there. The black-haired protagonist nearly coughed blood while silently praising Starbucks for somehow convincing people to spend this much money on beverages. Chloe, meanwhile, misunderstood his reaction and proudly agreed that the brand was amazing. Geomma reminded himself that he was a grown adult who needed to practice self-control. Unfortunately, the only drink under 10,000 won had been espresso, so he ordered that instead. The problem was that it tasted like concentrated horse poison. Since the cafe belonged to an outside company, even faculty cards did not work there. The protagonist immediately decided he would not be returning often. Then suddenly his phone started ringing. Rachel had sent a message explaining that she would be late because she needed to take care of the kids. Geomma and Chloe were already waiting inside the cafe's meeting room, while the chaotic blonde promised she would arrive soon. Before long, the door opened. Rachel entered carrying a smoothie while casually apologizing for being late. Behind her stood Leon van Reinhardt himself. Geomma instantly stopped hearing anything else. While Rachel asked whether they had waited long, the exhausted protagonist could only stare silently at the golden-haired menace standing behind her. Leon looked like the physical embodiment of light itself, with brilliant blonde hair and piercing blue eyes that practically sparkled every second. If Leon represented light, then Geomma truly felt like darkness standing opposite him. Then Geomma suddenly noticed another unfamiliar face. An orange-haired guy with green eyes stood beside Leon looking like some delinquent who wandered into the wrong building. The protagonist honestly could not believe Rachel had recruited someone like that into the group. Then Leon walked directly toward him. The heroic protagonist extended his hand and politely introduced himself. As well, Leon smiled warmly and admitted he had been impressed by Geomma's performance during the subspace incident. He also said he felt reassured knowing someone that capable would be joining the team for the midterms. Meanwhile, Geomma could only think about how Leon somehow possessed the perfect protagonist voice. Everything about him sounded intelligent, calm, and trustworthy. This guy was definitely the protagonist character from the original game. Once everyone ordered their drinks, Leon suggested starting with introductions. Rachel immediately supported the idea, so Leon went first. He introduced himself as Leon van Reinhardt of the Star class, and explained that he somehow ended up becoming the group leader. Despite humbly claiming he still lacked experience, he said he looked forward to working with everyone. Geomma internally cursed again. The guy practically glowed with purity. Life truly was unfair. Next, Rachel decided to skip her own introduction because everyone already knew who she was. Instead, she shoved the spotlight toward the orange-haired guy beside her by elbowing him in the ribs. The orange-haired delinquent introduced himself as Speed Weapon, a Star class student who loved heroes. Now that Geomma looked carefully, he noticed the word hero literally tattooed across the guy's back. The judgmental protagonist felt his soul leave his body for a moment. This man was genuinely named Speed Weapon. The stereotypes inside Geomma's head shattered instantly. He expected way more explanation from someone introducing themselves with a name like that, but apparently nobody else found it strange. Then Chloe shyly introduced herself as Chloe Audio of the Wolf class. Unfortunately, she also casually admitted she was there because of her crush. Rachel immediately narrowed her eyes and began teasing her over how familiarly she referred to Geomma. The little yandere nearly snapped on the spot, but somehow managed to maintain remarkable restraint. With a deep sigh, Chloe politely finished her introduction and greeted everyone properly. Even Rachel looked surprised by how patient she was acting. Finally, it became Geomma's turn. The black-haired protagonist gave the most suspicious introduction imaginable by stating only his name and class before immediately going silent again. Realizing things had become awkward, Leon smoothly transitioned into the actual meeting. The shining protagonist placed his laptop onto the table and suddenly a detailed PowerPoint presentation appeared on the screen. Geomma nearly got emotional from the professionalism. Apparently, the Star class instructor had distributed mission files to each group leader earlier that day. The presentation displayed a map of the exam site, Scopely Island. Leon explained that students would first travel there through a subspace gate, though only the transportation method involved the subspace itself. The island was completely real, meaning students could genuinely get injured or killed by demonic beasts during the exam. Leon zoomed further into the map and pointed toward the northeastern coastline. That specific area would serve as their assigned hunting zone. 3 student groups, including theirs, would be competing there to hunt. Merman, since the number of monsters on the island was limited, the goal of the exam was to capture as many as possible within the time limit. As Leon spoke, every member of the team listened carefully. Then the heroic leader finished his explanation and calmly asked whether anyone had questions. At first, the room stayed silent. Then Speed Weapon suddenly spoke up. The orange-haired delinquent pointed out that Scopely Island was also famous for sightings of mermaids. He cautiously asked whether there was any danger of encountering them during the exam. Leon calmly reassured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. According to the instructors, the island had already been fully investigated beforehand to ensure students' safety. Speed Weapon accepted Leon's explanation without much resistance. After that, Chloe raised another question. The little assassin calmly asked whether groups assigned to the same zone were allowed to ambush or fight one another during the exam. Leon immediately clarified that the objective of the midterms was strictly to exterminate demonic beasts. Any unnecessary conflict between student groups would most likely result in immediate disqualification. The shining protagonist politely asked whether that answered her question, and Chloe quietly nodded. Meanwhile, Geomma silently acknowledged that having an assassin in their group made that question extremely necessary. With that, the meeting officially concluded for the day. Everyone was told to continue preparing for the midterms and to gather again tomorrow for discussions regarding battle positions and strategy. Rachel immediately celebrated the end of the meeting and dragged Speed Weapon out of the room despite his annoyed complaints about her stretching his clothes. Leon began calmly packing away his equipment. Meanwhile, Geomma lingered behind awkwardly. Since he had chosen the corner seat earlier, he now found himself alone in the room with only Leon remaining. The atmosphere instantly became painfully uncomfortable. The socially anxious protagonist immediately decided it was time to escape. He stood up and prepared to leave. Then Leon suddenly called out to him, "Excuse me." Geomma slowly turned around, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly toward the shining protagonist. Leon's expression looked unusually serious now, which immediately made the black-haired genius uneasy. Then Leon asked him a strange question. "Where did you come from, Geomma?" The dark-haired protagonist froze. For a moment, he said absolutely nothing. Instead, his mind immediately started spiraling. Now that he thought about it, he had heard a similar question before, but somehow the tone behind Leon's words felt completely different this time. The blonde protagonist's blue eyes carried a strange intensity behind them, and Geomma could not tell what he was truly thinking. At first, the exhausted genius wondered whether Leon was literally asking about his nationality, but that made no sense. Leon could have easily asked that during introductions earlier, so why wait until everyone else had left? The more Geomma thought about it, the stranger the question became. Eventually, Leon sighed lightly and apologized for suddenly asking something so weird out of nowhere. Then he quietly admitted that Geomma simply felt similar to him somehow. That explanation only confused the protagonist even more. Similar? In what way? Sure, the official language of the world happened to be Korean because of the game's setting, but that did not mean other cultures failed to exist. Anyone looking at Geomma could immediately tell he was Korean anyway. Then suddenly, Leon smiled faintly and told him to pretend he had never said anything at all. After that, the blonde hero turned around and started walking away. But before Leon could leave, Geomma suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "Leon." The shining protagonist stopped walking. Without even thinking, Geomma desperately asked where Leon himself had come from. The moment the words left his mouth, the black-haired genius mentally cursed himself. He had acted completely on impulse. Still, if he did not ask now, he knew he would never sleep peacefully again. Leon stared at him for a moment. Then the protagonist suddenly laughed. "I'm from Germany." Geomma instantly went silent. Leon simply smiled one last time before calmly walking away, leaving the black-haired protagonist standing there in total confusion. What the hell was wrong with that guy? Later that night, something slipped from Geomma's hand. He looked down and realized his fingers were trembling. A terrifying thought had taken root inside his mind during that conversation. What if Leon had also come from another world? As absurd as the idea sounded, Geomma could not stop considering it. After all, there was no rule stating only one person could be transported into the game world. Honestly, possessing the actual protagonist sounded far more likely than ending up trapped inside some random side character. The more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. Then Geomma made a decision. He activated the blessing of the sword god. The moment the blessing activated, his senses sharpened unnaturally. Pulling out one of his sashimi knives, the black-haired protagonist closed his eyes and focused with all his strength. His consciousness sank into darkness as he searched desperately for answers. Then suddenly he understood. Leon truly belonged to this world. Geomma's eyes widened in shock. Not only because he had received an answer, but because the blessing itself had responded to him. The sensation felt disturbingly familiar, like the same puppet-like feeling he experienced whenever the sword god's influence grew stronger. Apparently, if he concentrated hard enough while using the blessing, he could faintly hear a voice. That realization immediately gave him a splitting headache. Groaning, Geomma grabbed his forehead and massaged his temples. Even his pain-resistance blessing could not fully suppress the migraine forming in his skull. Still, one thing became clear. The Leon he met today was unquestionably the same Leon from the original game. Nobody alive could perfectly imitate that overwhelming purity, seriousness, and heroic charisma. Everything about the blonde screamed main character, which only made Geomma even more confused about the strange conversation earlier. If Leon truly belonged to this world, then what exactly had he meant when he said they were similar? The exhausted protagonist briefly considered researching Leon further through the old Kama wiki from his previous life. Unfortunately, back then he only cared about female characters, so he barely remembered anything about the male cast. And when he checked now, Leon's information page barely contained anything useful anyway. Eventually, Geomma sighed heavily and decided to let the matter go for now. This midterm would probably be the only time he ever needed to work closely with Leon anyway. If something strange happened again later, then maybe he could ask the academy director about it. Thinking about the director immediately reminded him of her recent complaints. Apparently, she had been pouting because he had not visited her lately. The shameless woman even jokingly asked when he planned to run away with her. Geomma decided it was healthier for his sanity to stop thinking about that entirely. Honestly, it felt strange how calm he remained despite constantly dealing with situations he wanted to avoid. Part of him wondered whether his blessings were slowly affecting his personality somehow. Since he was already thinking about them, Geomma decided to review his blessing status again. Thankfully, his progress looked steady. His mental fortitude and armament stats remained mostly unchanged, but his physical fortitude had increased slightly thanks to constant training. Geomma figured his armament would probably skyrocket once he finally acquired the sword he wanted. Then his eyes landed on another statistic, assimilation rate 6.8%. The black-haired genius blinked in surprise. Previously, the number had only been 2.5%. Geomma guessed the increase probably came from his recent fights against both Chloe and Nox of the Audio clan. Unfortunately, he still had absolutely no idea how the system truly worked. Then suddenly, another notification appeared. Because he had activated his blessings a certain number of times, adjustments would now be made. Geomma stared blankly at the screen. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. The blessing of painlessness had evolved. Its duration increased from 40 seconds to 40 minutes. For several moments, the exhausted protagonist simply pointed at the screen in stunned silence. Then he exploded with joy. All the suffering, torture, and brutal effort he endured had finally paid off. Geomma nearly laughed himself insane as relief and excitement flooded through him. Everything suddenly felt amazing. After that, time passed quickly. Geomma continued training relentlessly every single day, while also attending team meetings regularly. Slowly but surely, he started growing closer to the group. 3 days before the exam, he continued practicing swordsmanship with Chloe, who happily offered him more combat advice. 2 days before the exam, Rachel started shamelessly invading his personal space again, nearly causing the little yandere to lose her mind. Then finally, the day before the test arrived, Geomma trained harder than ever. Sweat poured from his body as he repeatedly swung his blade with increasing precision. Day after day of practice slowly sharpened his movements. By the end of the session, the exhausted protagonist finally smiled in satisfaction. Then the morning of the midterms arrived. Students gathered before an enormous subspace gate that felt completely different from the training grounds. The atmosphere surrounding it felt heavier, more dangerous, and far more real. Then Geomma heard someone call for him. Turning around, he saw his team waiting nearby. Every single member looked absurdly strong. Rachel stood confidently at the front left position while laughing at the fact that the usually punctual Geomma had somehow arrived late today. Leon stood calmly at the center as the team's leader, smiling brightly as he welcomed Geomma over. Speed Weapon occupied the support position on the right side, quietly waiting with his usual delinquent attitude. Chloe stood near Rachel as the team's sub-damage dealer and happily greeted Geomma the moment she saw him. Finally, Geomma himself took the rearguard position on the far right while apologizing for being late. As he approached, he immediately noticed the incredible equipment everyone carried. Rachel's weapon instantly caught his eye. The Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, an S-rank armament. Even Leon apparently had not fully unlocked his signature equipment yet, but Rachel was already carrying a monstrous weapon of that level. Then Geomma looked towards Speed Weapon and nearly lost his mind. The orange-haired delinquent wore what looked like a recorder around his neck. An actual recorder. The exhausted protagonist stared at it in disbelief. Unfortunately, Speed Weapon noticed him looking and immediately started acting like he wanted to throw hands over it. Seeing Geomma's confusion, Rachel casually whispered that the ridiculous-looking instrument was actually one of the few S-rank healing armaments in existence. That information stunned him. Healing-type S-rank armaments were unbelievably rare. Even spending tens of millions in-game would not guarantee obtaining one. Suddenly, the stupid-looking recorder became infinitely more impressive. Orange immediately got flustered and told him not to stand so close to him. Before the awkward moment could continue, an announcement echoed across the area declaring that the first-year midterm exams of 2043 were officially about to begin. Looking around, every student seemed fully prepared. The wolf-like instructor observed their determined faces and decided to keep the speech short. He reminded everyone that if they encountered something beyond their ability, they were expected to run away immediately. They were not heroes yet. They were only cadets still in training. Risking their lives for extra credit was absolutely forbidden. The students smiled while listening to the warning, and the instructor continued by explaining that anyone injured or wishing to surrender could contact the supervising teachers at any time. The atmosphere grew tense as the final preparations began. Shiny Boy calmly told everyone that it was time to get ready. The glowing golden leader reassured the group not to be nervous and encouraged them to simply do their best. Finally, the exam began, and Geomma prepared himself alongside the others. However, he soon noticed that the red-headed assassin had suddenly become unusually quiet. Concerned, he asked if something was wrong. Red hesitated before admitting that she felt anxious about the test because she remembered rumors that a mermaid could appear on the island. Our guy quickly tried to calm her down. The instructors had already inspected the entire island beforehand, so there was supposedly nothing to worry about. With that reassurance, the students were ordered to enter the arena through the active subspace gate. Smiling confidently, Geomma told Red that it was time to go and gently patted her head. The little assassin smiled warmly. As long as the talented genius was with them, she believed everything would be fine. Her trust in Geomma was absolute, and as the team marched forward together, she truly felt that nothing could go wrong. The darkness stretched endlessly after they entered the arena, swallowing all sound and direction. Somewhere within that void, someone kept calling a name repeatedly. Blurry voices echoed through the blackness until Red slowly realized that the voice belonged to Geomma. He kept shouting her name louder and louder until she finally snapped out of her daze. Startled, Chloe looked around as the genius urgently asked whether she could hear him. Realizing she had completely lost focus for a moment, she quickly regained her senses. The rest of the team immediately reported something even worse. They could not contact the instructors. The group had somehow landed inside a cave with no signal or outside connection. To make matters worse, someone was already bleeding. Red was still trying to process the situation when she noticed the terrifying truth before them. A high-ranked mermaid. Just moments earlier, Scopuli Island had looked peaceful beneath a bright and beautiful sky. Yet after passing through the subspace gate, many members of the team had stumbled onto the beach coughing violently and feeling nauseous. The golden blonde looked at Geomma in surprise when she noticed that he seemed completely unaffected. The genius casually explained that he normally did not get seasick. However, the others doubted that seasickness was really the problem here. Suddenly, a merman appeared nearby and let out a startled cry. It was Geomma's first time seeing one in person, and honestly, the creature looked exactly as horrifying as he had imagined. Still, it was smaller than he expected. After seeing it up close, he even started feeling a little embarrassed for taking the threat so seriously. He had originally planned to stay relaxed in the rear guard position and probably would not even need to draw his weapon. The beautiful golden leader quickly corrected that assumption. The truly dangerous adult mermen were located deeper within their assigned area, and those monsters were nothing like the small creature standing before them now. First, however, they needed to locate Red, who had gone ahead to scout the area. The team moved through the forest carefully while Leon warned everyone to stay alert. Geomma quietly monitored the surroundings from the rear until the blonde leader suddenly pointed out that the little assassin seemed to be nearby. Moments later, Red zipped through the trees using her assassin abilities before landing directly in front of the group. Geomma immediately asked whether she had traveled by climbing through the branches the entire time, and Red proudly explained that moving through the trees was the best way to avoid detection. The golden leader then requested her report. Red explained that approximately 500 meters ahead she had discovered a cave. The team soon located it and confirmed it was the correct location. Peering inside, they discovered dozens of glowing golden eyes staring back at them. Roughly 50 to 60 fish-eyed mermen were gathered around a burning campfire deep within the cavern. Geomma immediately realized how important this moment was. Defeating such a large group would almost guarantee first place in the midterms. However, the danger was equally obvious. If anyone got seriously injured while trapped inside the cave without communication, the entire team could be doomed. The final decision rested with their leader, Leon. Before making his choice, the group reviewed everyone's assigned roles. Cleo would continue scouting and gathering information. Weapon would remain in the rear providing buffs and healing support. Geomma still found it amusing that Orange was apparently the healer of the team, though Orange immediately became defensive and loudly insisted that helping others was the foundation of being a hero. Meanwhile, Geomma himself was assigned rearguard duty against any surprise attacks, a position he was more than happy to accept because it sounded incredibly easy. The Golden Prince would command the team from the center while joining the offense whenever necessary. Then the crazy blonde girl complained that nobody had given her instructions yet. Grinning brightly, the Golden Leader finally told her exactly what he needed. Back in the present, Leon made his decision. Rachel stepped forward. The vicious blonde tightened her grip on her massive spear before launching it with explosive force. The weapon shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, creating a brilliant golden arc as it flew directly toward the merman camp. The spear struck the campfire dead center and completely obliterated it. The mermen froze in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. But their panic only lasted a moment before they realized they were under attack. As they searched wildly for the enemy, they suddenly saw a terrifying muscular blonde woman leaping directly into their midst with murder shining in her eyes. The creatures were horrified. Rachel landed among them with a wicked grin, retrieved her spear, and spun violently through the cave. Her weapon carved through the mermen effortlessly, decapitating several before they could even react. Heads flew through the air while bodies collapsed around her. Watching from behind, Geomma recalled a previous meeting where Leon had asked Rachel whether she could completely destroy every enemy they faced. Her answer had apparently been yes, and she was proving it now. The blonde maniac laughed proudly while speaking in French, confidently declaring that she could cut down absolutely anything. At the same time, Orange raised his glowing green recorder and began playing a powerful melody. The moment the music echoed through the cave, his blessing activated. The mermen were struck from one side by overwhelming sound attacks while Rachel slaughtered them from the other. As she spun deeper into the cave, Rachel joyfully counted every kill. 18, 22, 24. Her excitement only grew stronger with every corpse that fell around her. Laughing wildly, she thanked Weapon for the support blessing as her total reached 25 kills. Everyone watching was stunned by her brutality and skill, though the shining leader simply looked proud. Not wanting to be outdone, Red finally drew her own weapon. Unsheathing her sword, she activated the blessing of the cat as pink magical energy wrapped around her body. With a single slash, she decapitated an entire line of mermen at once. 8 enemies died instantly, and the little assassin looked incredibly proud of herself. More mermen charged toward her, but Red tore through them in ribbons of flesh and blood. Her kill count quickly reached 10. Meanwhile, Rachel had already pushed past 45 kills while rampaging deeper into the cave. At that point, the boys finally started getting worried. The 2 girls showed absolutely no signs of stopping. At this rate, they would push too far into the cavern and potentially enter unknown territory. Geomma's eyes widened as he suddenly realized the problem. Both girls were no longer simply fighting the mermen. They were competing against each other. Red danced through the battlefield surrounded by glowing pink magic, while Rachel rampaged forward wrapped in golden energy. Neither one was willing to slow down or give the other the advantage. Then both girls suddenly converged in the center of the cave. Waiting there was a gigantic fish-like monster far larger than the other mermen. The beast roared violently and revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth as the 2 girls charged directly toward it. For a brief moment, it almost looked like they were attacking each other instead of the monster. Then their powers exploded simultaneously. Within seconds, the giant creature was sliced apart completely. Flesh, limbs, and chunks of fish scattered across the cave as the monster was reduced to pieces. Rachel grinned at Red and admitted that the little assassin seemed faster than before. Red immediately glared back and angrily insisted that she had been the one who defeated the boss monster. The blonde burst out laughing and called the little red assassin hilarious as the 2 girls finally jumped apart. Geomma felt relieved seeing that they were not actually trying to kill each other, though both of them were still acting completely over the top. While the girls calmed down, the shiny protagonist casually finished off a few remaining mermen himself, drawing Geomma's attention back to the battlefield. Leon noticed the black-haired genius watching the 2 girls nervously, but Geomma admitted that his concern had apparently been unnecessary. Between Rachel and Red, the team had wiped out all 60 mermen in an absurdly short amount of time. The shining leader simply grinned and told Oreo to trust his teammates a little more. With the battle over, the team prepared to leave the cave. As everyone naturally fell in line behind Leon's instructions, Geomma could not help but notice something interesting. The protagonist's decisiveness, leadership, and calm presence made him feel like the irreplaceable backbone of the entire group. The more Geomma watched him, the more real the protagonist of the game started to feel. That thought brought Geomma back to the strange question about where he came from. Distracted by his thoughts, he failed to notice the faint blue light glimmering within the cave. Since he had barely needed to contribute during the battle, Geomma was still standing casually when the light suddenly exploded forward like a laser. The attack tore straight through Leon's midsection. Everyone froze. Shock, confusion, and horror swept through the cave as the team stared at their collapsing leader. They had already defeated every enemy, or at least, they thought they had. Now they all turned toward the beautiful but deadly figure that had suddenly appeared. The students shouted Leon's name as he crashed to the ground, but even that was not the worst part. Behind them, the water inside the cave began to ripple violently. Then a feminine figure slowly rose from the surface. A beautiful purple demon mermaid had appeared, and she clearly intended to kill them. Rachel immediately panicked at the sight of the creature. Even the battle-crazed blonde looked shaken as she demanded to know how a mermaid had appeared there. The area had already been scouted thoroughly. There should have been nothing capable of hiding inside the cave. Meanwhile, Geomma internally cursed. Things had gone far too smoothly from the beginning, and now he understood why. The situation had become catastrophic. If they attempted to flee while carrying the injured Leon, the entire team might be wiped out before escaping the cave. But if they stayed to fight, they were facing a demon capable of using magic. Rachel quickly shouted at Weapon, ordering him to contact the instructors immediately. However, no matter how hard he tried, the recorder boy could not establish communication. The cave completely blocked all signals from the outside world. The students began trembling in fear. At that moment, Geomma realized he was the only person still thinking clearly. Even Rachel looked shocked when the black-haired genius suddenly stepped forward and started giving orders. He immediately told Weapon to focus all his blessings and healing on Leon. Then he snapped Chloe out of her panic and ordered her to leave the cave immediately. She needed to warn the nearby cadets and bring the instructors back as quickly as possible. Most importantly, she was their only escape route. With her scouting abilities, she alone had a chance of slipping away safely. Red looked horrified by the command, but Geomma firmly explained that escaping with an injured Leon was impossible right now. If the mermen swarmed them again while carrying him, everyone would die. The little assassin hesitated, clearly unwilling to leave him behind, but she also understood the importance of her mission. Reluctantly, she accepted the order before disappearing into the darkness at high speed. Rachel then turned back toward Geomma and demanded to know whether he actually had a plan. Then she saw him drawing his knife. The blonde stared at him in horror while Orange outright yelled that he had completely lost his mind. Ignoring both of them, Geomma calmly faced the mermaid and told Rachel and Weapon to handle the remaining small fry while he dealt with the boss. The two of them could only stare at him like he was insane. Honestly, they were not wrong. Geomma simply closed his eyes for a moment. He had always disliked cutting down weak opponents because there was no skill involved. But slicing apart massive fish, that was something he excelled at. Grinning with excitement, he pulled out his blade. It was time to prepare some sashimi. Demons possessed powers similar to human blessings. Their version was called magic. And unlike ordinary monsters, demons using magic were overwhelmingly dangerous. Leon, one of the strongest first-year students, had nearly died from a single normal attack. That was the terrifying difference between humans and demons. Even with the blessing of the sword god, Geomma could not confidently say he would win. In the original game, defeating a magic-using demon normally required an entire raid party. Yet somehow he was about to solo a boss designed for a full team. Naturally, he wanted to curse at how terrible the situation had become. Still, there was no backing out now. Chloe would need roughly 10 minutes to return with help, and until then, Geomma had only one option. He had to hold the line alone. The sword god's blessing activated. Silver consumed his eyes as overwhelming power surged through his body. Restrictions adjusted automatically to fit his current level, but even then, the pressure of the blessing was monstrous. Geomma grinned happily. It had been a very long time since he had prepared proper sashimi, and he was genuinely looking forward to it. The battle erupted instantly. Rachel charged first, slashing powerfully at the incoming merman. One massive fish creature roared and lunged at her, but she rammed her spear deep into its stomach before hurling the monster away. Fighting three mermen at once, the blonde spearmaster screamed and cursed wildly while overpowering them through sheer brute force. She eventually blasted the creatures backward with a burst of force and sighed heavily while wiping sweat from her face. Meanwhile, Weapon struggled desperately to heal Leon. The wound in the protagonist's side was horrifyingly deep, and although the healing was working slowly, the bleeding was at least beginning to stop. Even while focusing on healing, the orange-haired boy could not stop staring at Geomma. He already knew the black-haired genius was absurdly strong after witnessing the subspace duel. But facing an actual demon mermaid alone was completely different. Just standing near the creature made Weapon feel as if his bones were splintering from pressure alone. He briefly considered trying to stop Geomma from doing something so suicidal, but it was already too late. The mermaid raised her massive webbed arm, water magic swirling around it as she brought it crashing down with murderous intent. Instantly, Geomma moved, his blessing activated as he sliced forward with incredible speed, narrowly dodging the first strike before rushing directly toward the demon with both swords drawn. From what he could tell, the mermaid specialized in long-range water magic. Unfortunately for her, Geomma did not care about any of that. At the end of the day, she was still just a fish made of flesh and bones, and flesh could be cut. Silver-eyed and completely focused, Geomma lunged forward with overwhelming aggression. Even the mermaid looked shocked by his speed as he slashed straight through her body. Only for her form to suddenly dissolve into water, Geomma's eyes widened. The next moment, the mermaid transformed her arm into a spinning water drill and launched herself toward Weapon. The recorder boy froze completely. Fear consumed him so badly that he could not even move out of the way. The demon mermaid smiled excitedly at the terror in his eyes as she rushed toward him. Then suddenly she screamed. Geomma had crossed the distance instantly and intercepted her attack before she could reach their healer. His blade sliced across her body, forcing the demon away from Weapon. Landing nearby, Geomma clicked his tongue in annoyance. The wound he inflicted had been far too shallow. That was unacceptable. He immediately launched himself forward again, fully intending to carve the mermaid apart the same way he had been taught to prepare fish. However, the demon retreated back into the water before he could finish her off. Geomma hated that. She was cowardly, slippery, and difficult to predict. Every movement made the fight more troublesome than it already was. Then another thought crossed his mind. Had she intentionally targeted the injured and weaker members first? Regardless, he still needed to kill her. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Geomma turned in surprise and realized Weapon and the injured Leon were staring at him speechlessly. He had honestly forgotten they were even there. Casually, he asked whether they were doing all right. Weapon nervously stuttered that he was fine. Satisfied with the answer, Geomma immediately rushed back into battle again. As he moved, he shouted that he was counting on Weapon before casually calling the orange-haired boy a hero. Weapon froze. Hero. The word echoed in his head as the mermaid burst from the water again, and Geomma relentlessly attacked her without fear. The orange-haired boy remembered telling Geomma earlier that heroes were supposed to embody justice, bravery, self-sacrifice, and the ability to turn despair into hope. Yet despite attending the greatest hero academy in the world, Weapon had never actually seen anyone who truly matched that description. Until now, our guy wondered if the healer would ever confess his love if he found someone worthy enough. The healer admitted that he had not met anyone like that in the dragon class, so far, which was why he had joined Rachel's group in the first place. Since he specialized as a support type, the team composition worked perfectly for him. More importantly, he had believed he would finally find the kind of hero he had always been searching for in Leon. The MC could not help smiling at the shiny protagonist after hearing that. Honestly, the healer was not wrong. Unfortunately, Weapon caught him staring and immediately grinned. He jokingly apologized, but in his eyes, Geomma was nowhere near a hero. Sure, the black-haired fighter was ridiculously strong, but even if someone tried to force the title onto him, Geomma would probably reject it anyway. The orange-haired boy calmly responded that being a hero was not some object you could simply refuse. Even so, he still would not be handing that title over to Geomma anytime soon. Meanwhile, Recorder Boy began looking at Kangja in an entirely different light, while Loki quietly cursed under his breath. The way their guy fought the massive beast was unbelievable. Piece after piece of the creature was carved away by his lightning-fast attacks. Then the mermaid launched glowing purple fish projectiles at the MC. The attacks shot toward him at frightening speed, clearly intended to rip him apart. However, our dude effortlessly dodged them, leaping over the incoming fish while casually muttering that they felt a little slow. Unfortunately, he quickly realized something horrifying. The projectile fish were following him. Little Miss Mermaid was playing dirty. The monstrous fishwoman laughed like a villain as she launched even more attacks his way. But our guy responded by slicing an X-shaped opening into the cave wall and bursting through to the other side. The purple fish smashed through the wall right behind him, still chasing him relentlessly no matter how fast he moved. The mermaid grinned wickedly. She was using the fish to hunt him down. Then she suddenly turned toward the others. The blonde hyena immediately screamed after realizing the monster was targeting their healer. The demonoid mermaid had intended this from the very beginning. She stretched out her hand and fired another devastating blast toward the group, causing Weapon to once again fear that his time had finally come. But before the attack could land, our guy suddenly flashed past her and sliced her arm clean off. Even then, the purple fish continued chasing him. He cursed under his breath. Once again, the injury had been too shallow. He could not kill this beast with minor wounds alone. Gritting his teeth, he ordered himself to focus. The mermaid stared in shock as her severed arm flew away. Then her expression twisted into pure rage. The magic blast she had been preparing veered off course and slammed into the cave wall instead, blasting open a massive hole that reached all the way to the outside of the island. Rain immediately began pouring into the cave. The furious mermaid let out sharp whistles and clicks in anger. But suddenly, the 3 purple fish she had sent after Geomma looped back and smashed directly into her instead. The giant fishwoman was left both alarmed and utterly confused. Elsewhere, several students noticed that Instructor Kim had finally arrived. The purple-haired teacher had also heard the massive roar and explosion from the distance. Birds were scattering into the sky from a suspicious area, and there had even been flashes of light before the rain started falling. None of these signs were good. The instructor narrowed her eyes toward the mountain before quickly calming herself. She smiled at the students and instructed them to assist the wounded and move quickly. When they questioned the strange sounds and flashes, she casually explained that they had likely just seen lightning and heard thunder because of the sudden rainstorm. The students immediately accepted the excuse and happily agreed to return to the academy as soon as possible, completely unaware of what was actually happening. Meanwhile, rainwater continued flooding into the shattered cave. The orange-haired student kept playing healing melodies for the fallen leader while silence spread through the cavern. The fishermen looked horrified by the giant hole in their home and quickly retreated, much to Rachel's surprise. The students cautiously looked around. Their enemies appeared defeated, but nobody dared lower their guard. Our guy mentally groaned in frustration. He had failed to land a fatal strike because he had been forced to protect Leon the entire time. The cave collapse had probably crushed the mermaid beneath the debris, but deep down, he knew she was not dead. Sure enough, a gigantic explosion erupted from the rubble only moments later. The exhausted fighter grinned weakly. Of course that stupid fish would not die from rocks alone. The mermaid burst free from the debris, looking absolutely furious. Her clothes were barely hanging together, and her face radiated a terrifying new level of rage. She charged directly at Geomma, who calmly tossed aside his jacket. Then he told Rachel that the fishmen were basically dealt with now, so Weapon and Lion were in her care. Rachel agreed immediately, but the healer looked completely stunned. He could not believe what he was seeing. Kang Ma was truly preparing to fight the demon head-on by himself. Earlier, the orange-haired boy had thought the knife-wielding genius was simply insane, but now he felt like he was witnessing the birth of a legend. Finally free from distractions, our guy focused entirely on the giant fish monster. He only had 10 seconds remaining. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to make every second count. The mermaid growled furiously before charging him once more. The crazy knife genius simply told her to bring it on. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then they snapped open, and he vanished forward with the intention of cutting everything down. Elsewhere, the little red assassin sprinted through the forest faster and faster. She had no intention of slowing down. Sword in hand, she slashed apart every obstacle in her path as she desperately searched for help. Her legs felt like they were screaming in agony. Even so, she refused to stop. If she had to burn through her blessing just to keep running, then so be it. Her comrades were fighting an impossible monster, and she needed to bring help back to them. Still, running hurt. It hurt so badly that her vision was starting to blur, yet she continued pushing forward without even taking time to breathe. Her thoughts remained fixed on Geomma. He had ordered her to find the instructors while the others stayed behind to fight the beast. To her, the dark-haired fighter was the strongest person she had ever met. Yet despite his strength, he hated fighting and avoided drawing his blade whenever possible. He only unsheathed that terrifying weapon when there was truly no other choice. That was why she was running this hard. Even so, Chloe could not stop thinking bitterly about the mermaid. If only she had been stronger. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the mountain behind her. The redhead froze in horror. Her lips trembled as terrifying thoughts filled her mind. She prayed desperately that her crush was still alive. Rain poured from the sky as she sprinted wildly through the forest. Her feet nearly slipped across the soaked ground, but she forced herself onward. She could not stop here. She could not collapse yet. Even as tears mixed with the rain on her face, she desperately screamed for help, begging for anyone to answer her. Then suddenly, she sensed someone ahead. Her chaotic senses barely recognized the presence, but she could tell they were mermen. Her heart immediately filled with rage. The last thing she wanted to see right now was another enemy. She charged forward intending to cut them down, only for a magnificent sword to block her attack instantly. Her eyes widened in shock. Even the blue-haired swordswoman who stopped her looked equally surprised. But the moment the redhead realized these were actual people and not enemies, relief washed over her body all at once. She apologized weakly before collapsing to the ground without even properly delivering her message. The waterfall-haired girl looked stunned while her teammates angrily shouted that the assassin had nearly attacked them out of nowhere. However, the blue-haired swordswoman stopped them after realizing the redhead looked familiar. Barely conscious, the little assassin managed to explain what had happened to Geomma and the others. In the distance, smoke continued rising from the mountain. The blue-haired girl stared toward it in horror. Much later, everyone present would remember this day as something unbelievable. Back inside the cave, the ginger-haired boy watched the battle in complete awe. The MC looked less like a human swordsman and more like an expert chef skillfully dismantling a giant fish on a chopping board. The black-haired fighter had completely overwhelmed the demonoid creature. The ginger-haired student knew the scene unfolding before him would remain etched into his memory forever. He was witnessing the birth of a true hero. Unlike the insane speed he displayed during the subspace duel, Geomma's movements now were controlled and precise. Every strike perfectly deflected the mermaid's attacks, while allowing him to close the distance effortlessly. Then the sashimi-wielding genius struck. His technique came from the simple act of cutting itself, and with merciless precision, the dark-haired boy sliced through the giant fish. The result was horrifyingly clean. The massive creature fell apart like sheets of paper drifting to the floor. The two spectators could only stare in absolute shock. Even Rachel, successor of the Spear Clan and someone raised among powerful warriors her entire life, had never witnessed anything remotely on this level. The blonde was completely speechless. At this rate, it actually looked like the mermaid might lose. Suddenly, the blonde noticed something and immediately shouted a warning to Weapon. The ginger-haired boy snapped upright in shock just as the girl shoved him aside with all her strength. A gigantic white blast tore through the air where they had been standing only moments earlier. She yelled at him to stop spacing out unless he wanted them all to die. The ginger stared in disbelief at the massive crater left behind by the attack they had barely dodged. The sight was insane. For a brief moment, he had almost forgotten where he was, but reality came crashing back quickly. Their surroundings were no longer normal, and their enemy was a demonoid capable of using magic. A blade against magic was never supposed to be a favorable matchup. Even if Geomma currently held the advantage, eventually he would start struggling. That thought caused the ginger-haired boy to panic slightly. What if the mermaid possessed magic that simply could not be countered? Even the dark-haired fighter himself seemed aware of that possibility. Yet despite everything, Geomma still stood there calmly with his knife raised toward the enemy in challenge. The mermaid was somehow still standing despite being sliced apart repeatedly. She was unbelievably troublesome, and judging by her furious expression, she clearly felt the same way about her opponent. The enraged purple fish woman roared and unleashed another technique called needle squall. Purple flashes streaked through the rain alongside her bouncing movements as she lunged forward with murderous intent. Then came the sound of countless snaps echoing through the cave. The mermaid waved her hand viciously toward Geomma. Purple slashes exploded toward him as she bared her teeth in pure hatred. The young fighter instantly moved. He leapt and sprinted faster than the incoming attacks themselves. The slashes smashed into the mountainside behind him, narrowly missing his body. Smoke rose from the sashimi knife in his hand as he frowned seriously at the strange magic. Then Geomma retaliated. He kicked off the ground and slashed directly back at the creature, cutting straight through her body once again. The mermaid's eyes widened in terror. For a moment, the dark-haired boy seemed larger than life itself. His presence almost looked demonic as he launched another merciless attack at the trembling fish monster. The mermaid screamed. Her cry of pain echoed throughout the mountain cave as another devastating slash carved through her body. Then suddenly, the Oreo-haired boy froze in confusion because an enormous pile of panicked mermen suddenly came rushing toward him. At the same time, the mermaid growled viciously before swallowing a glowing purple object whole. Instantly, her body began powering up. Light bubbled within her throat like a cannon charging inside her chest. Her jaw unhinged grotesquely as purple energy gathered inside her mouth before firing directly toward the MC. Weapons screamed for him to dodge, but the young fighter already knew it was too late. The blast was unavoidable. As the attack closed in on him, the entire world suddenly turned white. It felt as though he had been transported somewhere else entirely. In that strange place, the MC stood alone within a calm and silent sea. White skies stretched endlessly above blue waters. His feet rested beneath the surface as he stared around in confusion, unable to understand where he was. He scooped water into his hands silently. Then suddenly, a streak of pink cut through the perfect white and blue world like the mermaid's attack was slicing through reality itself. Geomma's eyes widened. A voice echoed through the emptiness. Slice. The boy quietly answered that he already had. He had sliced. Small sparks of red flickered within the darkness around him. Slowly, he reached for his sashimi knife and gripped it tightly. Then the young lad sliced once more. Back in reality, the mermaid's blast tore toward him through the pouring rain inside the shattered cave, and the MC cut through it. Not only did he sever the attack itself, but he also sliced straight through the mermaid's neck. Her head separated cleanly from her body. The magic itself had been cut apart at its very core. Blood splashed across the ground near Geomma's feet, while the mermaid's body collapsed like a dying fish stranded on land. The young student stood over the corpse like a dark executioner, rain pouring endlessly around him, while his knife rested silently in his hand. The mermaid's severed head twitched and gurgled weakly as if trying to speak. The other students immediately tensed in fear that she was about to unleash another attack. But instead, her corpse simply rolled lifelessly across the sand. Weapon's eyes widened. His newly beloved hero had actually won. A freshman armed with nothing but a sashimi knife had defeated a demonoid monster entirely on his own. The others could not help feeling intimidated as they stared at the black-haired student in awe. Then, suddenly, blood splashed onto the ground. The young fighter collapsed to his knees while clutching his chest. The blonde hyena instantly realized something was wrong and rushed toward Geomma immediately. The ginger-haired boy sighed in relief after confirming Leon was safe, but then his expression changed again in alarm. Some of the mermen who had escaped earlier seemed to be returning. He prepared himself nervously before finally noticing a blue-haired figure approaching instead. Relief washed over him immediately. At long last, help had arrived. Waterfall Hare and her group entered the area, one of them carrying the exhausted red-haired assassin in their arms. The newcomers froze in shock after seeing the remains of the massive mermaid scattered across the battlefield. The cave itself had been destroyed beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the blonde girl desperately held the Oreo-haired boy against her chest while calling out to him frantically. The waterfall-haired swordswoman could barely believe how closely the blonde was clinging to him. Lion eventually forced himself back onto his feet while laughing nervously. The blue-haired girl quickly assessed the situation. Most of the team looked like they were on the verge of death, yet somehow their blonde leader remained perfectly spotless and unharmed. The amount of luck that guy possessed was absurd. The genius swordswoman then informed them that contact with the academy had been established and the instructors would arrive in about an hour at the earliest. Afterward, she asked the obvious question. What exactly had happened here? The ginger-haired boy was speechless for a moment, before immediately cursing the academy teachers for failing to properly scout the island beforehand. The blue-haired swordswoman calmly demanded a proper explanation. Unfortunately, Weapon misunderstood her tone and snapped back, asking whether she seriously thought she could order him around after everything that had happened. Naturally, the blue-haired girl fired back in annoyance, asking why he always interpreted everything so strangely. She clarified that it was a request, not an order. She simply wanted answers. The orange-haired boy grinned slightly and volunteered to explain everything since talking was supposedly his specialty anyway. And so, they told her the truth. A mermaid demonoid had suddenly appeared during their mission. Then the dark-haired freshman, who now lay unconscious nearby, had fought and defeated it completely alone. The ginger-haired boy groaned and confirmed that was exactly what happened. He asked what else she expected him to say. The blue-haired swordswoman was left speechless. A freshman cadet defeating a demonoid by himself sounded completely ridiculous. The heroic legends her grandfather used to tell her as a child sounded more believable than this story. Yet somehow, this absurd tale appeared to be true. There was no reason for survivors of such a horrifying battle to lie, while giving all the credit to Geomma of all people. The entire event truly sounded like something pulled directly from myth. As the descendant of the great hero Baylor and his disciple Aaron Nyong, the blue-haired girl herself came from a bloodline overflowing with brilliance. Since birth, she had been placed into a special class because of those extraordinary roots. In other words, she had grown up surrounded by greatness. Still, she had worked incredibly hard to ensure she would not remain overshadowed by her famous ancestry. Her talents flourished through relentless effort, allowing her to rise this far in her own merit. But now, as she stared at the unconscious Kang Ji-ma, she could not ignore the terrifying gap between them. The difference in talent was overwhelming. Fear, admiration, and dread mixed together inside her chest. For the first time, she wondered if she had simply been ordinary all along when compared to someone like him. Finally, she instructed one of her teammates to heal the unconscious boy. Immediately, the healer agreed at once, surrounding Geomma in a soft green light. Even battered to the edge of death, Kang Ji-ma had still fought a demonoid alone and emerged victorious. The waterfall-haired girl stared down at him with a faint trace of complicated contempt lingering in her eyes. A moment later, Weapon asked whether she had truly contacted the academy earlier. The blue-haired girl admitted that she had. However, the orange-haired boy suddenly suggested that it might be better not to reveal every detail of what happened here to the instructors. The swordswoman looked surprised and asked why. Weapon pointed out something disturbing. The instructors were supposed to have scouted the island before sending cadets there. The blue-haired girl agreed that they should have. So why had a demonoid been hiding inside a cave obvious enough for first-year students to discover? Something about the situation did not add up. The swordswoman fell silent. It was only speculation, but the possibility cast a heavy darkness over the group. Then Leon quietly asked Weapon whether he thought someone connected to the demon faction might exist within the academy itself. Silence instantly filled the air after such a direct accusation. The ginger-haired boy hurriedly waved his hands and clarified that he was not necessarily saying that. Still, no one could completely rule out the possibility that something far more sinister was happening. It was a chilling thought. The cave had not exactly been hidden. Any proper investigation of the island should have discovered it immediately. Just as Weapon had pointed out, if Kang Ji-ma had not been there, Leon's entire group would have been slaughtered by the demonoid without question. The students could not understand how their professors had failed to notice something so dangerous. Yes, conflicts both large and small still occurred during the 7-year truce between humans and demons. However, there was one line neither side dared cross. The demons never targeted cadets from Jokin Academy. The truce specifically stated that harming academy students could become justification for an all-out war. The talented swordswoman suddenly widened her eyes in horror after realizing the terrifying implications behind that possibility. Fortunately, the ginger-haired boy gently placed a hand on her shoulder before her thoughts spiraled further. He admitted that he understood exactly what she was thinking, but he warned her not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Being cautious about the possibility of a spy within the academy was reasonable, but they were not conspiracy theorists. Leon then pointed out something even more important. Once the instructors arrived, everyone's stories needed to match perfectly. If there truly was a traitor inside the academy, then Geomma would immediately become a target the moment people learned he had defeated a demonoid by himself. Everyone silently agreed. Weapon admitted that he disliked the idea of hiding the truth, but after everything Kang Ji-ma had done for them, protecting him came first. Then Abel suggested that they should first speak privately with her grandfather before telling anyone else. The others looked surprised when she mentioned the Sword Emperor himself. Eventually, time passed. That evening, all the cadets returned safely to the academy. A soft curtain fluttered beside Geomma's hospital bed, while distant laughter from carefree students echoed outside the window. The exhausted main character slowly opened his eyes to those sounds, staring blankly upward as he wondered whether he had truly survived. He raised his hand quietly, almost as if confirming he was still alive. Despite the mermaid's desperate attempts to kill him, he had somehow made it back. Then his thoughts drifted toward the final attack. Right before dying, the creature had launched one final sphere of purple magic directly at him. It had not been something he could dodge, yet somehow he had seen through it. Without even thinking, the sashimi knife genius had sliced straight through the spell itself, severing the magic into two halves before it exploded apart. It had definitely been water magic, but the strange sensation he experienced afterward still lingered in his mind. The moment he activated the sword god's blessing, he had felt something impossible to properly describe. Then he remembered his blessing itself, the one that used to feel more like a curse than a gift. At that moment, his status window suddenly appeared before him. Several of his attributes had increased slightly after the battle. His mental fortitude, for example, had risen by 1 point. Since he never felt fear while facing the mermaid, he guessed that was probably why. The effects were surprisingly useful. Then the young black-haired boy noticed something even stranger. His assimilation rate had risen to 7.2%. He immediately wondered whether the increase had occurred when he drew his knife against the mermaid. After all, he had literally sliced through magic itself. Perhaps that had contributed somehow. Unfortunately, he was so deep in thought that he failed to notice someone opening the door to his hospital room. A bespectacled blur suddenly rushed at him. The clingy director wrapped him in a crushing hug while crying in relief. She loudly declared that she had been terrified something awful had happened to him, and swore that she wanted to beat every useless instructor responsible for scouting the island. She was simply too relieved that he was alive. The boy desperately begged the director to loosen her grip while she sulked that she was just happy to see him awake again. Then she suddenly remembered something. Quickly rummaging through her purse, she muttered that she definitely placed it near the opening earlier. Geomma quietly wondered whether her bag was secretly a dimensional pocket. Finally, the director cried out victoriously after finding what she was searching for. With excitement, she presented him with his midterm reward, the Miyasama blade. Geomma stared at the weapon in awe. It was a B-rank Japanese sword whose name meant rain shower. The blade supposedly possessed an edge that shimmered like morning dew itself. On top of that, it was a level 25 weapon with extremely high attack power. The director nervously asked whether he liked it. Then she apologized for presenting it to him in a hospital room instead of during an official ceremony. Honestly, the boy was already thrilled just to receive the sword at all. Suddenly, the principal sensed someone awkwardly lingering outside the room. She immediately yelled at the old geyser, demanding to know why he was suddenly acting shy. Geomma looked up in surprise as the old man finally entered the room while grumbling that she needed to stop calling him that. The director scoffed and claimed she would never let him pretend he was still young. For Geomma, the entire scene felt strangely familiar. The last time he had overused his power, those exact two people had also stood beside his hospital bed. Once again, both the director of Jokin Academy and the Sword Emperor had come to see him personally. Curious, the young genius asked why they were there. The director immediately explained that she had already heard everything from his teammates. Then, on behalf of Jokin Academy, she deeply apologized for what happened during the midterms. The beautiful woman bowed sincerely. Even the old man lowered his head slightly in shame. Geomma became alarmed by the sight. The academy was essentially admitting responsibility for the entire incident. Because of their failure, he and his teammates know every cadet present had nearly died. The Oreo-haired boy listened in stunned silence as Director Media Poison swore upon her honor as head of Jokin Academy that she would uncover the truth behind the attack. The old man quietly acknowledged that the young fighter had saved all the cadets that day. For a moment, Geomma did not know how to respond. Eventually, he simply muttered that he had only done what he could. The director looked genuinely amazed by that answer. She said his actions had been extraordinary, but until they uncovered the full truth, they needed to keep the incident secret. Ashamed, she admitted something horrifying. The mastermind behind the attack was likely someone inside the academy itself. She apologized to Geomma once more, knowing full well that words alone would never be enough. However, the young boy merely smiled calmly and told her he understood. The director stared at him in disbelief before laughing softly. She told him that he should act more like a child sometimes. After everything he endured, he had earned the right to throw a tantrum or two. Instead, he behaved like an old man trapped inside a teenager's body. Ironically, that was not far from the truth. Eventually, the director and Sword Emperor left the room, leaving the exhausted genius alone. The two elders walked through the academy halls in grim silence while thinking about the implications of the recent attack. Finally, the director stopped walking. She addressed the old man by his old nickname and asked if he remembered the first day they met after enrolling in the academy decades ago. Back then, he had been lazily lying across a bench in the field, and she had rudely ordered him to move. In response, the old man silently drew his sword. Apparently, he said something embarrassingly dramatic afterward about not ordering him around, like a typical 8th grader suffering from a heroic delusion. The old man immediately muttered that he did not remember such a humiliating memory. The woman smiled faintly, though sadness lingered in her eyes. It felt like that encounter happened only yesterday, and yet 60 entire years had already passed since then. Even so, those 60 years were not even a tenth of Jokin Academy's long history. The academy had already been ancient when they first enrolled. For 700 years, the academy had protected and nurtured its cadets through countless crises. Yet now, students under their care had nearly been massacred. The director's aura suddenly exploded with rage. Green energy flared around her as nearby glass windows shattered instantly. A protective barrier appeared automatically, shielding them from the falling shards. Even while concentrating to control herself, the director could barely suppress her fury. Before the midterms began, she personally received reports confirming that multiple surveys of the island had already been completed. Since Scopely Island occasionally experienced mermaid sightings, she had taken every precaution possible to ensure student safety. And still, this disaster happened. Sensing her turmoil, the old man gently placed a hand on her shoulder. The director quickly smiled and apologized for losing herself in thought, though the Sword Emperor could instantly tell the smile was fake. Then, almost instantly, she switched personalities again and excitedly started praising the dark-haired student instead. After all, he had defeated a mermaid demonoid completely alone. The old man cursed under his breath and called her a ridiculous old lady. The director cheerfully ignored him before asking what he truly thought about the young fighter. For a moment, the Sword Emperor said nothing. The truth was simple. Kang Ji-ma was a natural-born monster of talent. Over the years, they had seen countless children praised as the chosen geniuses of their generation, only for those same bright stars to burn out like meteors. Many families obsessed with glory recklessly threw around the word genius whenever a child showed the slightest bit of talent. The Sword Emperor hated that word so much that he forbade its use even for his own precious granddaughter Abel. But Kang Ji-ma was different. A boy who could single-handedly slaughter a demonoid mermaid as a freshman deserved no other title. If the young fighter continued gaining experience, the old man genuinely could not imagine how far he might go. Perhaps, just perhaps, Kang Ji-ma could someday reach the impossible heights the Sword Emperor himself once dreamed about. Without another word, the old man began walking ahead. The director looked surprised, but he simply told her to remain at the academy for now. The director smiled faintly at the old man's encouragement and agreed to remain at the academy for now. However, she quickly reminded him that he would still be helping her clean up the aftermath of the disaster. The old man immediately mumbled that he did not remember agreeing to any such thing. The director rudely asked if he had suddenly gone senile. Naturally, he insisted that he simply did not recall the conversation at all. Meanwhile, back in Wolf class, Geomma sat quietly while organizing everything he currently knew. The truth about him severing the demonoid mermaid's head on Scopely Island appeared to have been completely buried under the headmaster's orders. Honestly, it felt a little awkward to admit, but the reason his classmates were still acting so carefree was probably because he had stopped the mermaid before the situation turned into a massacre. After being discharged from the hospital, the very first thing the black-haired boy did was visit the academy forge. He needed to reshape and enhance Miyasama. To him, ordinary swords were basically just metal rods because of the sword god's blessing. Reforging the weapon was absolutely necessary if he wanted it to properly suit his fighting style. The student requested an enhancement for his new blade, and thankfully the forge accepted his request immediately since the Academy's 700th anniversary event was still ongoing. The blacksmith, Philander, was practically overflowing with enthusiasm and refused to charge him a single coin. Instead, he simply told the boy to return in 1 week. Geomma thanked him sincerely and could only hope the enhancement process would succeed. Suddenly someone called out to him. Turning around in surprise, he found his number 1 fan standing there. Chloe looked absolutely delighted to see that he had finally been discharged. Leaning on a crutch, the redhead happily asked how he was feeling. The boy returned the question, asking about her condition instead. Chloe laughed before showing off her broken leg. Thankfully, emergency treatment from Speed Weapon had prevented things from becoming worse, although she admitted she still could not properly remember his name. According to the doctors, she would be walking normally again within a week. That was definitely worth celebrating. The little assassin proudly declared that her body was simply built differently since she was an auditor after all. Then she suddenly giggled and apologized for getting overly excited. The dark-haired boy admitted he was relieved to see her recovering well too. Even if he technically dealt the final blow against the mermaid, it had not been through his efforts alone. He asked whether anything unusual had happened while he was unconscious. Chloe revealed that rumors were spreading about conflict between the director and the academy elders. Apparently, tensions behind the scenes were getting worse. Still, everyone had contributed during the battle on the island. Chloe's desperate rescue call, Rachel's efforts against the fishmen, and Speed Weapon's support magic had all been critical to surviving the fight. Unfortunately, nobody could really say the same about Leon. The blonde hero candidate managed to get himself incapacitated before the battle truly even started. He barely contributed to directing or commanding the fight afterward either. Hearing that, Geomma quietly wondered how exactly the blonde was supposed to defeat the Demon King someday with that kind of performance. Being that useless during a serious battle was basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Then again, maybe Lion only ended up so helpless because he got injured first. Before Geomma could think further, someone suddenly slammed open the classroom door and shouted for everyone to stop what they were doing. Their wolf class instructor had returned. The loud teacher barked at everyone to sit down immediately because there were important announcements to make before the training assembly. Apparently, for the time being, someone new would be co-instructing alongside him. The class became confused and annoyed at the sudden announcement. Then the door opened once again, and the Sword Emperor himself walked into the room. The classroom immediately fell into stunned silence. Dressed in pristine white, the legendary swordsman stepped forward with a serious expression while the students stared at him in complete shock. Some of them looked excited beyond belief, while others nervously wondered why someone so important had suddenly appeared in their classroom. Then the golden-eyed man looked directly toward Geomma. The black-haired boy nearly choked internally. Why was this old geyser here? Elsewhere that same night, inside a dark room lit by a square window, a grown man was being violently beaten. The bleeding man desperately apologized while begging for mercy, but a small hand grabbed his chin before punching him again hard enough to send him flying. The attacker was Instructor Kim. The white-haired woman, now covered in traces of purple energy, glared at the elder coldly while he trembled in fear. Her glowing purple eyes radiated fury as she calmly explained that the 5th Corps commander was extremely displeased. Then she pulled out a strange curved object colored green and red before raising it lazily to her lips. Apparently, one of the academy instructors had secretly been working under her. She mocked her subordinate for failing to cooperate properly when given the chance. Every time the man attempted to apologize, he was beaten even harder. Finally, she bent down and coldly asked him to repeat himself because listening to him grovel was becoming incredibly annoying. The man coughed blood weakly, while the pink-haired instructor sighed. Nibbling casually on her strange little treat, she complained that the entire mission should have been simple. All they needed to do was bring Leon back half dead. Even though he was a hero candidate, they still failed. To make matters worse, they even used a mermaid demonoid during the operation, and the creature had specifically targeted the blonde hero from the start. Yet somehow, they still failed. Now the blonde was safely back inside the academy. The subordinate attempted to apologize once more but only spat out more blood. The instructor snorted and kicked him again, accusing him of not taking her seriously. Meanwhile, the battered man cursed internally. He could not believe this mere instructor had the nerve to stomp all over him like this. The pink-haired woman looked disgusted instead and complained that he was getting blood on her shoes. Honestly, the entire situation irritated her. How had a powerful mermaid demonoid been killed by first-year students? The entire story sounded ridiculous. Then again, after observing this year's incoming students, the instructor admitted she would no longer be surprised if they turned out capable of anything. The broken man then weakly revealed another detail. Apparently, the mermaid had not been defeated by a group effort at all. One single cadet did it alone. That immediately caught the instructor's attention. Naturally, she assumed the cadet in question was Leon, but the man clarified that it was not the blonde hero candidate. Growing impatient, the pink-haired woman demanded he stop dragging out the suspense and tell her the name already. The man finally confessed. The person who killed the mermaid was the top student of the year, Kang Ma. The instructor paused in surprise. The special admission student had defeated a mermaid demonoid alone. She looked genuinely unconvinced for a moment, but then, instead of concern, excitement spread across her face. The evil instructor slowly licked her lips and admitted that this development was becoming extremely interesting. Meanwhile, life at the academy mostly continued as normal. Students went through their usual brutal training routines while loudly shouting counts during morning runs. Their gorilla-like instructor screamed that he could not hear them, forcing everyone to yell their numbers even louder while sprinting around the field. Off to the side, the red-headed assassin sat happily with her crutch nearby, while waving cheerfully at all her suffering classmates. Geomma could not help staring at her with jealousy. He would happily sacrifice an arm and a leg if it meant skipping physical training. Unfortunately, the instructor immediately noticed him slacking off and screamed at him to run faster. Panicking, the boy instantly picked up the pace. Then he realized something horrifying. Not only was their gorilla instructor present, but the Sword Emperor himself was jogging right beside him. The old man casually asked whether the young student was still injured from the midterms. The boy loudly insisted he was perfectly fine while internally wondering why someone this important was personally running beside him. Siegfried von Nylong was no ordinary old man. He was the descendant of the first sword saint, Aaron Nylong, the legendary right hand of Baylor Jokin himself. Eventually, Siegfried would inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of humanity's greatest powers during the Second Demon War. More importantly, he would later become Lion's swordsmanship master in the original story. In other words, this old man was an enormously important character whose role exploded later in the plot, which made the situation even worse for Geomma. The poor background character desperately wanted to stay out of the spotlight and avoid interfering with the main story. So why was the Sword Emperor suddenly paying attention to him instead of watching over Leon? The entire plot was completely derailing. Then again, the Oreo-haired boy suddenly remembered something. In the original story, Leon never actually inherited the Sword Saint title anyway. It had been a pretty major issue, so maybe the story changing slightly was not that big of a deal after all. Barely a minute later, he immediately took back that thought. Being personally hunted down by the Sword Emperor was still unbelievably uncomfortable. Glancing toward the old man running effortlessly beside them, Geomma suddenly realized something else. The Sword Emperor's form was ridiculously perfect. Even while jogging casually, the man looked so cool that the surrounding students could not stop staring at him in admiration. It honestly felt less like they were running with him and more like he was generously matching their pathetic pace. Then the old man finally spoke seriously. He explained that physical strength and endurance formed the foundation of every warrior. No matter how talented someone might be, their gifts meant nothing if their body could not support them. Conditioning was the basis that allowed all future growth. Then the Sword Emperor barked at Geomma to stop cutting corners and keep up properly. The boy immediately obeyed and sprinted faster after him. Naturally, the old man then yelled that he still could not hear the response, so the exhausted black-haired student screamed at the top of his lungs that he definitely understood. The old man looked thrilled after hearing the boy's response. A satisfied smile spread across his face before he suddenly accelerated even further and shouted for the young lad to keep up with him. There was absolutely no way Kang Geomma could accomplish that. The poor boy was already struggling just to maintain pace with his classmates, who were gradually leaving him behind anyway. Geomma stared at the old man in complete confusion, genuinely wondering if the Sword Emperor was somehow aging backward instead of growing older. The man had way too much energy for someone his age. Eventually, training shifted to weapon practice. The old man announced that from now on, unless they were participating in field exercises, personal weapons would be strictly prohibited. Then he shook open a large sack. A pile of old, rusty, dusty weapons clattered onto the ground before the students. Instead of using their treasured personal gear, everyone was ordered to choose one of the random weapons in front of them and learn to master it. The young prodigy blinked in surprise after spotting something familiar among the pile. There was even a sashimi knife. The students immediately began grumbling about how sudden and ridiculous this all felt. One student nervously pointed out that his weapon was literally a treasured family heirloom. Another student raised his hand and asked the Sword Emperor a serious question. The old man allowed him to speak. The student respectfully asked whether it would not be more beneficial in the long run to train with the weapons passed down through their families. If those weapons were already tied to their fighting styles, then why prohibit them? The Sword Emperor nodded approvingly. It was a good question. Then the old man explained his reasoning. The basics were more important than anything else. The more people relied on high-grade weapons, the more likely they were to neglect their own development. Eventually, they would start mistaking the weapon's power for their own strength. And that led to weak warriors hiding behind powerful equipment. If anything, possessing an exceptional weapon made mastering fundamentals even more important. One of the students quietly grumbled that the boy asking questions was just trying to get attention. However, the Sword Emperor ignored the complaint entirely. He continued speaking with a serious gleam in his eyes, saying that no matter how excellent someone's equipment might be, a lack of skill would reduce that weapon to nothing more than a pearl necklace hanging around a pig's neck. Then his expression sharpened further. A true master would never blame his equipment. The entire class became deeply moved by the intensity behind those words. Meanwhile, the Oreo-haired boy immediately recognized the saying. Those were the exact teachings of his first master from his previous life. Geomma quietly nodded in respect and admitted internally that the old man was absolutely correct. The Sword Emperor slammed the end of his cane against the ground and declared that once they mastered the fundamentals, they would naturally become capable of handling any weapon comfortably. Furthermore, cadets capable of skillfully using ordinary weapons would also have a much greater chance of earning high marks during the class promotion evaluations later in the year. That announcement instantly excited the students. Everyone rushed toward the pile of weapons with enthusiasm. Even Geomma found himself impressed by how persuasive the old man's words were. Somehow, he had completely inspired the entire class within minutes. The boy suddenly realized that thinking of the Sword Emperor as nothing more than media's personal punching bag had actually been pretty rude. Then his eyes drifted back toward the sashimi knife lying on the ground. He already knew what was coming, and honestly, he felt a little nervous. Quietly, the young lad picked up the knife he wanted. Immediately, the Sword Emperor's gaze locked onto him, just as expected. The old geyser had been watching him the entire time. The old man then announced the next phase of training. After everyone became familiar with their temporary weapons, they would begin pair sparring exercises involving direct one-on-one combat. The students immediately panicked. They would be fighting without the protection of the subspace arena. People were obviously going to get hurt. The Sword Emperor coldly reminded the nervous cadets that they enrolled in Jokan Academy to become warriors worthy of inheriting the legacy of the ancestral hero. A warrior could only truly grow through combat while facing the risk of defeat. However, recklessly pointing weapons at one another without proper understanding could easily result in accidental death. Because of that, the Sword Emperor planned to personally demonstrate proper sparring techniques first. The students became incredibly excited. They were about to witness the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship in person instead of through online videos. Another student nearly exploded from excitement after realizing they would see the legendary swordsman fight live. Unfortunately, their brutish instructor immediately barked at everyone to shut up and stop talking during class. Li Wanbin had taught at the world's greatest magical academy for years, yet in his entire life this situation was undoubtedly the greatest crisis he had ever faced. Even if it was just a demonstration, he somehow found himself expected to spar against the Sword Emperor. Internally, the poor instructor apologized to his mother because this honestly felt like the end of the road for him. The teacher nervously tried to protest, but before he could speak, the Sword Emperor raised a hand to stop him. The old swordsman's eyes had already shifted elsewhere, toward a certain student. Then the Sword Emperor calmly called out a name. Cadet Kang Geomma. The black-haired boy nearly died on the spot. Completely horrified, he slowly stepped forward after being summoned. The old man drew his weapon calmly. The class immediately exploded into shock once again. Even the rusty practice sword held by the Sword Emperor somehow looked terrifyingly sharp in his hands. More importantly, the students were now about to witness the Sword Emperor personally spar against someone. Unfortunately for Geomma, that someone was him. The other students looked completely confused. Why was the Sword Emperor personally challenging a freshman nobody? He even called the boy by name. Some of the students openly mocked their classmate, claiming he was nothing special anyway. And unfortunately, the classmate in question could hear every word. Not that Geomma wanted to be standing there either. The Sword Emperor ignored the crowd entirely and instead asked whether the boy's bones had fully healed, because he planned on breaking them again. The black-haired student honestly admitted that he had recovered completely. That answer only made the old man even more excited. In that case, he demanded the young student raise his sword immediately. Geomma felt an enormous headache coming on. This was supposed to be a simple sparring demonstration. So why was he being forced to fight the Sword Emperor himself? His condition had fully recovered after resting, but no sane student should ever have to cross blades with someone like Siegfried von Nylon. The boy instinctively understood something terrifying. If he truly fought this old man seriously, the battle would not end cleanly. At minimum, somebody was losing a hand. If things became especially unlucky, a head might roll instead. Then another frightening thought surfaced in his mind. Victory. The word itself rippled shakily through his consciousness. Perhaps it was because of the sword god's blessing, but despite all his caution, his instincts were desperately craving battle. Even so, this situation was far too dangerous. Thinking carefully about the consequences, Geomma openly admitted that he was nowhere near the Sword Emperor's level in either skill or experience. Politely, he asked the old man to lower his weapon. Naturally, the surrounding students burst into laughter. Of course he would say that. Everyone knew their classmate would get beaten like a dog if the spar actually started. The Oreo-haired boy silently lowered his head while enduring the mockery, but his eyes told an entirely different story. They burned sharply with challenge. The Sword Emperor was not moved in the slightest by the student's humility. If anything, he looked irritated. The old man demanded to know whether the boy possessed no pride as a swordsman. His golden eyes sharpened dangerously as he questioned how long Geomma intended to hide his true power. Then came the final strike. What was the point of possessing extraordinary talent if he planned to spend his entire life acting like a coward? Those words hit deeply. The word pride echoed throughout the young man's heart. In his previous life, those very same feelings were what drove him to become the greatest swordsman in the country. Pride was the reason he never abandoned the sword, no matter how many years he spent endlessly cutting fish. The Sword Emperor was provoking him deliberately. Even Instructor Li looked worried. The elite students watching from nearby also realized how dangerous the situation had become. If Kang Geomma gave in to the provocation here, then he would definitely regret it later. The boy understood that completely. And yet his grip tightened around the sashimi knife anyway. Instructor Li hurried forward, intending to rescue the student from this ridiculous situation. But the Sword Emperor raised a hand once more. The old man already knew. Kang Geomma had made up his mind. The Sword Emperor called his name again. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then, finally, the black-haired student raised his sashimi knife. This time it was not out of obligation. He had decided to learn directly from the Sword Emperor himself. Darkness seemed to gather around him as the blessing of the sword god manifested once more. The air became tense. The scent of challenge filled the training ground as the two swordsmen faced each other directly. On one side stood Kang Geomma, his dark hair marked by a streak of white while his serious gaze remained fixed forward. On the other stood the Sword Emperor himself. The old man quietly thought that this was exactly what he expected. His own blade slowly rose to meet the challenge. Golden eyes gleamed sharply as he studied the young swordsman before him. Even at 70 years old, the Sword Emperor could still vividly remember a moment from his youth. Back then, he had been immature and inexperienced. Then he encountered a wandering one-armed knight. The massive swordsman had once grabbed the young boy's hands with his single remaining arm and shown him what true swordsmanship looked like. The wandering knight wielded his sword with overwhelming grace and power that transcended ordinary skill. That man had undoubtedly reached a higher realm entirely, and the young Siegfried had stared at him in awe. Now, decades later, the Sword Emperor found himself remembering that same feeling while staring at the boy he had been observing ever since the allocation test. Kang Ji-ma now stood directly before the Sword Emperor. The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was convinced that this young sashimi knife swordsman might truly become the clue that would lead him toward the realm he had spent his entire life pursuing. Excited, determined, and completely fired up, the Sword Emperor raised his blade and struck. In an instant, the Oreo-haired student moved almost faster than the old man could properly perceive. The young fighter cut forward with terrifying speed and intensity, yet the Sword Emperor's golden eyes remained calm and focused as he instantly swung his own sword in response. The slash came so quickly that Geomma barely managed to dodge it. The old man immediately turned in surprise. Then he smiled. The boy was actually avoiding his strikes. Meanwhile, the dark-haired student had already spun around and launched another combination of attacks. He flew directly toward the Sword Emperor without hesitation, and the old man watched him approach with something almost resembling joy burning in his eyes. Their clash became a deadly dance. Sharpened steel slid against steel as both fighters narrowly evaded one another's attacks over and over again. The Sword Emperor grew increasingly impressed by the young swordsman's boldness. Geomma did not retreat or avoid combat. Instead, he charged head-on into every exchange. The old man thought the boy's sword path resembled a swallow in flight, fast, sharp, unpredictable. The dance continued. Blue and green flashes collided repeatedly as the two swordsmen spun, weaved, and struck directly at each other without backing down. Somehow, they looked almost evenly matched. That fact alone was absurd. The battle continued as both fighters pushed themselves harder and harder to match the other's pace. The Sword Emperor noted with genuine admiration that even the boy's physical abilities had improved tremendously since their last encounter. The youth could somehow push him backward naturally. It was unbelievable. Then the old man finally raised his shining blade high into the air. This time, the attack carried real force behind it. The Sword Emperor swung. A brilliant burst of light erupted from the slash itself. The strike was so fast and overwhelming that it would have blinded a weaker opponent instantly. Yet Geomma sensed it coming from far away. The attack carried terrifying power capable of shaking the earth itself. Meanwhile, the surrounding students watched the battle intensely. One particular cadet could not understand what he was seeing at all. Internally sulking, the student convinced himself that Geomma only got lucky during the earlier subspace sparring matches. In his mind, special admission students were supposed to be weak. At best, Kang Ji-ma should have been nothing more than a slightly decent fighter among mediocre cadets. So why did the great Sword Emperor care so much about him? Before the fight began, the jealous student honestly hoped the legendary swordsman would completely crush the Oreo-haired freshman and make him cry in humiliation. Then the spar started, and the entire class fell silent. The jealous student stared in confusion because, from his perspective, neither fighter appeared to be moving at all. The longer he watched, the more confused he became. Why were they just standing there? Meanwhile, Instructor Lee could see the truth clearly, and what he saw horrified him. The two fighters were not standing still at all. They were moving so quickly and exchanging blows so rapidly that weaker eyes simply could not follow the battle. The instructor had initially doubted the Sword Emperor's expectations regarding Kang Ji-ma. Now he was genuinely stunned. The boy had far exceeded anything he imagined possible. Earlier, Instructor Lee had expressed concern to the Sword Emperor about sparring with a student. He warned that the headmaster would never approve of something so reckless, especially since the surrounding cadets could get caught up in the battle too. Back then, the old man simply laughed and asked whether the instructor truly believed he intended to cross real swords with the boy physically. The Sword Emperor explained that if his suspicions were correct, then Kang Ji-ma would be able to enter that place and fight him directly. The instructor immediately understood. The mental realm. He was shocked the old man genuinely believed a first-year student could possibly reach such a state. Even among masters, entering the mental realm was considered a massive achievement. Yet somehow, Kang Ji-ma had actually stepped into that realm. Not only that, but he was withstanding the Sword Emperor's attacks inside it. Even the old man himself could not suppress his astonishment. The boy's talent was monstrous. A duel within the mental realm was more than a simple sword fight. It was an intense clash of instincts, intent, and understanding. The moment blades crossed, both swordsmen could read each other completely. And in that short exchange, the Sword Emperor realized something terrifying. Kang Ji-ma was still growing stronger. Even now, the lazy-looking student held his sashimi knife high without hesitation. Every movement carried determination. His posture remained unwavering while his stance radiated confidence and focus. The old man could not stop the pleased smirk forming across his face. If that was the case, then he would raise the stakes further. The Sword Emperor lifted his weapon again, this time charging it with overwhelming energy. Light burst from the blade as terrifying power gathered around it. Then the old man ordered the boy to withstand this attack. A massive wave of energy exploded toward Geomma. Even the watching students could feel the pressure from where they stood. Instructor Lee immediately recognized the phenomenon. Aura. The students stared in complete shock while the instructor panicked internally, wondering whether the two fighters had broken out of the mental realm and returned to reality. While still fighting, the Sword Emperor grinned wildly while Geomma stared back with dark determination burning in his eyes. This was nothing like the harmless demonstration the old man originally promised. Instructor Lee immediately realized the situation was spiraling completely out of control. If they continued, blood would absolutely be spilled on Academy grounds. The teacher rushed forward desperately and shouted for the Sword Emperor to stop. But before things could escalate further, someone suddenly exploded onto the scene with overwhelming force. The director. She appeared instantly in a burst of sharp energy while screaming that the Sword Emperor had completely lost his mind. Her interruption shattered the intense atmosphere and forcibly snapped both fighters out of their mental clash. Then the furious director immediately started yelling at the old man. What exactly did he think he was doing to a student? Had he finally gone insane? The Sword Emperor immediately attempted to apologize. Unfortunately, that only made things worse. The furious director demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was saying, causing the old man to awkwardly correct himself by admitting that apologizing apparently was not enough. That response somehow irritated her even more. Her blazing red eyes glared at him with absolute fury while she grabbed him directly by the collar and demanded to know whether he was in his right mind. Honestly, she believed it would be better if he simply stayed at home and rotted somewhere instead of causing problems. She had worked incredibly hard to secure his position at the academy, only for him to immediately pull a suicidal stunt with one of the students. At this point, she was fully convinced the old man had lost his sanity. The students whispered nervously while watching the scene unfold. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor quietly admitted that he never intended for things to become dangerous. The director nearly exploded from frustration after hearing that. At the same time, the old man glanced toward the young protagonist who calmly sheathed his sashimi knife in the background. Truthfully, the Sword Emperor himself had gone much further than intended. Without realizing it, he unleashed his aura completely during a battle against a mere student. The director was still hurling insults when the old man suddenly interrupted her by sincerely calling her by name. Then he apologized properly for stressing her out. The director froze completely. In over 50 years, she had never once heard the Sword Emperor sincerely apologize for anything. And now he had done it twice in one day. It was deeply unsettling. Naturally, she demanded an explanation for his recklessness. Why had he unleashed the sword spirit's blessing against a student? If she had not intervened, something catastrophic might have happened. The old man sighed quietly before admitting something unbelievable. Without using the blessing, he would not have been able to gain the upper hand. The director stared at him in complete shock. The Sword Emperor possessed overwhelming pride, yet he openly admitted he nearly lost against a 17-year-old student. That was not a small confession. She already knew Kang Ji-ma possessed terrifying talent, but nobody understood the true strength of the Sword Emperor better than she did. For someone like him to admit near defeat was unbelievable. Then the old man revealed something even more shocking. Kang Ji-ma had already reached the mental realm. That was where their battle truly took place. The director could barely process the information. Even the Sword Emperor himself did not properly begin mastering the mental realm until he was nearly 30 years old. Yet somehow, a 17-year-old had already entered it. None of it made sense. The old man admitted that he did not fully understand either, but if anything in this world could surpass experience, then it was pure talent. Steam slowly rose from his teacup while silence filled the room. Meanwhile, the director buried her face in one hand. Kang Ji-ma was turning into far more trouble than she originally anticipated. Then she remembered the moment she rushed forward earlier after interrupting the fight. At first, she only wanted to check whether the student was all right, but the instant she approached him, she froze. The boy had still been partially trapped within the mental realm, and an overwhelming aura surrounded him like a living monster. In that moment, all dignity she possessed as an educator and 7-star master disappeared. Pure overwhelming fear. The sensation reminded her of the first time she met the terrifying 6th Division commander, Vasim. That man possessed a monstrous presence capable of crushing people mentally just by existing. Yet somehow, she felt something eerily similar while standing near a mere student. The director adjusted her glasses shakily while deep in thought. Then she quietly wondered whether this terrifying atmosphere existed simply because the boy's name literally contained the word devil. The director studied her old friend carefully. He seemed genuinely deep in thought, and nothing about his explanation felt dishonest. Then she suddenly asked the obvious question, did that mean he had actually lost the battle inside the mental realm? The Sword Emperor reacted like she had insulted his entire bloodline. Absolutely not. The old man immediately exploded in outrage, loudly insisting that there was no way he could lose to a mere student. Sure, the boy possessed unbelievable natural talent, but talent alone could never compare to the experience and mastery of someone who had trained with the sword for decades. On top of that, he pointed out that he had not even been fully armed during the spar. The director immediately burst into amusement after hearing that excuse. She asked why he was overreacting so badly. After all, he was the same person who constantly preached that true masters never blamed their equipment. Yet here he was using his lack of proper gear as an excuse. Honestly, it made him look ridiculous. The old man immediately began trembling in wounded pride and fury, while insulting the director from across the room. Naturally, she cursed right back and demanded to know whether he wanted to die. And just like that, the two elderly monsters launched into yet another loud and childish argument. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, two figures crossed blades. A huge flash of light split the sky while the earth and water around them tore apart from the force of their clash. One of the fighters was the grinning Sword Emperor, completely wrapped in exhilaration as he battled against the other figure, Kang Geomma. Then suddenly, a notification bell rang. Geomma's eyes snapped open. The boy stared blankly at the ceiling of his room, confused for a moment before realizing he had simply been dreaming. The battle between him and the Sword Emperor had apparently ended well enough. Still, now that he thought about it carefully, the old man really was absurdly hot-headed. If media had not interrupted the spar earlier, the situation could have become catastrophically dangerous for both the students and the instructors nearby. Rolling onto his side, the Oreo-haired boy quietly recalled fragments of the battle. More importantly, he remembered entering the mental realm itself. Actually experiencing it firsthand felt completely different from interacting with it inside a game. The mental realm was an active spiritual space unlocked through complete mastery and understanding of one's weapon. Reaching it required extremely specific conditions and overwhelming dedication. Usually only peak masters who spent their entire lives honing a single weapon could enter that realm freely. Even in a world overflowing with miracles and blessings, fewer than 10 heroes could properly access the mental realm at will. In the original story, even Leon, the blessed protagonist himself, required 3 entire years of private training before stepping into that space. Geomma knew this because he stopped playing the game around that point, which raised one terrifying question: why could he enter the mental realm already? The boy did not consider himself more talented than the protagonist. He certainly did not possess any protagonist-level destiny buffs either. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. His weapon of choice was a sashimi knife. In both his previous life and this current world, he had spent nearly his entire existence wielding one. In his past life alone, he had used the knife professionally for over 20 years. That was an absurd amount of accumulated experience. On top of that, every time he activated the Sword Spirit's blessing, he entered a state of concentration that completely transcended ordinary perception. Slowly, everything started making sense. The experiences of his old life and his new life had intertwined together perfectly. That fusion was what allowed him to break through impossible situations. The young man quietly realized something important. Avoiding situations only made things worse. Instead of passively getting swept along by events, he needed to actively tackle problems one step at a time. A grin slowly spread across his face. Newly motivated, Geomma stood up with his sashimi knife in hand and prepared to test a theory. If he could freely control the mental realm, then he could train himself without constantly relying on the Sword Spirit's blessing. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Moonlight poured through the window and illuminated the dark-haired student standing alone in the center of the room with his knife raised. Then the light around him slowly began to dim. The deeper he focused, the more disconnected he became from his physical body. And suddenly, he entered it. The mental realm unfolded around him like another world entirely. Translucent buildings stretched endlessly into the distance, while towering structures glimmered faintly in a realm accessible only through the mind. The boy focused harder, then cracks suddenly appeared across the world itself. Red fractures spread violently through the pure blue landscape. A massive hand suddenly tore through reality. The enormous arm burst from the cracks behind him, its long fingernails slowly reaching toward the focused young swordsman. The hand pressed itself against his shoulder. Kang Geomma immediately tightened his grip on the sashimi knife. Blue energy erupted around him, while the muscles in his arm bulged under the strain. The main character stared in complete shock at the sudden transformation around him. But the moment he adjusted his grip slightly, the knife began fading away. His eyes widened in alarm. Suddenly, Geomma was thrown back into reality inside his room, just in time to watch the blade in his hands crumble into dust before disappearing entirely. The boy sat there speechless. He genuinely could not comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the darkness of the night, several figures gathered secretly. One of them coldly stated that the elders had gone too far this time. Another agreed, claiming their actions were practically an insult toward everyone involved. Someone slammed a fist onto the table and shouted that they had all agreed demons should never be used directly. Those creatures were enemies beyond negotiation. However, another voice dismissed the concern entirely. The important thing was eliminating troublesome obstacles as quickly as possible. Then, the discussion shifted toward a new subject. Kang Geomma. One of the conspirators insisted they needed to investigate the Academy's top student immediately. There was even a possibility that the boy himself could be another hero candidate. Originally, they believed the only candidate was Leon van Reinhardt. Besides, Kang Ji-ma was supposedly nothing more than a half-baked brat incapable of properly manifesting his blessing. At least, that was what they believed before. But now things were becoming suspicious. The boy's swordsmanship had already defeated the genius twins during the placement exams. Then he somehow killed a mermaid demonoid afterward. Even worse, Director Media was actively suppressing information about him under the excuse of protecting the student. Everything about Kang Ji-ma felt suspicious from beginning to end. Still, one of the old men reminded the group that regardless of the details, the hero's fate itself was unavoidable. Another voice agreed immediately. As if things were not already troublesome enough, the Seven Stars had also begun interfering with their plans. Any dangerous sprouts needed to be eliminated before they could grow into true threats. To make matters worse, their enemies had even brought the Sword Emperor into the Academy itself. The conspirators deeply hated that development. Since the Academy director herself was one of the Seven Stars, the authority of the elders had already weakened significantly. After Bosman's defeat, the public placed all their faith in the Seven Stars while the plotters were treated like useless relics from the past. Nothing infuriated the elders more than that. In their minds, they were the ones who guided the ignorant masses and maintained balance in the world. If a true hero ever appeared again, their authority would immediately be threatened. To preserve their power, they needed a public enemy to fear. The elders quickly agreed that the hero capable of threatening the Demon King had to die. The old man leading the discussion was also one of the Academy's elders. Ever since that terrifying woman had beaten him senseless, he had been forced to rely on intimidation and force just to persuade the others. Meanwhile, the 5th Division commander was already furious. If the elder failed to act now, he would eventually have to face the 5th Demon King Division commander herself, who was disguised as an academy teacher. Compared to dealing with that sadistic little feline, he would rather beg for death. In the end, the elders reached a decision and ordered the auditor family to handle the matter. Elsewhere, a hammer crashed dramatically onto the floor, and the sound felt like a terrible omen. Our guy glared viciously at the blacksmith standing before him. The older man wore an apron over his clothes and begged desperately for mercy while trembling uncontrollably. Even so, the main character slowly raised his sashimi knife, making the poor man panic even more. Kang Ji-ma cursed under his breath before finally lowering the blade. His new weapon, the redesigned mirosemi, had been forged specifically into the shape of a sashimi knife. The blade measured 35 centimeters long and possessed C-rank destructive power, while its range and hardness remained at E rank. However, it carried exceptionally high growth potential. The blacksmith hurriedly explained that he had spent nearly 30 years forging steel, yet he had never encountered anything like this sword before. According to him, it was almost as though the mirosemi itself refused to be reshaped. During the forging process, the weapon suddenly split into 2 pieces. In a panic, the blacksmith had melted the fragments down and barely managed to force them back into shape. He insisted that any ordinary blacksmith would have ended up with nothing but a useless lump of metal. The craftsman swore that the sword shattered after a single hammer strike, and even he found the entire situation unsettling. Despite having 20 years of experience handling knives, our guy could not deny that the craftsmanship itself was impressive. Even stranger, the sword's specifications aligned perfectly with the sword god's blessing. Still, the hardness remaining at E rank made the entire thing feel suspiciously eerie. The blacksmith nervously explained that the weapon's growth potential was extremely promising. If reinforced properly, it could eventually become an incredible blade. As compensation for the damaged weapon, he offered to enhance it free of charge as long as the main character supplied the necessary materials. However, the black-haired student immediately asked what would happen if the sword broke again. The blacksmith nearly fainted from panic. He hurriedly explained that despite its current rank, the weapon still had the potential to become high-ranked in the future. There was even a special never-fail material capable of stabilizing the blade, but such a material could only be obtained from A-rank or higher demonic beasts. There was no way an ordinary student could ever acquire something like that. High-ranking demonic beasts were comparable to ranked demonoids themselves. G had absolutely no desire to risk his life hunting another nightmare creature like the mermaid again, just to strengthen his equipment. Unfortunately, reinforcement materials from weaker monsters were scarce, and despite all his careful efforts, his wallet continued to suffer. The young man's financial situation was in complete ruin. Finally, he asked the blacksmith whether he truly intended to keep his promise. The craftsman swore upon his honor as a blacksmith. Then the dark-haired boy casually demanded that half the cost of the leftover scrap metal also be refunded. The blacksmith stared at him in complete disbelief. Gom reminded the man that the original sword had cost 10 million won. The blacksmith protested furiously, insisting he had forged the weapon exactly as requested. Besides, he had already promised free enhancement services. But the main character calmly pointed out that the original B-rank sword had essentially become scrap metal now, so compensation was only fair. The blacksmith exploded in outrage and demanded to know what kind of monster tried to scam an adult like this. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-ma casually mentioned that he had been planning to test the new weapon anyway. Then he slowly waved the sashimi knife toward the terrified blacksmith. The poor man nearly screamed. He jumped backward in horror and immediately started apologizing while begging for mercy. Desperate to survive, he offered 500,000 won as compensation. Unfortunately for him, our guy was far greedier than that. He demanded 1 million. The blacksmith almost collapsed from shock and desperately negotiated the amount down to 800,000 instead. However, the black-haired student slowly raised his magical sword again with a terrifying expression on his face. The blacksmith shrieked in terror. Even scraps from a B-rank weapon held tremendous market value, and buying them back at such a price was already painful enough. But the young man's expression only grew darker and deadlier as he demanded payment. Faced with a customer who looked genuinely ready to murder him over scrap metal, the blacksmith finally collapsed onto the floor and accepted defeat. Later that night, Kang Ji-ma reviewed the information screen connected to the sword god's blessing, while quietly eating supper. After obtaining a new weapon, his armament stats had increased, unlocking additional options within the blessing itself. The biggest reason he hesitated to use the sword god's power was the unbearable agony that accompanied it. However, the blessing was now offering a method to reduce the pain. That alone made leveling the skill an absolute priority. Earlier testing had already shown improvements. The pain had gone from feeling like certain death to merely feeling unbearable. It still hurt like hell, but even that tiny reduction gave him hope. If one level could lessen the agony this much, then maybe someday he could use the sword god's blessing without feeling like his body was being destroyed. Apparently, armament increased whenever a weapon was obtained or enhanced. Since midterms were finally over, improving his weapon would become his main focus from now on. If he continued growing stronger like this, perhaps he would eventually understand the mysterious demonic power inside him. Maybe then he would even discover who had thrown him into this insane world in the first place. Lost in thought, the black-haired boy quietly ate salty anchovies until Chloe suddenly appeared beside him with concern written all over her face. It had been a while since he had seen his temporarily disabled yandere companion. Chloe asked what he was doing all alone, and he admitted he had lost his appetite halfway through eating. Then he noticed that her cast was finally gone and happily asked if her body had recovered. The redhead proudly showed off her condition. She still needed crutches, but she already felt much stronger than before. She even balanced confidently on one foot while smiling brightly. According to her, broken bones healed stronger after breaking. The main character honestly had no idea how to explain that bones were not muscles, and she probably should not casually destroy them in the first place. Then he suddenly noticed a grain of rice stuck to her face. Without thinking much about it, he leaned closer and plucked it away. The moment his fingers touched her skin, Chloe's brain practically shut down from happiness. Her entire face turned red, her legs lost all strength, and she collapsed to the ground with a tiny squeak. Completely oblivious to what he had just done to her emotionally, the boy calmly offered his hand and asked if she was okay. The redhead nervously claimed she had simply tripped. A moment later, Chloe noticed the wrapped weapon beside him and excitedly asked about it. The boy showed her the sword, and she immediately became fascinated by it. To her, this was his very first personal weapon, and she thought it looked incredibly cool. Unfortunately, he did not share her enthusiasm. As she handled the blade, the wrapping slowly came undone, revealing the polished knife beneath. Chloe smiled brightly and commented that it was hard to believe such a pretty weapon was only E rank. The moment she said that, the boy stared sadly at his sword. Realizing her mistake, Chloe panicked and hurriedly clarified that she meant it looked extremely impressive for an E rank weapon. Unfortunately, Gio simply laughed it off. He explained that at least he had recovered some money from the blacksmith. Besides, the craftsman had promised free enhancements in the future. Hopefully, after enough reinforcement, the weapon would eventually become truly useful. Chloe immediately cheered him on. In her eyes, he was already strong enough to fight effectively using nothing but a sashimi knife, so with a proper weapon he would undoubtedly become even stronger. The black-haired boy thanked her, though internally he felt conflicted. Honestly, there was no grand reason for him to grow stronger anymore. Ever since defeating the mermaid, he could already handle mid-tier magical beasts. The real reason he wanted to strengthen his weapon was simply to reduce the horrifying pain caused by the sword god's blessing. As he sighed deeply about his miserable life, Chloe misunderstood and quickly apologized again for insulting the weapon. He assured her that was not the issue. The real problem was simply the depressing sight of the broken Mirosame and the compensation he had received for it. Chloe stared intensely at the damaged weapon while muttering darkly about the blacksmith ruining Geomma's sword. Slowly, her expression twisted as she slipped into full yandere mode. Anyone who made her beloved crush suffer deserved to suffer in return. She quietly began talking about murdering all of them. The main character immediately called her name before she could spiral any further. Startled, the redhead snapped back to reality and apologized. Meanwhile, Geomma sat there completely speechless, because there was honestly no correct response to hearing your friend casually threaten multiple murders and genuinely mean it. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. He sensed a powerful aura nearby and immediately became serious. Strangely, Chloe seemed completely unaware of it. The redhead happily followed after him as he walked toward a nearby tree. Then without hesitation, the main character kicked the tree and demanded whoever was hiding there to come out. A man suddenly rolled out of the branches with a groan. The assassin clicked his tongue in annoyance over being discovered so easily, while the redhead stared at him in shock. Apparently, he had been secretly following them the entire time. Later, our guy calmly set down his sashimi knife while his yandere companion clung protectively to him like an aggressive guard dog, and glared furiously at her brother. Since there was no smell of blood, the older assassin appeared mostly unarmed. The main character asked what exactly he wanted. The question immediately made the red-haired assassin flinch. Then silence fell between all three of them. Geomma quickly lost patience with the awkward silence, and bluntly said that he had already explained things to the other boy before in a way he could understand. The male assassin immediately glared at him and admitted that he had come specifically to find him. However, he clarified that it was not because of their previous conflict. The dark-haired student narrowed his eyes and asked why exactly the redhead had come. The older assassin muttered that even if he only informed Chloe, the information would obviously reach the gloomy student eventually anyway, so it was simpler to tell both of them directly. Everything revolved around Kang Ji-ma. Adjusting his mask slightly, the red-haired assassin finally revealed the truth. The Academy elders had issued a request for the Oreo-haired student to be eliminated. The sashimi knife wielder was genuinely stunned. Not only had the Academy elders personally appeared, but out of everyone possible they had decided to focus on him. Chloe immediately exploded in anger and demanded to know whether her brother had come to carry out the order himself. She instantly moved in front of her friend, protectively, and refused to let anyone hurt him. The older brother sighed painfully and muttered that his sister had spent too much time away from home because she had clearly lost her edge. Chloe growled fiercely and ordered Geomma to get behind her while wildly swinging her crutch around, despite still having an injured leg. To both boys, the scene looked absolutely ridiculous. The older assassin sighed before admitting that, despite everything, his sister's instincts were still incredibly sharp. Then he turned back toward the main character. Honestly, he did not particularly care what the talented student had been doing lately. However, the elders were strangely obsessed with him. Even within the auditor family itself, people felt uneasy about the request. For now, the family had temporarily postponed the mission. The order itself had been issued secretly while bypassing the academy head entirely. Worse still, assassinating a mere student went directly against the auditor family's principles. However, because the command came from the elders themselves, the family could not simply ignore it forever. If pressure from the top continued to grow, they would eventually be forced to investigate the scary student properly. The older assassin rubbed his mask tiredly and explained that regardless of everything else, Chloe was still part of the family, so she deserved to know what was happening. The little assassin froze in surprise. The boy had pretended this was all about family principles, but in reality, he had simply been worried about his younger sister the entire time. Even Geomma could not help respecting that a little. Having said everything he needed to say, the older assassin quickly turned around and tried to leave before things became even more emotional. Then Geomma suddenly called out to him. The assassin paused and glanced back over his shoulder. The gloomy student remained wary because the last time they met, the older assassin had spoken very differently about Chloe. However, before he could say anything, the redhead quietly interrupted him. He admitted that his sister looked happiest whenever she was beside the weird, gloomy student. Because of that, he would not argue against the truth anymore. Even as her brother, he had never seen Chloe smile that happily before. Both Chloe and the main character stared at him in complete shock. Hearing Nox speak so softly felt almost unnatural. Then the older assassin made one final request. He asked Geomma not to let Chloe get hurt again. The gloomy student blinked in confusion. It was not like her injury had been his fault. They simply happened to be on the same team during the incident. Meanwhile, the longer Geomma silently stared at him, the more uncomfortable the assassin became. Finally, the black-haired student awkwardly admitted that he would try to look after her as best as he could, at least while she stayed near him. That seemed enough for Nox. However, before leaving, the assassin decided to ask one final question. How had the gloomy student become so strong? Ironically, the question genuinely surprised Geomma because he had never considered himself strong at all. In his eyes, true strength belonged to monsters like the Sword Emperor, people capable of overcoming any threat at any moment. Compared to that, his own power lasted less than a minute per day before destroying his body. Someone like that had no right to boast about being powerful. The idiot remained completely oblivious to the fact that no normal student should possess that level of strength in the first place. Still, Geomma had no intention of revealing the truth. After all, Nox had already exposed confidential family matters to an outsider simply because of Chloe. There was no guarantee the assassin could keep bigger secrets hidden too. So instead, the dark-haired boy simply gave him advice. Calling out to Nox, he calmly stated that the assassin lacked desperation. The older boy frowned and asked what he meant. Geomma explained that no matter how talented someone was within the academy, there was a certain pressure and instinct that only came from real-life experience. If Knox remained sheltered inside the academy forever, then he would eventually hit his growth limit. The gloomy student advised him to leave the academy more often. With enough hardship and determination, he would eventually grow stronger naturally. The assassin stood there stunned by the unexpected wisdom. Meanwhile, our main character immediately started scurrying away after sounding cool because even he realized that speech had been embarrassingly dramatic. Elsewhere, class continued as normal. A teacher stood at the chalkboard while lecturing passionately about order, prosperity, and the countless gods residing in heaven. Unfortunately, Geomma could not care less. Instead of paying attention, he sat there wondering what exactly he should do about the academy elders targeting him. The elders were descendants of 5 of Balorhaken's 7 disciples, and possessed influence not just within the academy, but throughout the entire world. In the original game, players referred to them as the corrupt remnants because they constantly obstructed the protagonist for the sake of maintaining their own authority. Now Geomma finally understood why they considered him a problem. Rather than listening to the lesson, he doodled across his notebook while listing every major thing he had done since arriving in this world. Looking back at it all, he realized he had actually caused an absurd amount of trouble. Ironically, all he ever wanted was peace, stability, and safety. Yet somehow he kept accidentally standing out more and more. Still, even after reviewing everything, it made no sense for the elders to target him personally. Then his eyes stopped at one particular memory, saving Leon during the midterms on Scopoli Island after defeating the mermaid. That was when realization finally hit him. The elders were not targeting him at all. Their true target was Leon, the hero candidate. Geomma had simply gotten in the way. No matter how much the media tried covering things up, word had undoubtedly spread throughout noble society that he was the one who defeated the mermaid. Combined with the fact that they were now targeting Leon, the answer became horrifyingly obvious. Someone among the elders, or perhaps all of them, was collaborating with demons. That changed everything. They were not merely corrupt politicians obsessed with power anymore. They had actively tried to kill a young hero candidate for their own benefit. The realization disgusted him. No matter how rotten the elders were supposed to be, this crossed every possible line. Humanity's survival should have mattered more than protecting their influence. The dark-haired boy quietly concluded that all those old men deserved to die. Right now, it was not yet time to move against them. But when that day finally came, he would personally cut every last one of them down without hesitation. Meanwhile, the teacher continued rambling about future generations, while Geomma struggled to focus because he was too busy fantasizing about murdering corrupt elders. Eventually, he forced himself to think about something more practical: weapon enhancement. To strengthen his new sword, he would need dungeon materials. Unfortunately, the dungeon he wanted to challenge was too dangerous to clear alone, meaning he needed a party. Chloe would definitely join him. However, instead of recruiting a brute force maniac like Rachel, he wanted someone more strategic. Then a brilliant idea suddenly appeared in his mind: speed weapon. Later, the black-haired student headed toward the Dragon class building to recruit him. Unfortunately, the moment he arrived, a hostile-looking student cracked his knuckles and blocked the entrance while mocking him for daring to wander around a place meant for elites. Geomma almost forgot that he was still considered a special student, and therefore looked down upon by many nobles. The gloomy youth sighed in annoyance. After 20 years of dealing with obnoxious customers in the food industry, handling an arrogant teenager like this honestly felt exhausting. So he casually warned the guy not to irritate him before he cut his jaw off. The brute exploded in rage and swung his fist. To Geomma, the attack looked painfully slow. Before he could even react himself, another figure suddenly jumped between them. A massive punch slammed directly into the brute's jaw and launched him backward instantly. Nearby students immediately started panicking and wondering whether a fight had broken out. Meanwhile, the unlucky bully lay unconscious on the floor. The orange-haired hero groaned while shaking his aching hand and complained that the brute's jaw was ridiculously hard. Geomma stared in disbelief. He had heard of strength mages before, but a strength-based healer was completely ridiculous. Speed Weapon flexed his hand painfully before turning toward the main character with a bright smile and asking whether he had come looking for him. Then he suggested they continue the conversation outside. The two boys eventually sat down together and discussed the dungeon plans. Geomma explained that he urgently needed to form a party. Weapon happily agreed to help recruit members. As payment, the dungeon rewards would be shared among the team while Geomma kept the magical beast materials for weapon enhancement. That was the entire arrangement. The dark-haired student admitted that if he tried forming a team alone, Chloe would probably be the only person willing to join him. The boy seriously underestimated how popular he had become. Geomma then asked Weapon to help recruit members from the Dragon class instead, since that would make things easier. The orange-haired healer calmly sipped his drink and explained that Academy rules required at least 4 members to receive dungeon clearance approval. Honestly, if the rules did not exist, someone like Geomma could probably clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. The gloomy youth immediately questioned where all this confidence was coming from because he genuinely did not think he could survive a dungeon solo. Weapon burst out laughing. The guy literally killed a mermaid alone and still acted humble afterward. At this point, his modesty was starting to become annoying. Only then did Geomma realize that everyone else genuinely believed he was some absurdly overpowered monster. The healer smiled warmly before casually mentioning that it seemed the black-haired student was doing much better now. Geomma looked surprised, but admitted it was thanks to proper treatment and several days of rest. Weapon happily accepted the dungeon proposal and explained that working with him sounded fun. The gloomy student gratefully thanked him. Then the healer asked which dungeon he planned to challenge. Without hesitation, Geomma answered with a C-rank Buffalo dungeon located in Chien. Weapon considered the choice and admitted it was a classic dungeon for students. With himself, Chloe, and Geomma, they already had 3 members. That meant they only needed 1 more. Then he asked whether Geomma had any preferences. The gloomy student immediately replied that he preferred not to recruit Rachel or Leon. Rachel had apparently locked herself away in the training grounds ever since Geomma was hospitalized, while Leon was busy preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids alongside 2nd and 3rd-year students. Hearing that both troublesome people were unavailable immediately improved the main character's mood. Then Weapon suddenly remembered someone else. According to him, the person was probably already asleep by now. The orange-haired healer simply shrugged and said that was normal for this particular individual. After tossing his empty can into a nearby bin, he announced that they first needed to visit the cafeteria to buy something. Later that evening, the 2 boys arrived outside a traditional Japanese-style house. A voice from inside calmly answered after they knocked. The door was open, so they were free to enter. The main character was genuinely surprised because he never knew the academy contained a place like this. Even during all his time playing Miracle's Blessing M, he had never discovered it. Back in his previous life, he worked as a Japanese cuisine chef, yet ironically, he had never actually visited Japan himself. He always dreamed of going someday, so stepping into this traditional Japanese-style house gave him a strange sense of second-hand satisfaction. The peaceful atmosphere did not last long. A moment later, they arrived at a shooting range where arrows continuously struck the center of distant targets with perfect precision. Eventually, they found the person they had come to meet. A girl was sleeping nearby. Weapon casually called for her to wake up, and our guy immediately froze because he suddenly recognized her. The orange-haired healer crouched beside the sleeping girl and tried waking her normally, but she refused to react. Then, with the confidence of someone experienced in handling her, he leaned closer and whispered that he had bought some snacks. That instantly worked. The girl shot upright while still half dizzy from sleep. Weapon grinned mischievously and pointed toward Geomma, telling her to look over there. The next thing the main character knew, the girl launched herself straight toward him at terrifying speed. Fortunately, she was not targeting him personally. She was aiming for the bag in his hand. The snack bag vanished instantly as the girl spun through the air like a tiny tornado. Before Geomma could even process what was happening, she crashed directly into him and flattened him onto the ground. A loud thud echoed through the room. The girl happily munched on snacks while sitting on top of the collapsed dark-haired boy, as though nothing unusual had happened. Meanwhile, Geomma struggled to recover his senses. The girl cheerfully declared that the treats were delicious, before suddenly looking down at him and asking whether he had any more youngings. At that exact moment, an ancient trauma awakened within the main character. Back in his previous life, while working endlessly in a kitchen surrounded by exhausted men and overwhelming stress, he once heard a notification sound from his phone that completely changed his mood. Miracle's Blessing M, the game that consumed both his free time and his money. The exhausted chef had hidden in the restaurant bathroom trembling with excitement because the game had finally blessed him with the character he desperately wanted. It was supposed to be his angel, the beautiful Abel von Nibelung. Instead, the gacha system gave him someone else. Saki Reo, the blue-haired lookalike who resembled Abel just enough to emotionally destroy him. The memory still haunted him. Miracle's Blessing M revolved around Leon and his many heroines, but among all of them, Abel was the officially recognized main heroine. She and Leon constantly appeared together during the game's biggest moments, overcoming impossible hardships while their romance blossomed naturally. Even the main character fell victim to her charm and spent an absurd amount of money trying to summon her. Instead, the game repeatedly handed him Saki, the daughter of Gielen, his first 5-star unit, the heroine who got overshadowed almost immediately after Abel appeared. And now that exact same girl had tackled him to the floor while demanding snacks. Geomma stared blankly at reality while Saki casually commented that he looked kind of stupid right now. At least one thing became clear. This girl was the reason Weapon sounded so confident earlier. As a player, Geomma knew Saki Ryo was an incredibly powerful ranged DPS character. Unlike Leon, who relied on overwhelming protagonist energy, Saki specialized in technical skill and precision. Better yet, she barely influenced the main story. meaning recruiting her probably would not destroy the plot completely, hopefully. The blue-haired girl finally turned toward Weapon and lazily asked why he had come. The healer immediately dangled more snacks in front of her to keep her attention. Like a trained predator, she snatched them instantly and demanded he hurry up and explain himself. Weapon introduced her to King Geomma and noted that she had probably already heard of him. Saki admitted that she had. After all, she had seen him earlier that day while some idiot tried harassing him near the Dragon Class building. The girl impatiently demanded they stop wasting time and get to the point already. Weapon finally explained that they were recruiting members for a Buffalo dungeon raid next week. Unfortunately, his explanation was a complete mess. True to the name Speed Weapon, he skipped through details so quickly that nobody could follow him properly. Still, the basic arrangement was simple enough. Clear rewards would be divided among the party, while Geomma kept the magical beast materials for weapon enhancement. Saki glanced toward the gloomy student with renewed interest. Then she slowly walked over and inspected him more closely. She recognized him now. He was the guy who fought that one terrifying duel in the training subspace before. Geomma admitted that it really was him. The girl stared intensely at him while he stared back awkwardly. Finally, she shrugged and admitted that dungeon clear rewards also affected academy grades, so there was no real reason to refuse the offer. However, she also bluntly stated that the Oreo-haired boy seemed less impressive and motivated than she expected. Geomma nearly sighed. This girl really had the nerve to judge someone else's motivation while spending half her life asleep. Saki casually apologized, but admitted she disliked working with people who looked unmotivated. Weapon quickly defended his friend and insisted that Geomma was not an ordinary person at all. She had seen his duel herself. Still, Saki refused to budge so easily. Maybe his opponents were simply weak. The orange-haired healer almost choked hearing that. The guy Geomma fought belonged to the Auditor family, and during the midterms, Weapon suddenly stopped himself before accidentally revealing an extremely important secret. Both Saki and Geomma immediately noticed the slip. The healer groaned and awkwardly admitted he could not explain further, but he wanted her to trust him. Saki immediately rejected that idea because she was not some obedient family dog. Weapon fired back by pointing out that she practically turned into a puppy whenever youngings were involved, so she had no room to criticize anyone. The girl furiously argued that he constantly bragged about being a younging expert. Meanwhile, Geomma quietly watched this entire exchange while questioning whether recruiting her was even worth the trouble anymore. A party member could be greedy, a party member could be rude, but being both at once sounded exhausting. Finally, the black-haired student decided he had enough. He called out to Weapon and calmly stated that the begging was unnecessary. If she planned to act this uncooperative from the beginning, then forcing her into the party would only create problems later. They would simply find someone else. That immediately offended Saki. The blue-haired archer narrowed her eyes and remarked that if they could casually walk away, then the dungeon raid clearly was not that urgent after all. Geomma stared at her for a second before silently opening his jacket. Then, he pulled out one of his small sashimi knives. Both Saki and Weapon froze. The blade glowed faintly in his hand. Without even looking at the target range, Geomma casually flicked his wrist and sliced through the air. The knife flew across the room in a perfect arc before striking the center target dead on. Bullseye. Saki's eyes widened in shock. Then Geomma calmly drew another knife. A second throw. Another perfect hit. At that point, it was obvious the first attack had not been luck. The gloomy student looked especially cool under the shooting range lights as he calmly asked the lazy archer whether she was interested now. Saki completely lost the ability to speak. Shivers ran down her spine as she stared at him with genuine awe. Much later, the dungeon team finally gathered together. A classroom door slid open and Saki entered wearing glasses and her academy uniform, giving her a strangely nerdy appearance. The other members noted that she had arrived unusually early for once. Chloe happily greeted the archer while Saki nervously greeted Geomma back. Even now, she still looked slightly intimidated by his terrifying knife skills. Geomma greeted her casually while internally noting that threatening people with sashimi knives somehow worked disturbingly well every single time. Weapon sat down beside the group and praised Saki for finishing the dungeon permit so quickly. She casually brushed it off and claimed it only required a few clicks. Now that the permits were complete, the strategy meeting officially began. Weapon cleared his throat and started sketching diagrams onto the board. Unfortunately, his artistic skills were horrific. The C-rank buffalo demonoids he drew looked less like monsters and more like badly disguised pigs. According to the healer, the creatures were nicknamed water buffalo because of their charging behavior. Fighting them directly in close combat was extremely dangerous, but they possessed a major weakness against ranged attacks. Then Weapon explained the most important rule of the entire dungeon. Under absolutely no circumstances were they to open the giant stone gate located in the center chamber. Chloe immediately asked what would happen if someone opened it anyway. The healer admitted that rumors claimed the gate functioned as some sort of seal, though nothing had been officially confirmed yet. Regardless, Academy permits specifically ordered students to leave it untouched. So naturally, Kang Ji-ma immediately smiled while writing down the suspicious instruction about never opening the creepy sealed door. The entire room fell silent. All three teammates slowly turned toward him. Geomma blinked awkwardly at the sudden tension. Weapon cautiously asked whether the gloomy student happened to know what was behind the gate. Geomma instantly denied everything. Obviously, they should never touch such a suspicious door. Absolutely never. Internally, however, he already knew the truth. Thankfully, the system currently kept it sealed under specific conditions, so there was almost no chance of it opening accidentally. As long as nobody triggered the requirements, the dungeon remained one of the most efficient farming locations available. Eventually, Geomma's attention drifted towards Saki again. The blue-haired archer continued stuffing herself with snacks while listening half-heartedly to the meeting. The gloomy student admitted he was honestly impressed by how much she loved that candy. Saki proudly explained that intellectual people needed sugar to fuel their brains. Geomma privately found that statement hilarious considering she barely formed complete sentences most of the time. Then he noticed something extremely dangerous. Chloe was growling. The yandere assassin had caught him staring at another girl for too long and was already beginning to draw her knife. Unfortunately, Geomma sensed something even more important than Chloe's jealousy. They were being watched again. Even during this meeting, hidden eyes monitored their every move. The dark-haired boy quietly turned toward Chloe, who was desperately trying to suppress her murderous instincts and failing badly. For now, all he could do was wait. Eventually, the enemy would reveal themselves. Later, the team boarded a bus heading toward Gamel Duchan. As the vehicle traveled toward the dungeon zone, the gloomy protagonist sat silently while thinking back to his former life. After leaving the military, he swore he would never return to the city of Korin ever again, not even to pee there. And yet fate clearly enjoyed mocking him because now he was literally riding a bus straight back to what he mentally labeled Piss City. A guard approached and identified the vehicle as belonging to Hawakin Academy before politely asking the group for identification. Geomma peeked out the window and noticed personnel operating strange magical barriers around the area. Civilian restrictions were clearly in effect because the surrounding region bordered an active dungeon zone. Security around the place was incredibly tight. Meanwhile, the gloomy student quietly noted once again that the Academy elders were probably still monitoring everything his team did. Then Speed Weapon suddenly called out from the back of the bus and casually offered him boiled eggs. Geomma stared at him in confusion, before politely declining while wondering whether people normally carried random eggs onto buses nowadays. The orange-haired healer looked toward his captain and asked whether he was seriously getting nervous over a mere C-rank dungeon. He told the gloomy boy to relax already and stop looking so tense. Geomma laughed awkwardly and admitted that he probably should calm down. Meanwhile, Weapon casually offered boiled eggs to Saki as well. The blue-haired archer immediately refused while continuing to sulk in her seat. Nearby, Chloe was half asleep with her katana hugged tightly against her body, like a treasured pillow. Weapon sighed dramatically and declared that it was their loss because the eggs tasted incredible. At that moment, Saki quietly glanced upward. Her blue eyes tracked the dark-haired boy while he casually spoke with Weapon. Unfortunately for her, Geomma happened to notice the staring and looked back at her immediately. The girl instantly got caught. Naturally, Saki became irritated and quickly turned away with an annoyed huff while pretending she had not been watching him at all. Unfortunately for her, the gloomy student already had bigger problems to deal with. Ever since learning that the Academy elders wanted him dead, he constantly felt eyes on him everywhere he went. He really did not need Miss Blue staring at him too and making that paranoia worse. Eventually, the bus finally stopped. The team climbed out and arrived at the dungeon zone. Chloe immediately looked around excitedly while admiring the scenery. The weather was perfect, the sky remained clear, and the atmosphere felt surprisingly peaceful despite the danger hidden beneath the ground. Geomma, however, felt nervous. Long ago, this place had once been home to ancient demons. Now it had been reduced to a farming dungeon used by students. The contrast felt unsettling. Meanwhile, Weapon suddenly stared at the enormous amount of luggage the dark-haired student brought with him and asked whether he was moving into a marriage home or something. Geomma smirked mysteriously and asked whether the healer was curious. Then he slowly unzipped the massive bag. Inside was an absolutely ridiculous number of sashimi knives. The bag was practically overflowing with blades. Weapon stared in disbelief and asked whether the boy came all this way just to open a knife shop. Still smirking confidently, the gloomy student explained that it was always better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. The healer laughed and said Geomma talked like an old man, but he trusted that there was probably logic behind the madness. Chloe suddenly jumped into the conversation and proudly announced that she would take point for the team as always. Geomma nodded immediately because, honestly, he trusted her instincts more than anyone else's. With preparations complete, the students finally headed toward the dungeon entrance. Security around the area remained incredibly strict. Guards surrounded the sealed dungeon gate and carefully prepared to open it for the academy students. The moment the team arrived, the guards immediately recognized their uniforms and instructed all 4 students to sign the visitor log before entering. The group casually wrote down their names one after another. Then Geomma wrote his. Instantly, one of the guards stiffened. The reaction lasted only a moment, but the dark-haired student noticed it immediately. Weapon called out impatiently and told his captain to hurry up already. Geomma quietly agreed and turned toward the opening gates while mentally storing away the guard's suspicious reaction. The massive stone entrance slowly cracked open. A foul smell immediately rushed out. Weapon covered his nose and warned everyone to watch their step while entering. Meanwhile, Geomma kept thinking about the guard whose expression changed after seeing his name. As the massive gate shut behind them with a heavy thud, the gloomy student glanced back uneasily. He really hoped this trip would not turn into a disaster. The team continued deeper into the dungeon for quite a while before noticing something incredibly stupid. People had doodled all over the cave walls. Some nobles apparently carved their names inside hearts like couples visiting a romantic tourist spot, while others scribbled random nonsense everywhere. The place looked less like a dangerous dungeon and more like the bathroom walls of a middle school. Geomma honestly could not understand when dungeons became sightseeing attractions. Nobles truly abused their privileges shamelessly. As the team continued walking, someone suddenly grabbed the gloomy student by the elbow. It was Saki. The blue-haired girl complained dramatically about feeling tired already. Geomma glanced at her and reluctantly admitted that she genuinely looked exhausted. Then the archer sighed sadly and claimed that if she had something sweet to eat, she would recover immediately. Finally, she asked whether their team leader happened to have snacks. While Geomma searched through his pockets, Saki watched him eagerly with sparkling eyes. Then he handed her a tiny piece of candy. The girl stared at it in disappointment. Candy was not what she wanted. She asked whether he had any yongings instead. Geomma immediately lost patience and growled that he was not her mother. If she wanted snacks so badly, then she should carry her own supply instead of bothering him constantly. Without shame, Saki admitted she was saving her own stash for later. The dark-haired student glared at her in disbelief before turning away and wishing she would focus already. In the end, the blue-haired archer reluctantly accepted the candy. Before the argument could continue, Chloe suddenly raised her hand and stopped the group. Her expression sharpened instantly. She sensed 3 monsters approaching. No, 4. The creatures were charging toward them from roughly 200 meters away. Combat was about to begin. Weapon immediately switched into serious mode and reminded everyone to stick to the strategy they discussed earlier. He called out specifically to Chloe and Saki, promising to buff them properly while ordering them not to disappoint him. At the same time, Saki dramatically removed the cloth covering her massive bow. Geomma's eyes widened slightly. The weapon was an S-grade artifact known as the Crimson Bow. With a weapon like that, clearing a C-rank dungeon honestly should have been easy. Meanwhile, the blue-haired archer casually complained that she had not used the bow in a while, so it felt stiff now. The gloomy student wondered for the 100th time whether he could actually trust this girl with his life. Then Saki suddenly told everyone to wait. Before combat even started, she casually pulled out another snack and took a huge bite. Her face immediately lit up with joy over how delicious it tasted. Geomma stared at her in disbelief. Could he really trust this clown? Unfortunately, there was no more time to think about it. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the dungeon as the charging beasts approached. Everyone prepared for battle. Weapon pulled out his recorder and began playing support magic that boosted the team's abilities. Chloe lowered her stance while Saki raised the crimson bow confidently. Then the buffalo demonoids burst from the darkness. The monsters roared wildly while charging straight toward the group. Chloe moved first. The red-haired assassin launched herself forward fearlessly and slammed into the lead beast. Her strike landed perfectly, knocking the creature down with a painful cry. Unfortunately, the rest of the stampede continued rushing forward. Chloe prepared to hold them back herself and reached for her sword. Weapon instantly shouted at her to abandon that reckless plan and retreat according to strategy. At that exact moment, Saki moved. The blue-haired archer appeared behind the front line like a phantom. Her long hair flowed behind her as she calmly focused on the incoming monsters. Then she released her arrow. The projectile streaked through the air wrapped in magical energy and smoke. A second later, the arrows tore directly through the charging buffalo herd. The monsters exploded apart instantly. Chloe stared in complete amazement as the raging beasts were ripped apart in flashes of red and gold light before they could even reach her. Meanwhile, Saki casually grinned and muttered an innocent little oops before immediately returning to eating snacks. Geomma could only stare at her. A skilled DPS truly was terrifying. Still, there was one major problem. The buffalo horns were supposed to become reinforcement materials for his weapon. If Saki kept vaporizing entire monsters, there would be nothing left for him to collect. Even so, victory was victory. The gloomy student could not help smiling in admiration at how efficiently she destroyed targets. Weapon suggested they continue deeper into the dungeon. That seemed reasonable enough. Then, suddenly, part of the rocky wall shattered nearby. Another buffalo burst forward independently from the others. One of the monsters that supposedly died earlier had survived. Unfortunately, it charged directly toward Saki while she was distracted eating snacks. The blue-haired girl hurriedly tried to move, but she stumbled awkwardly and dropped her bow. For a brief moment, it genuinely looked like she was about to die. Saki instinctively raised her arms to shield herself, then everything suddenly stopped. No impact came. The blue-haired archer slowly opened her eyes and saw something unbelievable. The dark-haired student held her safely in his arms while his sashimi knife sliced cleanly through the charging buffalo in a single motion. The beast split perfectly into two halves. For a moment, the entire scene looked absurdly cinematic. Wind swept through the dungeon as the buffalo collapsed apart behind him. His expression remained calm and serious, while his blade glinted under the dungeon lights. Saki completely lost her breath. The gloomy student looked impossibly cool. As the two halves of the monster crashed onto the stone floor behind them, Geomma casually asked whether she was all right. The blue-haired archer stared at him speechlessly. Then a blush slowly spread across her cheeks. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the dungeon, a phone rang. One of the guards stationed near the entrance answered the call and quietly confirmed the information his employer wanted to hear. Just as Geomma feared, someone really was monitoring their movements. Inside the dungeon, however, the gloomy student focused entirely on collecting buffalo horns. That was the entire reason they came here in the first place. Buffalo horns served as highly versatile C-rank enhancement materials used for reinforcing weapons and equipment. Geomma planned to gather as many as possible before leaving. As he busied himself collecting materials, Saki suddenly called out to him. Saki suddenly walked over and handed Geomma one of her favorite snacks. According to her, it was a thank you gift for saving her life earlier. Since the snack was something she treasured dearly, offering it to him was apparently her highest possible form of gratitude. The gloomy team leader stared at her silently like he had just taken critical emotional damage from an unexpected act of kindness. At the same time, however, he could also feel an absolutely terrifying inferno radiating from Chloe nearby. Apparently daring to save another girl had severely offended the little yandere assassin. Geomma immediately turned toward the redhead and called her name, causing her to snap out of her murderous aura in surprise. Then he leaned closer and quietly whispered his suspicions regarding the staff member from earlier. Chloe listened carefully while the two exchanged information in hushed voices. Meanwhile, Weapon suddenly looked at the pair and casually asked whether they were dating because, honestly, that would explain a lot. That single sentence completely destroyed Chloe's emotional stability. The redhead instantly exploded into a blushing mess while internally ascending into heaven because someone had mistaken her for the girlfriend of her crush. Meanwhile, Geomma simply laughed awkwardly and pointed out that assuming every relationship between a man and a woman was romantic felt incredibly narrow-minded. Weapon shamelessly disagreed. From his perspective, the two were constantly together, acted weird around each other, and clearly cared deeply about one another. To him, they practically already looked like a couple. Unfortunately, that answer somehow made Chloe glare at Geomma in disappointment. Instead, the poor gloomy student genuinely had no idea what he did wrong. Trying to move past the awkwardness, Chloe asked whether dungeons normally contained so few monsters. They had been standing around for a while now, yet almost nothing else appeared. The moment she said that, a massive thud echoed from deep inside the cave. Everyone went silent. Weapon frowned immediately and admitted that regardless of how popular a dungeon became, it was unnatural for it to feel this empty. Then he turned toward Saki and asked for her opinion. The blue-haired archer thought quietly for a moment before agreeing that something definitely felt wrong. Even the buffalo monsters they fought earlier behaved strangely. The rest of the team looked confused and asked what she meant. Saki explained that the buffaloes almost looked like they had been running away from something. Normally, those creatures behaved calmly and predictably, so their earlier behavior made absolutely no sense. Weapon nodded seriously. Buffalo demonoids were usually docile enough that nearby locals sometimes even used them for farming work. Geomma immediately concluded that humanity clearly had serious issues if people casually used demonic buffalo as farm animals. Still, everyone agreed that the situation felt suspicious. Fortunately, they still had signal devices and could request help from outside whenever necessary. Because of that, the group tried reassuring themselves that everything was probably fine. Eventually, Geomma asked how Weapon and Saki knew each other in the first place. The blue-haired girl proudly puffed up her chest and announced that she ranked first in the written exams, while Weapon ranked second. According to her, the healer bragged about his placement for weeks afterward. Weapon immediately protested and demanded she stop slandering his reputation. Meanwhile, Saki cheerfully added that she also ranked third during placement testing and remained extremely proud of that achievement too. Geomma stared at Weapon in disbelief. Honestly, he assumed the orange-haired boy was just a loudmouth idiot. Learning he placed second academically completely shattered that image. Weapon looked genuinely offended that his captain thought so little of him. Rachel was apparently his distant cousin. Geomma paused for a second while mentally processing the horrifying implications of that information. Suddenly, the similarities between the healer and the violent hyena girl made much more sense. Weapon explained that his family belonged to a branch line connected to the Changgang clan, Rachel's main bloodline. It sounded like he wanted to say more, but eventually he just awkwardly trailed off and told everyone to forget about it because discussing it served no real purpose. Geomma stared at him silently for a moment. Then Weapon lightly punched his shoulder and asked why their fearless leader kept glaring at him like that. The healer laughed and claimed he was already living the dream anyway. Compared to Geomma, he was nothing special. After all, the gloomy student was obviously destined for greatness someday. Weapon even joked that Geomma might eventually become one of the 7 heroes. Chloe immediately agreed and proudly declared that her crush absolutely possessed that kind of potential. Geomma stayed silent. His eyes slowly drifted toward Saki. The blue-haired archer walked quietly for a while before suddenly declaring that she hated the 7 heroes. The statement stunned everyone. Even Weapon looked shocked and asked what her issue with them was. However, before the conversation could continue, Geomma suddenly stopped walking. His eyes focused on several strange purple gashes carved into the dungeon wall. Weapon continued talking about needing 20 kills to clear the dungeon, but the gloomy student barely heard him. The purple marks radiated terrible energy. Something about them screamed danger. Weapon called out to him again and told him to stop zoning out, because they needed to keep moving. Geomma nodded quietly and continued forward while ignoring the small fragments of strange purple stone falling near his feet. Elsewhere, outside the dungeon, the suspicious guard contacted someone and reported that all preparations were complete exactly as instructed. By now, the students likely already encountered the enraged buffaloes. His employer asked coldly whether everything else had been handled properly too. The guard nervously confirmed that all instructions were followed perfectly. Personally, he believed the students would inevitably die to the raging monsters trapped inside the dungeon. Anyway, the employer immediately snapped at him and warned him not to sound so confident. Then the truth was finally revealed. The person behind everything was the traitorous academy teacher secretly working as a demoness. She coldly asked the guard whether he intended to take responsibility if the plan failed. The poor man immediately turned pale with fear. Still, the demoness calmly reassured him and instructed him to report the results as soon as the deed was finished. After the call ended, the guard sighed heavily. No matter what happened now, he knew he was doomed. Dark energy leaked from the dungeon gate behind him because he had secretly forced the sealed entrance further open. Under normal circumstances, the trapped students should have had 0 chance of survival, and yet, the guard could not stop remembering Geomma's eyes. It felt as though the gloomy student saw straight through everything. The thought unnerved him deeply. Unable to calm himself, the guard eventually stepped toward the dungeon entrance and decided to check inside personally, even if only for a moment. Deep within the cave system, the dungeon environment gradually shifted from solid stone into rough dirt tunnels. Then Chloe suddenly stopped. The red-haired assassin warned Geomma that she sensed magical beasts approaching from behind. The gloomy student immediately asked how many. Chloe's expression darkened. Around 50 monsters were charging directly toward them. Everyone froze. Weapon asked what was wrong just as the thunderous rumbling of hooves echoed throughout the tunnels. The closer the monsters came, the paler the students became. Then, the stampede finally appeared. An enormous herd of enraged buffalo demonoids charged through the tunnel like a tidal wave of death. Their eyes burned blood red while madness radiated from their bodies. The students looked tiny compared to the incoming stampede. Weapon cursed loudly. Buffaloes were never supposed to swarm like this. Something had gone horribly wrong. Even Geomma looked shocked. A full stampede was far beyond what he expected. Instinctively, he reached for his sashimi knives. Then, suddenly, an old memory surfaced in his mind. Back in his previous life, his master once taught him that every blade possessed its own purpose. A chicken knife could not butcher an ox, and a sashimi knife existed solely for slicing fish. At the time, the younger Geomma jokingly pointed out that beef sashimi technically existed too. His master immediately raised a hand like he was about to smack him for the stupid comment. The younger Geomma flinched and apologized instantly. However, the strike never came. Instead, his master silently finished slicing the fish with perfect precision, before smiling faintly and admitting that perhaps his student had a point after all. The memory caused the gloomy student to laugh nervously. Well, it looked like today they would indeed be cutting cows with fish knives. Immediately regaining focus, Geomma issued rapid orders. Chloe was to distract the herd without charging directly into it. She needed to move quickly from side to side and disrupt their formation rather than trying to overpower them head-on. The redhead nodded immediately and accepted the command. Then Geomma turned toward Weapon with a confident smile and asked whether the healer was ready. Weapon looked surprised at first, but the calm confidence in his captain's posture reassured him instantly. The orange-haired boy grinned and declared that he was born ready. Meanwhile, Saki stared at the group in total confusion. 50 enraged buffalo monsters were charging toward them, Yet somehow the gloomy student remained completely calm. Then Geomma suddenly called out to her too. He ordered the blue-haired archer to hold the front line and eliminate anything that got too close. Saki obeyed automatically, though she still could not understand why the weird sashimi knife user looked so composed. Weapon smiled while pulling out his recorder and warned her not to underestimate their leader. The archer continued staring at the bizarre group in confusion. A herd of buffaloes, a bunch of sashimi knives. This entire situation felt insane. Still, Geomma reminded himself not to overthink things. Better safe than sorry. That was why he brought so many knives in the first place. No matter how many enemies appeared, he would cut them all down. The gloomy student grabbed multiple sashimi knives at once, holding them expertly between his fingers like throwing daggers. Then he activated the blazing blessing of the sword god. The charging buffaloes roared furiously as Geomma stepped forward to meet them head-on without fear. The beasts charged with pure murderous intent. Geomma responded by unleashing a storm of sashimi knives directly into the stampede. Behind him, Weapon played desperately on his recorder while buffing the entire team. Saki watched everything in stunned silence. Her favorite snack slipped from her hand and splattered uselessly onto the ground. That alone proved how shocked she truly was. The blue-haired archer stared wide-eyed as the dark-haired boy carved through the charging monsters bathed entirely in red light and blood. He looked insane, like a dark knight walking through carnage without a single scratch touching him. Shadows danced around his body while his cold eyes stared endlessly into the chaos ahead. Before Saki could even fully process the sight, Geomma had already surged forward and annihilated the incoming herd using the sword god's blessing. The buffaloes barely stood a chance, especially once Chloe joined the battle. Using the power of Schrodinger's cat, the red-haired assassin blurred through the battlefield with terrifying speed. She danced around the enraged monsters effortlessly while cutting them down one after another with lethal precision. The buffaloes roared and rampaged wildly, but against Chloe's deadly movements and Geomma's overwhelming assault, the stampede rapidly collapsed into complete slaughter. The buffalo demons were completely decimated. One after another, the enraged beasts collapsed onto their knees before crashing lifelessly onto the ground. Of course, Chloe had not fought alone. A dark shadow moved directly behind her. It was Geomma. The gloomy student followed her attacks perfectly, launching spinning slashes that tore apart any enemies she failed to finish herself. The demonic buffaloes barely had time to process what was happening before they were shredded into pieces beneath his glowing white eyes. The battle looked unreal. Geomma flashed through the battlefield like a phantom, carving apart massive monsters in the blink of an eye. Roars of rage and screams of pain echoed through the cavern, yet the entire massacre felt as though it ended within mere seconds. Then one of the raging bulls suddenly broke through. The buffalo got dangerously close to Geomma, forcing him to raise his knives defensively and shield himself from the incoming attack. Weapon and Saki immediately panicked. Several more buffaloes rushed forward together, clearly intending to crush the isolated boy beneath their overwhelming numbers. The monsters piled on top of one another in pure bloodlust, forming a massive wall of muscle and flesh as they attempted to bury him alive beneath their combined weight. Saki instantly raised her bow. Even she thought the number of attacks was impossible for Geomma to handle alone. Then everything exploded. Before the archer could even fire a single shot, a violent spray of blood erupted outward. Muscle, flesh, and bone scattered everywhere. The buffaloes surrounding Geomma were shredded into countless pieces by his blades before anyone could even understand what happened. He destroyed the entire pile of monsters without breaking a sweat, and somehow looked more annoyed than exhausted afterward. Saki could only stare silently in disbelief. She had not realized their leader was such a terrifying monster. Pieces of defeated enemies littered the battlefield, while Geomma stood calmly among them, surrounded by glowing blades and a bubbling dark red aura from the sword god's blessing. Meanwhile, the gloomy student himself remained focused on something far more practical: loot. After examining the corpses, he concluded that they now possessed more than enough buffalo horns for reinforcement materials. Happily, he began collecting every horn he could physically carry. Thanks to the 40-second painless blessing, slaughtering 50 buffalo demons felt almost effortless. For the first time in a long while, his power actually felt like a blessing instead of a curse. Naturally, Chloe appeared at his side almost immediately. The red-haired assassin excitedly praised him for crushing the enemies once again. Geomma smiled and admitted that he only managed this far thanks to everyone's teamwork. Then he calmly complimented Chloe for doing a good job too and praised the clean victory. The girl nearly ascended from happiness. Meanwhile, the two of them casually chatted like ordinary classmates, despite standing ankle-deep in blood and monster corpses. Weapon and Saki could only stare at them in confusion. The blue-haired archer remained completely stunned, while Weapon grinned proudly beside her. He reminded Saki that he warned her earlier that their leader always found ridiculous ways to surprise people. Saki immediately snapped back that there was no reasonable way to stay calm after witnessing something like that. Weapon simply laughed harder. Honestly, he fully expected Geomma to continue shocking everyone forever. Meanwhile, Saki stared toward the gloomy student with complete confusion and quietly asked what exactly he even was, because from her perspective, there was absolutely nothing normal about him. Weapon admitted that he honestly had no idea either. Still, he confidently declared that their leader was legendary, and casually wondered whether Geomma would allow him to livestream future battles. Saki stared at him blankly because she genuinely had no idea what nonsense he was talking about anymore. Eventually, the four students continued deeper into the dungeon. Their original objective was already complete, so now they only needed to casually head back home. The dungeon's official clear condition required defeating 20 buffalo demons. Geomma somehow slaughtered more than double that amount, almost casually. When Weapon pointed this out, the gloomy student brushed it off by saying he technically did nothing useful during midterms anyway. Weapon looked like he wanted to argue with that statement very badly. However, after glancing towards Saki, he suddenly swallowed whatever secret he almost revealed. Instead, the healer jokingly commented that they nearly died screaming back there and mentioned that the Lion King almost suffered the same fate once before. Saki looked confused about why they suddenly brought up the Lion King at all. Then Weapon jokingly asked whether Geomma was secretly possessed by some other entity too. Before anyone could continue the conversation, Chloe suddenly stopped walking. The redhead quietly asked why everything had suddenly become so silent. The deeper they traveled, the more unnatural the atmosphere felt. Then they noticed it. A strange pillar-like structure stood ahead of them. Suddenly, Saki screamed for everyone to stop. The students froze in horror as they saw massive dark purple chains wrapped tightly around a gigantic stone gate. The chains radiated ominous energy strong enough to send chills down everyone's spine. The group stared silently at the sealed gateway. Something about it felt unbelievably wrong. Elsewhere, the traitorous guard finally entered the dungeon himself. The moment he discovered the massacred buffalo corpses scattered everywhere, his face went pale. He genuinely believed the students would die against the enraged monsters he released. Instead, they slaughtered every single one of them. The sight terrified him. A few days earlier, a woman claiming to be an academy instructor approached him with an unbelievable proposal. The woman was actually the disguised demoness. She promised to erase his massive gambling debt in exchange for completing a single task. The desperate guard almost lost his mind hearing the offer. Her instructions were simple. First, he needed to tame the buffaloes inside the dungeon. Then he would use the demonic stone she provided to drive them into a frenzy. Finally, once Kangjima entered the dungeon, he would secretly open the sealed stone gate hidden deep inside. The guard honestly did not know whether he was more shocked by her strange appearance or by the fact she casually approached him with a criminal request worth 20 billion. He nervously questioned whether she truly intended to sacrifice students. The demoness immediately asked whether he wanted the deal or not. If he refused, she would simply find another desperate fool. Terrified of losing the opportunity, the guard instantly grabbed her hand and begged her not to leave. He happily accepted the task without hesitation. The demoness smirked mockingly and called him a debt-ridden idiot even after he agreed to help her. Then she instructed him to answer every unknown phone number she called from before disappearing. The fool barely noticed the insult. His mind focused entirely on the 20 billion reward waiting for him. Unfortunately, even while dreaming about escaping debt, he already planned to gamble again afterward. Some idiots truly never learn. Back in the present, the guard marched deeper into the dungeon while cursing anyone who threatened his future fortune. He believed there was nothing to worry about anyway. After all, the sealed stone gate had already been opened. There was no possible way those students survived what waited beyond it. Meanwhile, the students themselves had finally arrived at that exact gateway. Geomma immediately realized the truth. Everything earlier had been too easy, because they unknowingly walked straight into a trap. Now he understood why the guard's reaction at the entrance felt so suspicious. He should have trusted his instincts. The dark-haired student quickly recognized the strange purple fragments they encountered earlier. They were pieces of the giant's demon stone, a mid-game quest item required to unlock the sealed gate. The moment he realized this, his expression darkened. According to the game, defeating whatever waited beyond the gate granted an incredible reward called the Blessing of Transition, a single-use blessing capable of transferring and amplifying another blessing onto a chosen target. However, obtaining that reward required defeating an A-rank demon, Arturo's Minotauros, the Buffalo King. Geomma stared at the heavy stone gate wrapped in massive chains. A single red slash mark stretched across its supposedly indestructible surface. Unfortunately, he already exhausted all 40 seconds of the painless blessing while fighting the buffalo herd earlier. That meant he had almost nothing left. Still, he quietly prayed that Mirosame could hold together long enough for him to break through the gate and escape. That was the plan. Then purple miasma suddenly bubbled from the ground. Smoke filled the chamber while violent tremors shook the cavern itself. Chloe immediately called out to her leader while everyone stared around in alarm. The atmosphere grew heavier and more dangerous with every passing second. Then something enormous emerged from the haze. A towering giant wielding a massive axe materialized before them. The students could barely comprehend the creature's size. Weapon stared upward blankly before dumbly asking whether that thing was somehow another buffalo. Unfortunately, it was far worse. Geomma cursed under his breath. The boss already appeared before they could escape. The Buffalo King towered high above them beneath the flickering torchlight. Its massive black horns curved upward while two lesser bodyguards stood beside it like royal guards. This was a true boss-level demon, a creature students were never supposed to encounter. Chloe quickly assessed the situation and confirmed that even the smaller bodyguards posed serious danger. Escaping now would be nearly impossible once the main beast fully awakened. Still, unlike the mermaid encounter during midterms, Geomma actually understood minotaurs. At full strength, he could probably handle 3 alone. The problem was that he no longer possessed the painless blessing necessary to survive such a battle. Any fight now bordered on suicide, the team needed strategy. Quietly, the dark-haired boy reached into his jacket and grabbed another hidden sashimi knife. Then he turned toward Weapon and asked whether the healer could reduce his pain with support magic. The orange-haired boy looked startled for a moment before nodding seriously. Yes, he could. Geomma needed to know how long he could maintain the power granted by the weapon. The answer was not encouraging. The blessing could only be sustained for a maximum of 2 minutes, but he decided that would have to be enough. He instructed the healer to keep the effect active throughout the fight. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and he would be finished. The healer was nervous, but Geomma's confident smile gave him courage. He promised to do everything he could, declaring that he could never refuse a request from his hero. The plan was simple. Saki and Chloe would handle the lesser enemies while Geomma dealt with the giant beast alone. He firmly ordered them not to interfere. Even the Japanese archer was amazed by how quickly he had adapted to such a desperate situation. As everyone prepared themselves, the monstrous beast let out a deafening roar that sprayed saliva across the battlefield. It looked more like a wild animal than a thinking creature. With a grim expression, Geomma drew his weapon and activated the blessing of the sword god. The moment the blessing entered his body, unimaginable agony exploded through him. Silver blue energy flooded his veins. Feeling as though thousands of knives were tearing apart his nervous system from within, he had not experienced the full horror of his curse in a long time, and the sensation nearly shattered his mind. Blood spilled from his lips as he staggered. Then relief arrived. The healer's support washed over him like a soothing balm. The pain did not disappear, but it became manageable. The orange-haired boy was desperately playing his recorder, maintaining the blessing with everything he had. Geomma forced himself forward. He had to do this. There would not be a second chance. The golden-horned minotaur charged toward him, and Geomma rushed to meet it head-on. Underground flames illuminated the battlefield as the two opponents collided at incredible speed. He darted toward the monster's leg. The blessing was tearing his body apart, and he felt close to vomiting blood, but he continued moving. The minotaur swung its massive sword. Geomma dodged the first slash and narrowly avoided the second. A powerful kick followed, forcing him to block before immediately retreating. There was no time to think, no time to rest. He struck once and pulled back, carving his first wound into the beast. The battle became a whirlwind of movement. The giant warrior raised its sword again, but Geomma slipped between its legs. The enraged monster twisted around, tracking him with glowing red eyes, as he continued slicing at its body. Again and again, Geomma evaded death by mere inches. Despite the pain crushing him from within, he felt strangely free. Every movement flowed naturally. Every attack felt precise. The Minotaur's sword smashed into the environment with terrifying force, destroying everything it touched. Yet Geomma continued dancing around its attacks like the wind itself. The monster eventually unleashed a devastating strike, powerful enough to shake the battlefield. Smoke and dust engulfed the area. The beast stood proudly amidst the destruction, convinced its opponent had finally been crushed. Then it sensed something wrong. Through the smoke stood Geomma. His eyes glowed blue. His blade remained firmly in his hand. Elsewhere, Saki glanced toward the duel and found it difficult to believe that a human could move like that. The lesser enemies they were fighting were powerful enough to serve as the giant beast's generals. Drawing her bow, she entered a focused combat stance and released an arrow with unwavering precision. The projectile struck true. The giant beast roared in pain. Watching Geomma fight reminded Saki of someone legendary, Sade, the Sword Emperor. Rumors had spread throughout the academy that the Sword Emperor had once personally acknowledged a special admission student. That student was standing before the Minotaur right now. The beast seemed to sense the danger as well. Its eyes widened. A terrifying blue aura burned around Geomma. Even so, the monster continued fighting. It suddenly threw a punch, attempting to catch him off guard. A flash of light exploded. Geomma swung his blade. The monster's arm was severed instantly. The massive limb crashed to the ground while the beast screamed in agony. What had begun as an uneven battle was quickly turning into a complete domination. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continued fighting. The healer pushed himself to his limits while Chloe overwhelmed her opponent. After a fierce struggle, she killed the smaller bull and calmly returned toward the group. Even then, she remained worried. Humanoid demons were far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. The more human they appeared, the deadlier they tended to be. Back on the main battlefield, the giant beast refused to surrender. Roaring with rage, it raised its remaining weapon and released a dark aura. The students froze in horror. The creature was using magic. Its veins bulged as it burned its own life force to generate mana. Even experienced fighters struggled to believe what they were witnessing. The violent magic made it difficult to approach, yet Geomma never stepped back. The healer's lips bled from the strain of maintaining the blessing, but he continued playing. He believed in his hero completely. The Minotaur swung its axe once more. Dark magic wrapped around the weapon like living veins, amplifying its destructive power. Hatred and fury fueled every ounce of strength behind the attack. Blood dripped from Geomma's mouth as he faced the incoming strike. Then he charged forward. A blinding flash erupted. The glowing knife collided with the enchanted axe. The battlefield trembled. The monster's overwhelming power crashed against the determination of a student fighting to protect his friends. Neither side retreated. Only one of them would leave alive. Geomma pushed forward because failure meant death not only for himself, but for everyone behind him. Yet he quickly realized the problem. The monster's magical defenses were too strong. If he dodged, his teammates would die. The beast pressed harder. Golden cracks appeared in the air as Geomma was forced backward. His feet scraped across the ground while the crushing force threatened to overwhelm him. He was losing. Then, just as defeat seemed inevitable, a golden arrow streaked across the battlefield. Saki's shot pierced the monster's eye. The beast roared in agony. Geomma looked back in surprise. The archer shouted at him to stop hesitating and take the opening she had created. Understanding immediately, he rushed forward, but it was too late. Geomma closed his eyes and focused. Another aspect of his blessing awakened. Red energy spread across the battlefield like a living organism. It pulsed like a beating heart as a terrifying power emerged from within it. Chloe immediately recognized the blue light gathering around his blade. The blue and red energies collided. The result was overwhelming. Geomma's eyes darkened, leaving only white irises visible. The beast stared in horror. The blue light advanced. The monster screamed. This strike was different, far cleaner, far deadlier. It was as though the very thread of life connecting the creature to existence had been severed. With a single flawless motion, Geomma cut through the Minotaur completely. The giant beast split cleanly in half. Its upper body separated from its lower body as both halves crashed to the ground. The attack had never even come close to touching him. Everyone watching stood frozen in shock. It was a perfect cut. Geomma stumbled forward between the two halves of the fallen monster. He remained standing only through sheer determination. Blood dripped from his lips. His body trembled from exhaustion. Still gripping his knife, he took several heavy breaths and looked at the remains of his defeated opponent. Relief washed over him. Against impossible odds, he had done it. Saki could only stare in awe at Geomma after witnessing his victory. Nearby, the healer collapsed to the ground in relief as the blue countdown continued ticking away. He looked at the dark-haired student with amazement. Every time he watched Geomma fight, the boy seemed to shatter common sense. The brilliant blue light that had illuminated the entire cave had come from him. At such a young age, Geomma was already beginning to manifest an aura. The healer honestly did not know what kind of monster his friend was becoming. His thoughts were interrupted when Saki suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. The startled healer nearly jumped out of his skin. Saki rolled her eyes and told him to breathe. He was still shaken from the battle, and she could hardly blame him. Smirking, she admitted that she finally understood what he had meant earlier when talking about that legendary incident. The healer looked confused. Saki explained that she finally understood why he followed Geomma around so faithfully. The boy was simply too impressive. The healer immediately denied such accusations, but Saki ignored him. She jokingly pointed out that academy rules prevented Geomma from transferring into their class that year. The healer stared at her in disbelief. With swollen lips and a battered body, he asked whether she had hit her head or been possessed by a demon. Saki simply smiled and replied that perhaps the opposite had happened. As the healer thought about it, he realized there actually was no rule against what she was suggesting. Saki grinned and announced that she was interested in tagging along as well. After all, Geomma had become someone impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, the boy himself was struggling just to breathe. Even with the support of blessings, rest was unavoidable after a battle like that. Still, he considered this fight a success. It was the first time he had fought without relying entirely on the painless blessing. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Before he could react, Chloe launched herself at him. The worried girl wrapped her arms around him and began frantically asking whether he was hurt and if he was all right. Unfortunately, every hug aggravated his existing injuries. Geomma trembled in pain and weakly informed her that he was, in fact, still injured. Chloe immediately gasped and jumped back. Embarrassed, she played with her hair while apologizing repeatedly. The exhausted boy leaned backward and briefly wished he had simply died during the fight. The pain was unbelievable. Then a large system notification appeared before him. The message congratulated him for unlocking a brand new blessing. Originally, this blessing should have belonged to Leon. Geomma had never intended to steal it, especially since spirit-ranked blessings were among the rarest abilities in existence. However, circumstances had changed. The new ability was called the Blessing of Transition. This blessing allowed the user to transfer one of their own blessings to a living being or an object through direct physical contact. It was considered an essential ability for controlling dual-natured spirit creatures. Since he had obtained it, Geomma decided he might as well make good use of it. Not long afterward, the dungeon door finally opened. The exhausted student looked up and immediately reminded Chloe about the favor he had requested earlier. Without hesitation, she agreed. Moments later, a guard cautiously entered the dungeon. The man looked around in frozen horror at the destruction surrounding him. Before he could fully process the scene, Chloe suddenly leaped forward and stabbed him in the leg. The guard screamed and collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony. Chloe coldly warned him not to move. The healer was completely confused and asked what was happening. Geomma calmly explained that this was the favor he had requested. The guard began shouting in panic, demanding to know why they were attacking him. Geomma answered that they were trying to figure out exactly what role he had played in the disaster. After questioning him, the students slowly pieced everything together. The stampeding buffalo horde, the open stone gate, the suspicious timing, all of it had been caused by the guard. Saki admitted that the situation had felt suspicious from the beginning. There were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet the guard had appeared at the perfect moment. The healer still did not understand why the man would target students. Saki replied that was exactly what they intended to discover. Turning her glowing blue eyes toward the terrified guard, she demanded to know who had ordered him to do this. The man stuttered helplessly. Saki's patience quickly disappeared. She asked whether he intended to talk willingly or whether they would need to loosen his tongue for him. Even Geomma was surprised by her ferocity. The dark-haired boy added that things would become very unpleasant if the guard refused to cooperate. A few days earlier, an instructor from the academy had approached him. The instructor promised to clear all of his gambling debts if he followed specific instructions. The healer was furious. He could not believe someone would sell out students and risk countless lives over money. The guard desperately argued that it was not just a small amount of money. The promised reward was 20 billion. That revelation only made him seem worse. Saki eventually calmed everyone down and asked for a description of the instructor. The guard described a tall woman with purple hair and purple eyes. Saki immediately recognized the description. It matched the assistant instructor perfectly. She never forgot a face. Geomma agreed. The healer then wondered if this same woman had been connected to the midterm incident. Since Saki had not been present at the time, she asked for an explanation. That was when Geomma revealed that they had encountered a demonoid mermaid during the midterms. Saki was stunned. She had heard that Leon ended up hospitalized after fighting a demon, but she had never known the details. The healer excitedly revealed that Geomma had practically soloed the giant demonoid. Saki wanted to argue, but recent events made the story surprisingly believable. With all the information gathered, Geomma checked the time. The entire group groaned. They had spent far longer inside the dungeon than expected. Then a strange tearing sound echoed through the area. Blood splattered everywhere. The guard screamed. A dungeon that should never have opened had suddenly appeared. The timing was far too perfect. Geomma calmly pointed out that this looked like an attempt to erase loose ends. The terrified guard finally understood the danger he was in. The dark-haired student looked toward Chloe. She was the assassin among them. The decision was hers. Chloe nodded. The guard begged for mercy as she approached with her sword drawn. Unfortunately for him, mercy had disappeared the moment he tried to get them killed. His screams ended quickly. The matter was settled. As they left, Geomma's anger continued growing. Someone within the academy's leadership was targeting him. The realization only strengthened his resolve. He silently vowed that whoever was behind this would eventually pay the price. Later, Geomma visited the blacksmith. Among the treasures recovered from the dungeon was the magnificent golden horn of the Minotaur King. It was an extremely valuable material capable of guaranteeing successful weapon enhancement below a certain rank. The blacksmith nearly lost the ability to speak when he saw it. Even experienced hunters struggled to obtain materials of such quality. The man shakily asked whether Geomma had somehow defeated the dungeon boss himself. Geomma quickly corrected him. His team had made the victory possible. He then handed over his damaged blade and requested repairs. The blacksmith nearly had a heart attack after examining the weapon. The sword looked absolutely ruined. He demanded to know what kind of abuse the student had put it through. Geomma had no patience for the lecture. One threatening word was enough to make the blacksmith immediately change his tone and politely suggest that the student take better care of his equipment in the future. The repairs were accepted. As Geomma prepared to leave, the blacksmith grumbled about his miserable luck and secretly considered making the blade even shorter. Then Geomma suddenly stopped, remembering something he told the blacksmith to use any leftover materials to buy himself a drink. The unexpected kindness completely caught the craftsman off guard. Fear could motivate people, but kindness often worked even better. Later, back at the academy, students continued whispering about recent events. Things had improved somewhat, but Geomma was still suffering from the lingering effects of the sword god's blessing. As he sat through class, he decided that he would probably need to ask the healer for a few more recovery blessings before long. Geomma leaned back in his chair and let out a tired sigh as silver strands of hair fell across his eyes. Above him floated his glowing status board, displaying the latest changes to his abilities. Several of his attributes had improved. His physical endurance, mental endurance, and weapon synchronization had all received noticeable upgrades. However, the most significant change was his assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, the assimilation rate increased dramatically after every major battle. Clearing another dungeon would likely raise it even further, and he could tell that something important was approaching. Whatever awaited him at full assimilation, it could not be far away. At least there was one small blessing. His hair was not turning gray any faster than before. Even so, the gradual spread of silver strands remained concerning. If his entire head turned white, who knew what might happen next? Geomma jokingly worried that truly powerful people always seem to end up bald. The last thing he wanted was to become some legendary warrior who looked like a giant human egg, while enemies constantly hunted him. There was still far too much for him to prepare for. He needed to master the blessing of transition. Although he had unintentionally claimed the blessing that should have belonged to Leon, there was no point dwelling on it now. Leon would be overloaded with powerful blessings in the future anyway. For now, survival and recovery came first. Stretching his sore muscles, Geomma groaned. The previous battle had been brutal. His gaze shifted toward the celebratory gift resting nearby. It was supposedly a special sweet treat, but after tasting it he concluded that it contained enough sugar to qualify as a biological weapon. Despite everything, he felt satisfied for the first time he had successfully led his own team and cleared a dungeon. Sure, someone had attempted to assassinate him in the process, but that was slowly becoming a normal part of his life. The important thing was that he now had people he could genuinely call friends. Weapon. Chloe. Neither of them played major roles in the original story, and he was still unsure whether Chloe considered him a friend or simply the object of her affection. The red-haired girl had actually been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon incident. He would have to visit her later. Before he could think further, their teacher entered the classroom and ordered everyone back to their seats. As usual, the Academy's famous swordmaster accompanied him. Geomma barely paid attention until his phone suddenly vibrated. Confused, he looked down and discovered a message from an unknown number. "What are you doing?" He frowned. Had someone sent the message by mistake? Another notification appeared. "Look in front of you." Curious, he raised his head. The moment he did, his eyes widened in horror. A familiar girl with light blue hair happily waved at him from the front of the room. Her phone displayed a bunny wallpaper, and she wore an enormous grin, as though nothing strange was happening. It was Saki. The classroom exploded into chaos. The students could hardly believe what they were seeing. The teacher quickly restored order and announced that Cadet Saki Ryojo had officially transferred into their class. The room erupted once again. The students stared at her in disbelief. Saki was one of the Academy's greatest prodigies, one of the so-called miracle generation. Alongside Geomma, Abel, and Rachel, she ranked among the strongest and most talented students of her year. She excelled academically. She excelled in combat. She was the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes and the wielder of the absolute bow. Even more importantly, in this world her father also served as Japan's prime minister. In other words, Saki was essentially a princess. The entire classroom was losing its mind. Meanwhile, Geomma silently begged for her to stay far away from him. Unfortunately, fate ignored his prayers. The blue-haired princess casually strolled through the classroom while dozens of students admired her. She eventually stopped directly beside him. The poor boy continued mentally pleading for disaster to avoid him. Then Saki spoke. "If you're not going to eat that snack, I'll take it." Geomma looked up in defeat. There she was, standing right beside him. She shoved her phone into his face and ordered him to save her number. At that moment, he was forced to admit that his bad feelings were never wrong. Elsewhere, investigators continued examining the dungeon incident. Police tape surrounded the entire area. The witness explained that the guard had claimed he was worried about the cadets and wanted to inspect the dungeon personally. When asked whether anything seemed unusual, the witness admitted that the man had appeared nervous and unwell before entering. The investigators exchanged grim looks. Something was clearly wrong. One of them reflected on what they had discovered inside the dungeon. The scene remained burned into his memory. Hundreds of buffalo corpses covered the battlefield. Mountains of flesh and blood filled the dungeon. The Academy cadets had survived. The guard had not. No body was ever recovered. No evidence remained. It was as though the man had simply vanished from existence. His partner suggested that perhaps the guard was still trapped beyond the stone gate. The investigator doubted it. The possibility existed, but it seemed extremely unlikely. Unfortunately, the Academy's status complicated matters. Powerful nobles filled its ranks, making further investigation almost impossible without approval from higher authorities. As the investigators discussed the case, one of them stepped away for a break. Then disaster struck. A violent force launched him backward. His partner turned in shock. A woman approached calmly. She wore white thigh-high boots, and purple energy crackled around her fingertips. The investigator immediately realized what he was seeing. Magic, a demon, or something close to one. The woman smiled pleasantly. It was the Academy's purple-haired assistant instructor, the same woman connected to the recent conspiracy. Before the investigator could react, she attacked. Purple power flashed. The strike crossed the distance instantly. The investigator barely had time to understand what was happening before his head separated from his body. As his consciousness faded, he finally understood the truth. The woman was not a demon. She was a human who had formed a pact with one, a half-human, half-demon existence. The smiling instructor casually looked down at the corpses. She complimented the investigators for their hard work. Then she cheerfully remarked that villains simply needed to work harder than heroes. Back at the academy, Saki sat comfortably in Geomma's usual area while happily eating her favorite snack. Despite being the center of attention, she behaved as though nothing unusual was happening. Geomma cautiously asked why she had transferred classes. Saki immediately changed the subject and questioned why he had not eaten the dessert she shared. The boy reminded her that the snack contained enough sugar to cause immediate medical complications. He also pointed out that she was currently sitting in Chloe's seat. Saki shrugged. First come, first served. The argument was annoyingly reasonable. Before Geomma could continue questioning her motives, the students received a reminder that only 5 minutes remained before assembly. An awkward silence followed. Then Geomma pointed out that their class participated in morning training every day. Since she had transferred, she would need to join them. Saki immediately refused. This only made him more confused. Why transfer if she had no intention of participating? Instead of answering, she made a completely different demand. She informed him that she no longer wanted him calling her Saki. From now on, he was supposed to call her Rei-Ojo. In her culture, close friends used first names. Geomma immediately pointed out that Weapon called her Saki. Saki dismissed the argument without hesitation. Apparently, different rules applied to different people. After making her declaration, she casually laid her head on the desk and prepared to sleep. Geomma could only stare. A very troublesome person had entered his class, and she clearly had no intention of leaving. Meanwhile, over in the hero class, Rachel stretched while listening to the latest rumors. She had already heard that Saki transferred out. The blonde students around her found the news unbelievable. Even Abel appeared unusually quiet. Rachel immediately noticed. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. She pointed out that Abel seemed far more bothered by the transfer than she wanted to admit. The talented swordswoman frowned and asked what she meant. Rachel's grin widened. Transfers could only happen when there was an available opening, and that meant someone somewhere had created space specifically for Saki to move. The implication was impossible to miss. Rachel's teasing had uncovered a surprising truth. Apparently their class had been short one student all year, and somehow Saki had discovered that fact despite spending most of her time asleep in the archery hall. Abel looked completely confused. She asked what Saki's transfer had to do with her. Rachel immediately explained. The healer had mentioned that Saki and Geomma had teamed up during the Buffalo Dungeon incident. They had fought together and survived a battle that should have killed them. The blonde then grinned mischievously. Even if Saki happened to like Geomma, there was supposed to be an order to these things. Abel slowly began to understand what Rachel was implying, and then she panicked. Rachel laughed and declared that Abel had already called dibs on Geomma long ago. The swordswoman instantly blushed. She loudly denied everything and accused Rachel of saying ridiculous things again. Unfortunately, Rachel refused to let her escape. She pointed out that whenever Geomma's name appeared in a conversation, Abel always reacted differently. Determined to put an end to the discussion, Abel firmly stated that she had only spoken with Geomma a few times. There was absolutely nothing between them. Rachel merely hummed. There might be nothing now, but who knew what could happen later? The blonde then delivered a devastating observation. Abel could fool everyone else if she wanted. Lying to herself, however, was simply pathetic. The swordswoman was left speechless. Rachel smirked and advised her to think carefully about those words. As Abel sat there, she found herself remembering a conversation from the past. Her grandfather had once informed her that he would temporarily be serving as an instructor at the academy. At the time, she had been annoyed. The famous swordmaster already attracted enough attention without following her around. However, he explained that he would specifically be overseeing the first-year students. That revelation had surprised her. The old man clearly had not forgotten the events of the midterm examinations. After all, she had personally asked for his help back then. Now looking back on it, Abel realized something. Although her grandfather always appeared calm and indifferent, there had been a sharpness in his eyes that he could not hide. Someone had captured his interest. There was only one possible candidate, Geomma. The realization left her conflicted. She was not sure whether to feel threatened or insulted. The special admission student had risen through the academy without noble status, relying purely on talent and hard work. His growth was absurd. His accomplishments continued piling up one after another, defying all logic. When she first met him, he had been nothing more than a scrawny boy sneaking around the academy. Now he carried himself like a genuine warrior. His gaze was sharper. His movements were steadier. His presence was stronger. Even more frustrating, he was beginning to outshine Leon Reinhardt, someone who was supposed to be a future hero candidate. The strange thing was that Geomma never seemed to care. He never bragged. He simply continued moving forward. If he had been arrogant, Abel thought it would have been much easier to dislike him. Jealousy. Her grandfather had acknowledged Geomma, and for some reason that bothered her more than she wanted to admit. As she wrestled with those emotions, Rachel suddenly appeared beside her like a predator emerging from the shadows. Abel nearly jumped out of her seat. She demanded to know why Rachel kept sneaking up on people. Rachel responded with equal outrage, acting as though Abel was the unreasonable one. The swordswoman immediately doubled down. She absolutely did not have feelings for Geomma. She was busy. She had responsibilities. She did not have the time or emotional space to think about someone like him. Rachel's grin widened. She admitted that hearing Abel say that out loud was actually very reassuring. Abel blinked in confusion. Rachel then explained. Since Abel had officially removed herself from consideration, that meant any other girl interested in Geomma could proceed without guilt. The blonde confidently announced that she had no intention of losing to Saki. In fact, now that Abel was supposedly out of the competition, things had become much easier. Abel's face immediately turned red. For one brief moment she looked strangely pleased. Then Rachel struck again. Was she finally ready to admit her feelings? Abel instantly returned to full defensive mode and scolded her once more. Elsewhere, class continued as normal. The instructor was teaching blessing theory. According to him, blessing ranks were determined by the spirits connected to them. If a blessing contained a guardian spirit, it became a guardian rank blessing. One student asked whether ancestor spirits created ancestor rank blessings. At that exact moment, Saki mumbled that her grandfather kept appearing in her dreams lately. Perhaps sleeping less would solve that problem. The teacher laughed and explained that ancestor spirits did not grant blessings. At best, they could provide guidance and support. Saki considered the answer for approximately 5 seconds, then she immediately fell asleep again. Not even a professional lecturer could keep her awake. Watching this, Geomma once again wished she would sit literally anywhere else. The lesson continued. 2 days had passed since Saki transferred into their class, and Geomma still had no idea why she was there. The situation made even less sense because she spent nearly every lesson asleep. Whenever he wanted to ask her questions, she was unconscious. If she intended to nap all day, she could at least do it somewhere else. Fortunately, Chloe was still recovering in the hospital, meaning no arguments had erupted over the seating arrangement. Even so, Geomma had to admit that Saki's assistance during the dungeon investigation had been invaluable. The girl was frighteningly competent, far more effective than the healer when it came to gathering information. Meanwhile, the teacher continued explaining blessing classifications. Most students possessed personal spirit blessings. These were the most common type. However, the professor reassured everyone that rarity was not everything. A talented user could make a personal spirit blessing stronger than a guardian rank blessing. Spirit rank blessings, meanwhile, were incredibly rare. Geomma found the lecture mildly amusing. After all, he had recently obtained one himself. The blessing of transition was hardly ordinary. Another student then asked about heroic blessings. The professor smiled. Even among scholars, heroic blessings were considered legends. Since the beginning of recorded history, only one person had ever awakened such a blessing, the hero of origins, Valor Hauakin. His blessing stood above all others. That said, modern rumors suggested there might be another possibility, a mythical phenomenon known as the miracle blessing. Unfortunately, class ended before the teacher could elaborate further. As the students prepared to leave, Geomma suddenly raised his hand. The teacher looked surprised but encouraged him to ask his question. The classroom grew quiet. Geomma asked whether the professor had ever heard the phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." Silence followed. Even Saki woke up. The teacher studied him carefully before answering. There was a problem with that phrase. Geomma immediately became interested. The professor smiled. There were no gods left in the world. As far as humanity knew, divine blessings no longer existed. Compared to heroic blessings, blessings originating from gods were beyond legend. Most people believed they had vanished entirely. The answer left Geomma deep in thought as the teacher departed. A moment later, he noticed Saki staring at him with an amused grin. He asked if she was finally awake. She considered the question. "Probably not," she replied. Geomma sighed. The girl clearly had no intention of joining the world of the living anytime soon. Feeling exhausted himself, he decided to rest for a moment. He lowered his head onto his desk. Darkness swallowed his vision. Then something strange happened. A glowing letter appeared in the void. More symbols followed. Words slowly formed in the darkness, as though something was attempting to communicate with him. Geomma focused. Then his eyes widened. A message appeared before him. The sword god was requesting a conversation. He suddenly found himself standing in an impossible place. A massive blue orb floated before him, larger than a planet and covered in flickering glitches. Fragments of debris drifted around it like shattered remnants of forgotten worlds. The orb radiated overwhelming authority, a presence so vast that it felt impossible to comprehend. The message appeared again. Would he accept the conversation? Geomma could only stare. Nothing about this made sense. The orb impatiently repeated the request. At the same time, it warned that someone identified as the GM was interfering with the world's timeline through unauthorized code. Judging from the constant glitches, whatever was happening clearly violated the rules of reality itself. The main character barely understood any of it. What was a world line? Who was the GM? Why was any of this happening? Before he could ask, everything around him suddenly froze. The drifting debris stopped moving. The glitches weakened. The strange realm fell silent. Then a final realization appeared. The dimensional gap between them was too great. Geomma's current level was simply insufficient. Whatever was trying to contact Geomma could not cross the enormous gap separating them. Apparently, he had not yet met the necessary requirements for whatever process was taking place. The giant display repeated its question, asking whether he wished to proceed. Unfortunately, it was doing a terrible job of explaining anything. The screen kept withholding information that would have made the decision much easier. Still, this strange encounter had already gone on for far too long, and it felt far more real than any ordinary dream. Perhaps this was finally his chance. Maybe he would learn the truth about the sword god's blessing. Maybe he would discover why he had been brought into this world. Taking a deep breath, Geomma focused on the floating prompt. Then, he selected yes. The response came instantly. The mysterious GM acknowledged his decision and announced that a reverse connection was being initiated. The entire world began to glitch. Reality distorted around him as strange buzzing sounds echoed through the void. Cracks spread through the glass-like space surrounding him until everything shattered. Then a familiar sensation washed over him. It was exactly like the moment he first awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. Countless lines connected. Lights flashed. Fragments of forgotten memories drifted around him. Something shone brightly in the distance. Geomma could not make out what it was, but he knew it was important. He had to see it. Slowly, he reached forward. Step by step, he pushed himself closer to the light. His hand stretched outward. The glowing figure remained just beyond reach. A little further. Just a little further. Then suddenly, a voice shouted for him to wake up. A hand grabbed his shoulder. The entire vision shattered. External interference had been detected. The conversation was forcibly terminated. Geomma desperately tried to hold on to the information slipping through his fingers, but it was impossible. The strange red dimension collapsed around him. The swirling system rapidly sealed itself away. However, before everything disappeared, a final message was delivered. The GM left him with a single instruction. Cut, sever, no matter what. The words echoed through the fading darkness. The blue light grew dimmer. The stars vanished one by one. Eventually, everything disappeared. As consciousness slipped away, a familiar phrase reached his ears. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Kwangjima, wake up already. His eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was Saki. The blue-haired girl was staring down at him with an expression that seemed equal parts amused and annoyed. The irony was not lost on him. She was always sleeping in class. Now she was scolding him for doing the same thing. Saki informed him that if she had not woken him up, he probably would have slept until the following day. Then she paused. Something about his expression caught her attention. A tear rolled down Geomma's face. The poor boy looked absolutely devastated. Not because he was sad, because he had just lost the biggest opportunity of his life. Much later, after he had finally gathered himself, Geomma sat alone on a bench and tried to organize his thoughts. Saki had been genuinely worried when she saw him crying. She asked whether he had experienced a nightmare. The strange thing was that he honestly did not know. He remembered dreaming about something important, something incredibly important. Yet the details were gone, completely gone. The more he tried to remember, the more the memories slipped away. It was unsettling. And more than a little embarrassing, especially since Saki had witnessed the whole thing. As he sat there thinking, familiar faces suddenly approached. Weapon, Chloe, and of course, Saki. The entire team had gathered. It was time to discuss their situation. The first conclusion was obvious. Someone within the academy was targeting Geomma. The same thing had happened during the midterm incident. Their enemies were clearly not finished with him. Saki looked thoroughly bored while reviewing the details. She complained that they kept repeating the same information over and over again instead of getting to the point. According to her, this obsession with minor details was exactly why Weapon never ranked first. The healer immediately fired back. He declared that she would not remain the Academy's top student forever and promised to surpass her in the next examination. Saki dramatically sighed and claimed that listening to him was causing her physical pain. Geomma and Chloe simply watched the exchange in silence. Neither of them knew how to deal with that level of energy. Eventually, Geomma turned toward Chloe and asked how she was feeling. The red-haired girl smiled. She was recovering well. However, she was still keeping her distance just in case she was contagious. That explained why she had not immediately attached herself to him, for now. The conversation soon returned to the main topic. Trying to solve everything alone had not worked. They needed a proper plan. Suddenly, Saki moved directly into Geomma's personal space. She reminded him that he was supposed to call her by her first name now. Nothing else was acceptable. The boy nervously glanced toward Chloe. Calling another girl by her first name in front of the Academy's resident yandere felt extremely dangerous. Still, he complied. Ryojo. Saki immediately lit up with satisfaction. Apparently she approved. Now that the important matter had been settled, the group returned to business. Weapon presented everything they knew so far. First, Academy elders were somehow involved in the attacks. Second, they had obtained a description of the suspicious female instructor. The only problem was the sketch. Looking at Weapon's terrible drawing, both Chloe and Geomma were rendered speechless. The picture looked nothing like a human being. Still, they had made progress. The problem was that knowing all of this did not actually solve anything. They still lacked proof, the enemy's motives remained unclear, and powerful families would likely interfere before students could act. Saki then revealed something surprising. She recognized the woman, at least she thought she did. After obtaining the description, she had searched through the Academy's internal records, all 546 instructors and assistants. The others stared at her. Apparently, she had hacked into one of the most secure systems in the world. Saki casually explained that she had done it at dawn while security protocols were at their weakest. She then complained about how exhausted she was because of it. Suddenly, her constant sleeping made a lot more sense. The girl was not lazy. She was just permanently sleep-deprived. Even Geomma was impressed. This also explained how she had somehow acquired his phone number. Unfortunately, the search produced strange results. She found a match. It was as though her records did not properly exist. That mystery only made the situation more suspicious. Since directly confronting the elders was impossible, Weapon proposed a different solution. A club. The suggestion surprised everyone. The healer quickly explained. Official Academy clubs received special benefits. Funding. Resources. Freedom of movement. Most importantly, official recognition and protection. If they formed a club, the Academy itself would be forced to acknowledge them as an official organization. That protection could prove invaluable. Saki reluctantly admitted that it was actually a good idea. Since their enemies existed both inside and outside the Academy, additional protection would be extremely useful. Geomma remembered this feature from the original game. The club system had mostly been designed as a housing mechanic. Players could decorate rooms, invite characters over, raise affection levels, and spend absurd amounts of money on furniture. At the time, he had ignored the feature entirely. Now it was unexpectedly important. The next issue was membership. Weapon explained that 5 members were required to establish a club. Geomma quickly counted. Weapon, Chloe, Saki, himself. That was 4, 1 short. Fortunately, everyone present immediately agreed to join. Weapon practically declared himself the club's first official supporter. Chloe was happy to help. Saki agreed as well, partly because Geomma had saved her life and partly because every team needed at least one intelligent person. For a moment, Geomma felt genuinely touched. In a world obsessed with status, rank, and noble bloodlines, these people had chosen to support him, not because they had to, because they wanted to. He sincerely thanked them. Then they moved on to the next challenge. Choosing a club name, Chloe immediately proposed Memories of Assassination. The group fell silent. Undeterred, she suggested a second option. Corruption Killers. The silence somehow became worse. Weapon nervously pointed out that both names sounded incredibly dark. Even Geomma looked concerned. If those were the first suggestions, he was suddenly very worried about what other names Chloe might come up with next. The debate over the club name quickly spiraled into chaos. Saki confidently flipped her hair and suggested a name she claimed sounded cool. The entire team stared at her. That sounded suspiciously close to plagiarism. Not to be outdone, Weapon suggested Fight Club. That sounded even more suspicious. Meanwhile, Chloe stubbornly continued pushing her favorite name, Memories of Assassination. She even shortened it to Ass Memo. The rest of the team immediately agreed that absolutely could not become their official club name. Since nobody could reach an agreement, Geomma eventually stepped in. After thinking for a moment, he suggested something simple: a travel club. The idea was straightforward. They could travel outside the academy, explore different locations, and clear dungeons together. The dark-haired boy nervously asked if the name sounded too boring. To his surprise, everyone loved it. Bright smiles immediately appeared around the table. Just like that, the club name was decided. Now they only needed a faculty advisor. The timing was important because examinations were scheduled for the following week. Meanwhile, Geomma was still struggling to understand how everyone had agreed so quickly. Unfortunately, finding an advisor would be far more difficult than choosing a name. Advisors had to hold at least professor-level status. Chloe suggested asking their blessing studies professor since he was both popular and kind. Weapon shook his head. The professor was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. There was little chance he would agree. Out of more than 500 academy staff members, only around 30 were professors. When narrowed down to professors who actively taught first-year students, the number dropped to roughly 10. The academy encouraged clubs. At the same time, it made creating them incredibly difficult. Saki then turned toward Geomma. Did he know anyone qualified? The boy thought for a moment, then he admitted that he did. The answer immediately made everyone curious. Very few people ranked above professors. When Geomma revealed the contact information he intended to use, the entire team froze. Their expressions suggested they were questioning his sanity. The following day, Geomma personally visited the administration office. As club president, he was required to submit the application himself. Unfortunately, the receptionist processing the paperwork was the kind of person who judged others the moment he saw them. The man immediately noticed Geomma's status as a special admission student. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Geomma could hardly believe that an academy employee was openly looking down on him because of his background. The receptionist informed him that a special admission student could not simply create a club on a whim. Then the man went a step further. He confidently declared that no professor would ever volunteer to support a club founded by someone with Geomma's background. According to him, the boy should have already realized that. Hearing that, Geomma felt the last remnants of goodwill he had toward people like this rapidly disappear. Part of him wanted to solve the situation the simple way: violence. Fortunately, years of dealing with difficult customers in his previous life had taught him restraint. Keeping quiet was usually the best option, even if he really wanted to punch the man. Instead, he calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. The receptionist watched with amusement. Geomma casually explained that he was at the administration office handling club registration. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Then he informed the receptionist that his advisor was already on the way. The receptionist laughed. He accused the boy of acting important. He proudly boasted about his own connections, and loudly claimed that he was close to people connected to the headmaster. According to him, he could make life miserable for a special admission student with a single word. Geomma simply smirked. Then he politely asked the man to lower his voice. The receptionist became even angrier. His face turned bright red as he shouted. For the first time, his true personality was fully exposed. Then something happened. A sharp sound echoed through the office. Every receptionist immediately went silent. A high heel clicked against the floor. The room froze. A beautiful woman with green hair stepped into the office. The academy principal had arrived. Geomma calmly informed the receptionist that his advisor was here. The principal immediately approached her favorite student. She warmly asked how he had been doing and complained that she had not seen him in person for quite some time. Geomma apologized for troubling her despite her busy schedule. The principal dismissed the concern entirely. She declared that she would gladly come running whenever he needed her. The receptionist watched the exchange in complete horror. Only now did he realize who Geomma really was. The principal instructed him to leave the paperwork with her before returning to class. His examinations were approaching after all. One of the terrified employees hurried over with a chair for her. Meanwhile, the receptionist desperately attempted to explain himself. He claimed everything had been a misunderstanding. The principal simply smiled. She already knew exactly what had happened. The man had insulted a student personally chosen by both herself and Vice Principal Zeke. That was a mistake he could not undo. With a dangerous smile, she informed him that he had 5 minutes. 5 minutes to begin writing his resignation. The receptionist immediately understood. His academy career was over. Later, Geomma received confirmation that the club application had proceeded smoothly. All that remained was finding one final member. Once that requirement was met, the travel club would officially exist. The principal also sent him a message telling him to visit her office after class. The invitation sounded far too enthusiastic for his comfort. Geomma quickly put his phone away and decided not to think about it. Soon afterward, he arrived at the academy forge. The blacksmith was hard at work when he entered. The craftsman looked up and asked whether he had come for his equipment. If so, he would only need to wait a moment. Watching the man work, Geomma found himself experiencing complicated emotions. As a former player of the game, he knew this blacksmith all too well. The man was responsible for nearly every weapon enhancement system in existence. Naturally, this made him one of the most loved and hated characters in the game. For countless players, he represented broken dreams and empty wallets. Heavy spenders practically worshipped him. Some performed bizarre rituals before upgrading equipment. Others begged for his blessing. Most simply cursed his name whenever their equipment failed. Geomma personally remembered losing valuable weapon ranks because of him. The memory still hurt. The blacksmith eventually noticed the strange expression on his face and asked what he was daydreaming about. Startled, Geomma quickly claimed it was nothing. The blacksmith laughed and joked that he must have been thinking about someone handsome. Then he presented the completed weapon. The upgraded blade gleamed beautifully in the forge's light. The blacksmith proudly declared the enhancement a complete success. Not only had the weapon improved, but several bonus effects had been added as well. The newly upgraded scattered rain blade of Mirasama looked magnificent. For a moment, he was genuinely speechless. Then he enthusiastically praised the blacksmith. The craftsman looked deeply confused by the sudden admiration. Still, the results spoke for themselves. The painless blessing had also received a major improvement. Previously, it lasted only 40 seconds. The cooldown remained 12 hours. 10 extra seconds might not sound significant. For Geomma, however, it was enormous. Future battles would become far more manageable. Combined with the blessing of transition and future upgrades, the increase could completely change certain encounters. Finally, he checked the weapon's rank. The blade had successfully advanced to D rank. The upgrade was good. After fighting an A rank monster and risking his life to obtain the materials, he had secretly expected the weapon to reach C rank. Still, disappointment quickly faded. The blade was stronger, and most importantly, he was still alive to use both. That alone made the entire ordeal worthwhile. Even so, Geomma considered the upgrade a major success. Since he frequently channeled aura through Mirasama, increasing the weapon's durability by 2 entire grades was incredibly valuable. Most importantly, it significantly reduced the chances of the blade shattering in the middle of combat. That alone made the enhancement worthwhile. Then he noticed something else. A large flashing button was blinking on the interface. It practically begged to be pressed. Geomma immediately developed a terrible feeling about it. Naturally, he pressed it anyway. The moment his finger touched the button, a massive screen exploded into existence before him. The sudden appearance nearly gave him a heart attack. A message appeared, successful reinforcement confirmed. Weapon possesses high growth potential. Up to 3 special abilities may now be added. Special abilities require magic stones. Abilities activate through randomized enhancement. Geomma stared at the screen. Part of him was amazed. The other part was horrified. Nobody had mentioned magic stones. Now he was staring at 3 completely empty ability slots. Then realization struck him. This system existed in the original game. Elsewhere, a glass shattered violently. A man stood breathing heavily as fragments scattered across the floor. Another failure. Another failed assassination attempt. The man collapsed into a chair and grabbed a bottle of alcohol. He drank deeply, trying to drown his frustration. Looking up, he addressed the portrait hanging on the wall. It was a painting of his father, a hero, a legend, a dead man. His father had been Riemann von Bimhark, one of the 7-star heroes, and the warrior known as the Mad Tiger. 40 years ago, he had died battling the 6th Legion commander, Vassman. History remembered him as a noble hero. Reality had been far crueler. The moment his father died, countless relatives attempted to seize the family fortune. Many even tried to kill his son. To survive, the young heir had learned to manipulate those around him. He watched his enemies destroy themselves. Eventually, he stabilized the family and reclaimed its influence. Now, at 30 years old, he had become Elder Clay von Bimhark, a powerful figure within Howican society. He believed firmly in maintaining the ruling class. According to him, humanity required order, the masses required guidance, and a common enemy was necessary to keep society united. Monsters conveniently fulfilled that role. The system worked, or at least it had. Then Leon von Reinhardt appeared, a hero candidate chosen by fate itself. A variable, a dangerous one. Clay did not actually believe Leon could defeat the Demon King. The gap between humanity and monsters was simply too vast. Even the legendary hero of origins, Valor Howican, represented an exception that should never be repeated. As he brooded over the situation, another figure appeared before him. At first, he treated the visitor like a mere academy instructor. Then he saw her eyes, glowing red. In that instant, he understood. The hierarchy between them was unmistakable. She was not simply human. She had willingly formed a contract with a Legion commander, a being that stood between humanity and demonhood. A half-human, a half-demon, a true villain. Clay felt another headache coming on. Leon was already causing enough problems. Now Geomma was becoming another unpredictable variable. Worse yet, every attempt to cripple or eliminate them had failed. Even powerful allies like the Auditor family were beginning to hesitate. They claimed there was insufficient justification to continue. Annoyed, Clay looked into the shadows. Have you arrived? The newcomer bowed respectfully. Yes, Elder Clay von Bimhark. The elder nodded. Then he issued a simple order. Summon the undertakers. Meanwhile, Geomma sat in class pretending to take notes. In reality, he was completely distracted. Magic stones. That was all he could think about. The difference between a weapon with magic stone abilities and one without them was enormous. 3 empty ability slots represented a jackpot. Unfortunately, obtaining magic stones was a nightmare. Only specific dungeon bosses dropped them. Most came from A-rank demonic beasts or stronger creatures. In other words, monsters that were practically demonoids. The fact that he needed to hunt even more demonic creatures felt like a personal curse. Perhaps it was because the word demon kept appearing everywhere in his life. Beside him, Saki slept peacefully. As usual, Geomma wondered if she had stayed awake all night again. A week had passed since the Buffalo Dungeon incident. During that time, he had done extensive research. The key used to open the Buffalo King's hidden stone gate had originally come from a magic stone belonging to a colossal monster named Gigantic. For some reason, someone had already killed Gigant and taken the stone long before the current events. That fact bothered him. Gigant was no ordinary monster. Even within the game, it was described as a creature capable of shaking the earth. And terrifyingly enough, it was nowhere near the strongest monster, the Corruption Basilisk, the Calamity Beast Manticore, the Lich King Dullahan. All of them were S-rank monsters, living disasters, walking catastrophes, natural calamities wearing flesh. Geomma seriously questioned whether special weapon abilities were worth risking his life against monsters like that. Technically, hunting such creatures was supposed to be Leon's job. The red-haired assassin had finally returned after spending days recovering in the clinic. She asked whether the seat was available. Immediately, tension filled the room. Saki was occupying Chloe's usual spot. Neither girl seemed willing to surrender it. Sensing danger, Geomma quickly changed the subject. He asked Chloe how she was feeling. The redhead smiled. She pointed out that he looked far worse than she did. Then she asked about the mysterious blue light she had witnessed during the dungeon battle. Geomma immediately decided he did not want that conversation. Instead, he returned to his own thoughts. The more he considered it, the more convinced he became. He needed strength. Peace and safety were wonderful goals. Survival came first. The world was changing. Events were deviating from the original story. Unexpected enemies kept appearing. Unknown conspiracies kept targeting him. Worst of all, only a month had passed since his enrollment. The Second World War of this world was still 3 years away. He needed to become stronger before then. Far stronger. Because he trusted Leon Reinhardt about as much as he trusted a hungry monster. While his club members chatted beside him, Geomma sank deeper into thought. The mermaid demonoid incident still bothered him. A future hero candidate should not be getting one-shot by basic attacks. That level of incompetence was almost suspicious. Something about Leon felt wrong. Suddenly, Geomma groaned aloud. Everything was exhausting. At that exact moment, Weapon arrived complaining loudly. Apparently, Saki had hit him again. The others immediately burst into laughter. The healer demanded justice. Instead, Weapon explained that he had come to ask about the club registration. Fortunately, there was good news. The principal had approved everything. They only needed one final member. After that, the club could officially begin. Weapon cheerfully addressed him as president. Geomma immediately ordered him to stop. The healer reluctantly agreed. Then he brought up another topic. Rumors about Leon. Apparently, the hero candidate had gone on a rampage. He was clearing high-ranked dungeons non-stop. The news caught Geomma's attention. For the first time in a while, Leon actually sounded like a protagonist. He had even cleared another high-ranked dungeon the previous day with only a small party. Meanwhile, Geomma's team had nearly died clearing a dungeon several ranks lower. Saki casually added more information. Weapon looked shocked. He had no idea she was following Leon's activities so closely. Naturally, he immediately accused her of being interested in the hero candidate. Saki responded with a deadly glare. Then she quietly muttered that she was not interested in Leon anymore. The statement confused everyone. She refused to elaborate. Still, the information bothered Geomma. At this rate, Leon would soon acquire powerful blessings and continue following his destined path. Meanwhile, Geomma remained stuck surviving with a reinforced sashimi knife. Sometimes he wondered whether his existence was unintentionally protecting Leon. Perhaps all the dangers originally meant for the hero candidate were somehow being redirected toward him. The thought was incredibly frustrating. Even if that theory was true, he had no intention of accepting it. He was not a hero. He was not the protagonist. He was simply Kang Ma, a background character struggling to survive. And if survival required it, he would cut down anything standing in his way. Anything. Saki watched him muttering to himself. Then she tilted her head. Are you into anime or something? The question caught him completely off guard. According to her, everything he had just said sounded like dialogue taken directly from a video game. Elsewhere, another group walked through a long corridor. One of the newer members excitedly commented on how impressive their latest contract was. Even the academy elders were hiring them now. Maybe it was finally time for them to go legitimate. Their leader immediately silenced him. One of the veterans laughed. The rookie simply did not understand. Their boss hated the elite class. Confused, the rookie asked why they accepted the job if that was true. The answer was simple: money. The payment was too good to refuse. Even the undertakers would not bite the hand that fed them. One of the mercenaries laughed and pointed out that everyone needed to eat. Besides, the payment was incredible. They had already received an advance of 100 million per person, and they would earn double that amount once the mission was complete. Even by their standards, that was an impressive contract. Their leader immediately hissed at them to keep quiet. Both subordinates wisely decided to stop talking. A maid guided the dangerous group deeper into the mansion before announcing their arrival to the client. The old man granted permission for them to enter. The deputy leader was Jang Tipuk. The newest member was Perry. Their leader was Ray Shen. Together they belonged to the Undertaker Syndicate, one of the organizations operating under the Undertaker Mercenary Alliance. They had traveled a long way to attend this meeting. The old man made eye contact with Ray Shen before ordering someone to bring out the package. A file was placed on the table. Ray Shen opened it and reviewed the contents. The target's photograph stared back at her. Kang Geomma, a special admission student. An ordinary-looking young man with black and white hair. Even Perry looked annoyed. He could not believe they were being paid this much money to eliminate a student. The rookie even mocked Geomma's appearance, claiming the boy looked more like a model than someone worth assassinating. The mission would take place during the upcoming Survival Island training exercise. Everything had already been arranged. The advance payment had been delivered. The completion bonus would follow afterward. Ray Shen calmly asked how the target's body should be disposed of. The old man had already thought about that. The training island would be surrounded by ocean. The solution was obvious. Dispose of the body at sea. Let the fish and sharks erase the evidence. All the mercenaries needed to do was make the body disappear. Meanwhile, the intended victim sat completely unaware of the plot forming around him. Written exams, a sandwich sat in one hand while study materials occupied the other. The era when blessings first appeared had occurred roughly 694 years ago. The aftermath of the heroic revolution in France was another topic he needed to memorize. Technically, he had already proven himself academically during the midterms. That did not matter. The rankings would be publicly posted. Unfortunately, two members of his club happened to rank first and second in academics. There was no way they would ignore his score. Naturally, his teammates had to be geniuses. As he studied, his phone suddenly vibrated. Geomma checked the message. It was from Ryojo. She immediately asked whether he had eaten breakfast. The girl sounded less like a classmate and more like a concerned mother. He informed her that he was currently eating a sandwich. Apparently, this was unacceptable. Ryojo insisted that he needed sugar for his brain to function properly. Then she launched into an enthusiastic speech praising the greatness of sweet foods. Geomma could not understand how someone this ridiculous consistently ranked first in academics. Deciding to fight nonsense with nonsense, he casually replied that his country also possessed many sweet things. Ryojo instantly became excited. She demanded examples. Geomma responded with a deliberately absurd answer before immediately putting his phone away. The girl stared at her screen in complete shock. Several messages demanding clarification followed. None received a response. Geomma had already returned to studying. He intended to ace the exam. There was no way he would allow the sugar-addicted genius to beat him. Hours later, reality arrived. It was brutal. Listening to Weapon and Ryojo discuss the test answers felt like listening to an alien language. Chloe noticed his suffering and kindly asked how the examination had gone. Geomma weakly admitted that he had guessed on 3 questions. Chloe blinked. Those had been essay questions. The boy had somehow managed to improvise his way through them using fragments of random knowledge. Life at the academy was becoming increasingly difficult. Chloe assumed he was joking. Unfortunately, he was completely serious. Trying to change the topic, Geomma asked whether she had heard from Knox recently. The redhead explained that her brother had called a few days earlier. The problem was that she had been asleep and missed the call entirely. Geomma asked when the call happened. 7 in the evening. At that point, he concluded she had probably ignored it on purpose. Chloe and her brother clearly had a complicated relationship. Since Knox's work involved classified information, Geomma usually relied on Chloe whenever he needed updates. Unfortunately, she was not exactly eager to talk about him. The entire situation felt awkward. Suddenly, Weapon cried out in despair. He had spent days studying without sleep and still could not outperform Ryojo. The blue-haired genius casually informed him that he should simply accept the obvious talent gap between them. Weapon looked devastated. Ryojo looked pleased with herself. Watching the exchange, Geomma wondered what she would think if she discovered how hard he was struggling academically. Then Ryojo casually stood up and moved closer, much closer. She sat down beside him and Chloe. The redhead immediately looked annoyed. Ryojo noticed the two whispering and demanded to know what they were discussing. Then she asked a dangerous question. Were they dating? Chloe froze. Geomma immediately rejected the idea. They were just friends. Nothing more. The answer visibly disappointed the redhead. Ryojo smiled knowingly. Then she pointed out something else. If Geomma did not have a girlfriend, why did he ignore her text messages? The boy groaned. He had ignored her exactly one time. Yet somehow she was acting as though he ghosted her every day. Before he could continue, a very dark voice emerged from behind him. Chloe's yandere mode had activated. The redhead had just learned that Geomma and Ryojo were privately texting each other. She was not taking the revelation well. Very not well. Geomma stared in confusion. He genuinely did not understand why text messages were causing such a dramatic reaction. Meanwhile, Ryojo appeared completely oblivious, or at least she pretended to be. She casually asked why Chloe was acting so strangely. Geomma immediately told her to stop. Instead, she moved even closer. The blue-haired menace clearly enjoyed creating chaos. Chloe called out Geomma's name. The tone alone was enough to send chills down his spine. The redhead pointed out that she did not even have his phone number, yet somehow another girl had already been exchanging messages with him. Geomma awkwardly explained that Chloe's personal information was classified due to her family connections. He literally could not obtain her number. The explanation failed completely. Chloe accused him of abandoning her. She even claimed he had promised to become her one and only prince. He had never said anything remotely close to that. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Ryojo was openly enjoying the show. Geomma briefly wondered whether she genuinely did not understand what a yandere was. Then he remembered she was Japanese. There was no chance she did not know. She was absolutely doing this on purpose. Fortunately, Weapon intervened. He grabbed Ryojo and scolded her for making things worse. The girl immediately protested and threatened his life. Weapon ignored her. At that moment, he was more concerned by Chloe. The redhead had somehow produced a knife. A real knife. Things had escalated dramatically. Geomma realized he had been neglecting his research on how to deal with yanderes. That mistake was coming back to haunt him. Chloe stepped forward. She declared that from now on she would make sure he only looked at her. The statement sounded less like a request and more like a threat. Geomma nervously suggested that everyone calm down and talk things out. Chloe immediately attacked. Weapon cried out in shock. Even Ryojo finally stopped joking around. The redhead swung her knife while ranting about how unfair he was being. According to her, he spent time with other girls, ignored her feelings, and never paid enough attention to her. The knife came dangerously close to Ryojo. Without hesitation, Geomma stepped between them and knocked the blade away. No matter what happened, he could not allow anyone else to get hurt. Ryojo watched the entire scene with fascinated curiosity. Chloe continued pouring out her frustrations. She was always there for him. She always worried about him. Yet somehow he seemed to make time for everyone else. Then everything changed. A loud crash echoed through the room. Everyone froze. Geomma had finally taken control of the situation. Using his strength, he pinned Chloe against a table and prevented her from moving. The scene looked like something straight out of a romance novel. Chloe demanded to be released. Geomma refused. Instead, he firmly told her to calm down and listen. The girl shouted that she had no reason to listen. According to her, he did not even want to stay in contact with her. Then Geomma remembered all the advice he had read about handling yanderes. It was time to deploy maximum emotional damage. He gently explained that he preferred speaking face-to-face. Text messages felt cold. A phone could never properly convey emotions. Talking to her directly meant far more to him. The effect was immediate. Chloe froze. Then Geomma doubled down. He thanked her for always worrying about him. He thanked her for supporting him. He reminded her how much he had relied on her during the Buffalo Dungeon. The redhead's anger evaporated almost instantly. Her face turned bright red. Her heart began racing. Weapon watched in complete shock. Ryojo looked as though she had swallowed a handful of rocks. The troublemaker's plan had completely backfired. Geomma had entered full prince mode. Every word hit its target perfectly. Chloe trembled with happiness as she absorbed every compliment. Meanwhile, Geomma was simply relieved. Somehow, against all odds, he had managed to survive yet another life-threatening situation. Weapon immediately rushed over to check on their fearless leader. Fortunately, Geomma looked perfectly fine, at least physically. After everything that had just happened, the group agreed that the first order of business was cleaning up the disaster they had created. As everyone began dispersing, Geomma noticed Ryojo storming away with an irritated expression. The blue-haired girl looked genuinely upset. The problem was that he had absolutely no idea why. The day slowly came to an end as the sun sank below the horizon. Weapon and Ryojo headed home together. As they walked, both found themselves thinking about the same person, Geomma. At some point, Weapon had realized something. Whenever the topic involved Geomma, Chloe immediately radiated murderous intent. If he had to describe it, her feelings looked like a very twisted form of love. Yet that was not what impressed him the most. What truly shocked him was how Geomma had handled the situation. He chose persuasion before violence. But hidden beneath those calm words and gentle expressions was the same student who carried a deadly blade. Geomma had been fully prepared to fight if talking failed. He sought compromise, yet he never hesitated to use force when necessary. At first glance, that combination might make someone seem dangerous. To weapon, however, it represented the qualities of a ruler. Someone capable of showing mercy while still possessing the strength to enforce their will. The healer could not help admiring it. As far as he was concerned, his leader was destined for greatness. While Weapon continued mentally praising Geomma, he noticed Ryojo quietly fiddling with her phone. The girl was clearly sulking. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. She refused to answer directly. Instead, she casually explained that her subscribers were not watching one of her videos, so she planned to delete it. Weapon nearly tripped. His friend had a channel? Ryojo shrugged and claimed it was nothing serious. She only uploaded videos for fun. Then Weapon saw the title. His eyes widened. The video was called The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere. Not only had she created a guide for handling yanderes, but the video had accumulated more than 200,000 views. 200,000. Deleting it felt like a complete waste. Ryojo simply pouted. She said she did not need it anymore. Weapon had no idea what that meant. Since it was her channel, he let the matter go. Instead, he focused on teasing her about the ridiculous name she had chosen for the account. Naturally, she immediately threatened violence. Meanwhile, the Academy released an official announcement. Starting the following Wednesday, all cadets would participate in a survival exercise on Avalon Island. The training would last 3 days and 2 nights. At first glance, it sounded like a harsh survival camp. However, students could freely form teams ranging from 1 to 4 members. The event resembled a school trip more than a military exercise. Still, Geomma took it seriously. If survival was part of the evaluation, then he intended to prepare properly. The library quickly became his second home. Books about poisonous plants, books about wilderness survival, books about emergency medical treatment, anything that might help keep him alive. Technically, the event did not affect academic grades. That did not make it any less important. The moment he heard Avalon Island's name, a memory surfaced. This event existed in the original story. It was one of the major story arcs. More importantly, it was where Leon obtained the hilt of Balman, the legendary sword that would eventually become his signature weapon. The event also marked an important turning point between Leon and Abel. Their relationship deepened during the survival exercise. The emotional walls around the talented swordswoman finally began to crack. As a former player, Geomma had absolutely loved that storyline. Leon and Abel had been one of his favorite couples. Surprisingly, he no longer felt jealous. Life at the Academy had beaten most romantic thoughts out of him. Assassins were targeting him. Academy elders wanted him dead. A mysterious instructor was plotting something behind the scenes. His club was still missing a member. Compared to all that, romance seemed incredibly low on the priority list. Love could wait until another lifetime. What truly interested him was Balman itself. As a swordsman, the legendary weapon was irresistible. He knew exactly where every piece was located. Unfortunately, knowledge alone was meaningless. Balman chose its owner. The requirement to claim the sword was awakening the miracle blessing, a blessing destined exclusively for Leon. The weapon was literally designed for the protagonist. No matter how much Geomma wanted it, the sword was unattainable.